Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Park Avenue Princess with Throne of Lies by Tara Leigh. Narrated by Isabel Ruther and Tim Page. Part 1. Then. Throne of Lies, 10 years ago. Star-crossed lovers, a debutante ball, a billion-dollar fraud. Jolie Chapman and Trip Montgomery, prince and princess of Park Avenue, heir and heiress to a Wall Street empire. At first our love was fated, and then it was forbidden. Now we're trapped in a twisted game, pawns in a billion-dollar fraud, heirs to a legacy of lies. Our love is the greatest sacrifice of all. Chapter 1. Jolie. I can't believe you and Daddy are making me do this. Jolie, I don't understand your attitude. This is a privilege, not a punishment. There's a flush on Nina's cheeks that I've only seen when she's halfway through a bottle of rosé. But it isn't even noon yet, and the patches on her cheeks are from annoyance rather than alcohol. Do you even know what an honor it is to be chosen? This tradition dates back years. I stifle a yawn as Nina launches into yet another history lesson on the origins of the International Debutante Ball. By now, I can repeat it verbatim in my sleep. Normally, I like my stepmother. I really do. My own mother died before I was in kindergarten, and Nina is a vast improvement over the revolving door of paid employees that raised me until a few years ago, when Nina moved in and never left. She's only 15 years older than me and feels more like an older sister than a stepmother. While that might have bothered other kids, I enjoy having someone young and fun to hang around with. Finally, I interrupt. You could have at least let me choose my own date. I haven't seen Remington Montgomery in years. I barely even remember him. I know I'm blaming Nina unfairly, but this entire affair rubs me the wrong way. First of all, it's absolutely galling that debutantes don't have dates. They have escorts. Like we need someone with a penis to shepherd us through this overhyped snob fest. And then for my father to insist my escort be the son of his business partner? It makes me want to scream. Not that I have anything against Remington. How can I? We've only met a handful of times, despite living just a few blocks from each other on Manhattan's Upper East Side for our entire lives. But he's a couple of years older than me, maybe 3, and we've always gone to different schools. He seems like a lovely boy, Nina says, her tone measured and clearly intending to soothe, but maddening all the same. Well, I hope you recognize him, because I doubt I will. Nina plucks a non-existent piece of lint from her dress, lips twitching from holding back a bemused smile. I'm sure everything will work out just fine. Today is only a brunch, Jolie. Maybe I'll sneak you a mimosa to get you to relax. I send my eyes skyward and then look out the window. The actual debutante ball is still a month away, but today is one of the pre-ball activities. It isn't called a season for nothing. Besides the bachelor brunch, there's the mother-daughter luncheon, father-daughter luncheon, pre-ball cocktail party, and post-ball reception. Yes, it really is called the bachelor brunch. And no, we aren't contestants in a reality show. Although, by this point, it wouldn't surprise me to come out of this experience with a dowry and a betrothal, or at least a red rose. Remington Montgomery. The last time I saw him was at some award ceremony a few years ago, honoring our fathers. He's tall. That I remember, mostly because I have a habit of scouring every room for people my height or taller. At 17, most boys my age are finally catching up with me, although I say a prayer every night that I'll stop growing. I'm 5'8.5" and want to keep it that way. Except my favorite pair of jeans hints that I've recently climbed closer to 5'9". Anyway, That's all I remember about Remington. He's tall. Or at least he appeared tall back then. Brown hair or blonde, surfer boy cute or gamer geeky, I haven't a clue. Will you recognize him? I prod Nina, my voice climbing higher from nerves. Nina's staring out the window, too. It probably would have been quicker to walk from our apartment than to take a car, but even I wouldn't want to walk 20 blocks in the shoes I've squeezed into. I could swear they fit a month ago when Nina dragged me to Bergdorf's. Remington, will you recognize him? Of course. At least, I think so. But don't worry, your father will join us there soon, and I'm sure Remington's— Why didn't Daddy come with us from home? Honey, you know your father has to work. But it's Saturday, and he wanted me to do the whole debutante thing as badly as you did. The least he could do is suffer along with me, I grumble, despite being well aware that my father works all the time, and weekends are no exception. As the car finally glides to a stop at the curb, Nina reaches out to give my hand a reassuring squeeze. For now, you've got me. Think you can make do? I relent. Even if my father was sitting beside me, his face would probably be buried in the Wall Street Journal or an industry research report. I should be grateful Nina is by my side. Sorry, I really don't mean to be such a brat. Thanks for being here. My stepmother's pretty face brightens as her lips pull into a smile. You're not a brat, Jolie. You're a debutante. The ridiculousness of the statement sends a matching grin onto my face. Not sure if that's a promotion, but I'll take it. I follow her out of the car, keeping my knees together to avoid flashing the waiting society page photographers. I'm not wearing a floor-length white gown just yet. This year's bachelor brunch is being held at an elegant French restaurant. Nina and I walk beneath a white canopy and through the double doors held open by two men wearing dark suits and earpieces. Security is to be expected. The last name of every debutante can be found somewhere on the Forbes 400. Inside, the lights are soft, every available surface strewn with floral arrangements in this year's colors, pink and gold. It smells like a greenhouse and feels just as humid. Just beyond the lobby entrance, people aren't mingling so much as clumping together by age and gender. Groups of teenage girls look around like frightened rabbits, eyes jumping between their parents and their escorts-to-be. Young men sporting fraternity ties shift nervously from foot to foot, looking like they would much rather be holding lacrosse sticks instead of sodas. Wealthy magnates, clutching crystal tumblers filled with liquor, crow about their latest hostile takeover or international negotiation, while their middle-aged society wives show off their latest guilt gift, designed to distract them from their husband's most recent affair. I think I see Lily Montgomery, but I'm not sure which of those boys is her son, Nina says, sticking close to me. Reluctance to shoulder her way into what appears to be a primarily first wives club comes off her in waves. Spotting a small group of women who resemble Nina at the back of the room. Early 30s, blonde, fit, and wearing trendy clothes designed to show off their figures rather than hide their flaws. I tip my chin in their direction. Ah, my tribe. Her grateful grin fades as she turns back to me. I don't see your father yet, and, to be honest, all these boys look the same to me. Will you be okay? I square my shoulders, feeling better now that I know we're both in the same leaky boat. I'll be fine, promise. She rests a perfectly manicured hand on my shoulder. Your father will be here soon, I'm sure of it. It's an empty promise, but I nod anyway. With my dad, work always comes first. But at least Nina and I have each other, and I can surely survive the next few hours without drowning myself in a punch bowl. I know. Now stop hovering. I'll be fine. Nina steps back, and I watch her weave through the round tables marked by elegant numbered placards and adorned with extravagant pink and gold centerpieces. Hoping to avoid introducing myself to a bunch of strangers all at once, I turn back toward the entrance on the chance of linking up with a straggler instead. The front door opens, a lone figure propelled forward on a burst of blinding sunlight. Once it recedes, my gaze lands on a pair of calm gray eyes, half hidden by a tuft of hair the color of the roan pony I rode as a child, the ends curling over the collar of his navy blazer. A frisson of recognition shoots through me at the exact instant an unfamiliar ache warms my bones. Remington Montgomery. He looks nothing like the boy I only vaguely remember, but I know it's him all the same. One look casts an invisible tether between us, a lure that hooks over my collarbone with an almost audible clank and entirely eliminates my reluctance to be here. Needing to ease the sudden, sharp pain inside my chest, I instinctively take a few steps forward. The door opens again. Another beam of sunlight streaks inside, this time revealing my father and his business partner, Remington's father. Stepping into the lobby, they flank him, both clapping opposite shoulders. Remington doesn't wince, his eyes narrowing just enough to convey his restraint at not shrugging them off.
"I see you've already found each other,"
my dad says, looking between us as he comments on the obvious. I nod, not trusting my voice quite yet. Remington answers with a curt but respectful,
"Yes, sir."
Once our fathers stroll off in search of a drink or a potential client, probably both, he finally addresses me.
"I almost didn't recognize you. You've gotten
taller," I interrupt, ducking my head. He closes the remaining distance between us with a rolling stride, waiting until I raise my head again before correcting me.
Actually, I was going to say prettier.
At 6'2", or maybe 6'3", I have to tilt my head back slightly to meet Remington's eyes. Long lashes cast shadows atop high cheekbones that slide sharply to his lips. Full and almost pretty, they're the perfect accent to soften his hard, patrician features. A flush breaks over my skin, a sudden warmth throbbing between my thighs. The first tender stirrings of lust swirling inside my otherwise empty stomach. "Thanks, Remington," I force out through paralyzed vocal cords.
"My name's kind of a mouthful. Just call me Trip. Everyone does."
Trip. I didn't realize he went by a nickname, but it suits him. "I take it you're a third?"
"Unfortunately for me, yes."
He pushes that same errant tuft of hair back again and glances over my shoulder, his face showing a trace of resignation as he takes in the crowd I retreated from just a few minutes before, forcing a sideways smile onto his lips.
"Can I be honest with you?"
Uh-oh. Nothing good starts with that question. I square my shoulders, bracing myself. "Sure."
"I wasn't looking forward to this."
That makes two of us. "Ditto." He turns surprised eyes back to me. They're an interesting shade of gray, like the sliver of horizon suspended between sea and sky on an overcast day. A place you could try swimming to, but never reach.
"I thought all girls were into these kinds of things."
A blush burns my cheeks, and I curl my fingers into my palms, indenting my flesh with the half-moon shape of my nails. "Not this girl."
"How long do you think we have to stay?"
Except that, suddenly, I'm not very keen on leaving. I'm not sure. Maybe a couple of hours?" Mischief turns his gray stare silver.
"How about we give it our all for the next hour, and then get out of here?"
"If you want to go, I'm sure it's fine. I don't want to keep you here or anything, I stammer, fighting to keep the sharp sting of disappointment from my tone. His brows, 2 shades darker than the hair on his head, pull together.
You're coming with me, of course.
Oh. It's just a soft puff of air as Tripp presses his hand against the flat of my back and leads me into the main dining room. You're coming with me. Does Tripp feel what I'm feeling? Even 1/10 of what I'm feeling. 100th. The current that seems to run between our bodies, energy sparking at the slightest touch, a magnetic pull tugging us together. He has to be feeling it too, right?
Of course.
Chapter 2. Tripp. Walking into the bachelor brunch? Seriously, could there be a more ridiculous event? I wasn't exactly in a good mood. My father made it sound like Jolie couldn't get a date on her own, and I agreed out of pity for the shy, awkward girl I remember meeting a few years ago. But the real reason I didn't put up a fight was because I know one of the other Debs, too, and planned to scope out whether her bachelor was any kind of competition. Except that from the moment I set eyes on Jolie Chapman, this updated version of her that is somehow both regal and enchantingly unsure of herself, I lost interest in any of the other girls, in anyone else at all, actually. Blonde hair that was plaited into submission the last time we met now tumbles over her shoulders, an unbound river of gold and bronze and platinum. And although her eyes are still blinking rapidly against the sudden onslaught of bright sunshine in the dimly lit lobby, they are the fierce blue of a vivid sky on a sunny day, luminous and straightforward. Her smile is shy and entirely genuine. Jolie's body is different, too. Tall and lean, but hinting at curves in all the right places. Intrigue is an unfamiliar emotion to me. It curls around my ribs, leaching into my veins. Every part of me responding in a way that's instinctive and primal. I want this girl. Want her to want me in return. Not just naked behind a locked door or a drunken make-out session in the middle of a party. I want to know her. Jolie's body and her mind. I want to hear her laugh and taste her lips, hold her hand. I want it all. What I don't want is to share Jolie with a room of debutantes, their dates, and especially our parents. We need to ditch this brunch. Keeping Jolie close, I launched the most effective charm offensive I've ever waged. We worked the room like no one's business, inserting ourselves in every grouping just long enough to make a good impression, but not a second longer, before moving on to a new target. An hour later, I pulled Jolie toward the door, pausing briefly to jot a quick note on the back of a card and hand it to a server, pointing him toward my father. "What did you write?" "To stay away from the eggs, and that I was taking you home." "But I didn't have any—" "Exactly. Come on." I push open the door. Let's go get some real food. Outside, the city is warmed up. A rare post-Thanksgiving treat with temperatures edging toward 70 degrees. Once the sun goes down, it will feel like winter again, but for now it could be spring. I glance down at Jolie's feet, knowing from my mother that female footwear generally dictates how far they're willing to go. "Can you walk in those?" Jolie looks puzzled. "Is that a rhetorical question?" I laugh. "What I mean is, how many blocks before you're limping?" She considers the question, giving a reluctant shrug. "I don't know. Maybe 5? Exactly what I thought. I step to the curb and put my hand out. "Come on, we'll catch a cab back to your place. You can run upstairs and change, then we'll grab takeout and head to Central Park." A taxi pulls up and I open the door. We probably won't get another day like this until next year, so let's not waste it inside. As Jolie slides into the backseat, her skirt edges upward, flashing a long expanse of smooth-toned thighs. Getting in beside her, I swallow heavily and loosen my tie, staring out the window until the back of my neck doesn't feel like it's broiling. Her apartment isn't far, and Jolie doesn't take long to change. Unsure whether to be relieved or disappointed when she returns wearing jeans instead of another skirt, I give the driver our next destination, and Jolie turns to face me. What's at Broadway and 72nd? I grin. A New York institution. 40 minutes later, we're scrambling up a sun-warmed rock and settling beside each other, drinks in one hand and a bag from Gray's Papaya in the other. So, you took me away from Eggs Benedict and brioche French toast for... She scrunches her nose. A hot dog? Not just any hot dog. The best in the city. She opens the bag skeptically, pulling out a rectangular cardboard box already stained with grease. Better than the 2nd Avenue Deli? I feign offense. 2nd Ave is strictly pastrami on rye. Are you sure you're a city kid? She giggles, a soft lilting sound that has the birds around us twittering jealously. Do you eat anything besides smoked meat? Not if I can help it, I admit, taking an enormous bite of the dog and chewing enthusiastically. Jolie's bite is more tentative, but she smiles at me around the bun. Better than Eggs Benedict? Yes, but kind of a tie with French toast. I take a pull of my papaya drink. Okay, fair enough. Back at the brunch, you mentioned you were at Columbia, right? Yeah. I'm planning to stay in the city after I graduate, too. At her admission, an unexpected rush of optimism surges forward like a rising tide. Bobbing on the waves is a strange sense, almost a premonition that I'm going to know Jolie for a long time. At least distance won't be an issue. Where'd you apply? NYU, FIT, and Parsons. A creative type. You say that like it's a bad thing. The indignant flash in her eyes sends a bolt of heat slamming against my chest. I choke down the last of my lunch. No, not at all. I don't understand it, but I think it's cool. What are you studying up in Morningside Heights? It's only my 2nd year, so just the core requirements for now, although my major is economics. I'm basically marking time until I can work at the company. You want to work with our dads? Yeah. I mean, they've built one of the best independently owned investment companies on Wall Street. I give her a curious look. I'm kind of surprised you don't. She slides her half-eaten meal back in the bag and wipes at her face with a napkin. Nope, it's all yours. I want to design clothes or jewelry or maybe even furniture. And I love my dad, but I wouldn't want to work with him. I can pretty much guarantee my father won't actually work with me. I mean, I've been going there after school for years, and our only interaction is when he gives a half-hearted wave at me from behind the glass walls of his office. I try to keep the resentment out of my voice. Jolie's sympathetic expression is proof that I don't do a very good job of it. That must be really discouraging. I'm sorry. I roll my shoulders, drawing my knees up to my chest and wrapping my arms around them. It's fine. I'm used to it by now. I rarely speak about my father or the business I intend to join. In high school, everyone knows who I am. And in college, as soon as my classmates discover I'm one of those Montgomerys, I become a stepping stone to an introduction or an internship. Jolie not only knows exactly who my father is, she's also an heir to one half of the same firm. And yet she wants nothing to do with it. A fact I find both incomprehensible and admirable. Staring at Jolie now, a billionaire's daughter wearing frayed denim and a shy smile, her carved cameo profile framed by a wild mane of honey hair, that coil of intrigue pulls just a little tighter. If it makes you feel any better, my dad says that he doesn't know anything about the side of the business your father runs either. She peeks over at me. I think they fight about it sometimes. I clear my throat, searching for an even tone that won't betray my scattered thoughts. Well, if my business partner didn't let me onto the floor he ran his operation out of, I'd get pretty pissed too. Jolie's eyes widen. My dad's not even allowed on the floor? You didn't know that? No. She shakes her head, blonde tendrils swaying like streamers around her face. I used to ask to visit his office, but he never agreed, so eventually I stopped asking. My father has hardly rolled out the red carpet for me, but I can't remember a time when I wasn't expected to be there every minute I wasn't in school, sleeping, or sweating on a sports field. Yeah, they lease 3 floors, one for their offices and conference rooms. That's the floor clients see. One level up is the trading floor and back office operations, which your father manages. The level below is for individual investment accounts and the administrative staff maintaining them. That's the part of the business my father manages. Why can't my dad just walk down the stairs? There's an access panel to get in the door.
And he doesn't have the code?
Nope, I've never been down there either. My dad says it's to protect confidential client information, but I think it's because he's a control freak. Jolie's lips close around her straw, sending an avalanche of lewd thoughts pouring into my brain like some kind of sewer pipe with no shutoff valve. I imagine them closing around something else, something belonging to me, something a hell of a lot bigger than a damn straw.
Well, I guess you can't argue with success.
Exhaling, I force myself to look away from Jolie and the plump pink temptation of her mouth. If that were true, our dads wouldn't be arguing about it. She sets her drink down on the rock, extending her arms behind her and leaning back, tilting her face up toward the sun. My gut clenches, taking in her perfect profile, the ends of her hair whipping around her wrists like a flag, her breasts pushing up through her t-shirt, and those long legs of hers wrapped in soft, worn denim.
True.
For the next hour, we talk about more than our fathers or the business they share. I learn about her stepmother, and that Jolie only joined the drama club so she could learn how to make costumes, that she loves Harry Potter but hates the Hunger Games, that she's never been to a lacrosse game, and that she'd rather eat tacos than just about anything else. I talk mostly about college life and lacrosse and trying to live up to my parents' expectations as Remington Montgomery III.
So, do you want to work for him because it's what you want to do with your life, or because you want to see if he'll give you the code to his secret floor?
She sends me a cautious glance, as if she's worried the question might be a bit much for only knowing each other an hour or so. It is, and it isn't. Jolie and I are barely more than strangers, but she already seems like a longtime friend. I feel understood in a way I never have before, and I understand more about the girl sitting beside me than I should after just a few hours. There's a common thread between us, a shared experience. It's a strange sensation, but a good one. An unexpected laugh rolls up my chest, rumbling from my throat. Maybe. Her sideways smile looks almost out of place within the symmetry of her features.
Maybe isn't an answer.
I like that she doesn't let me get away with a crappy, half-assed comeback. I guess I don't want to be just another rich kid who will never live up to his father's success. I want to add my own mark to the legacy he spent a lifetime building.
I never thought about it like that.
Jolie straightens, turning to face me and crossing her ankles beneath her knees.
I'm in the same boat you are. Anyone looking at me thinks I'm just another entitled Park Avenue princess. But I want to break out of this world entirely, be judged on my talent rather than the number of zeros in my bank account.
I grab a branch from the tree limb swaying above our heads and begin pulling at the leaves. A puzzled frown creeps up Jolie's forehead, and she leans toward me, her shoulder brushing mine.
What are you doing?
You'll see. Instead of pestering me further, she scoots closer so that her knee is resting against mine, a garland of flyaway strands floating up to kiss my neck. I have to grit my teeth, focus on what I'm doing so that I don't pounce on her. Yet. After a few minutes, I hold up my creation. Voila! Jolie laughs, her wide smile revealing an even expanse of bright white teeth.
Is that what I think it is?
I place the band on top of her head, purposely pushing my fingers through the lush blonde locks. Her hair is warm, like strands of sunshine woven from the softest silk. Every princess deserves a crown.
Crowns are for queens.
Her lips curve into a teasing smile.
Princesses wear tiaras.
Ah. My cup is empty, so I reach across Jolie's lap to swipe hers. She doesn't bat an eyelash at me drinking from her straw. How about princes?
What do they wear, or what do they deserve?
Surprise me.
The luckiest ones might be granted a kiss from a fellow royal.
And am I one of the lucky ones? There's no denying I've led a charmed life so far, but right now I'm most grateful for the girl sitting in front of me. Jolie's eyes slide away from mine as she tilts her head to the side, her lips pursed in concentration. My stomach does a slow churn as I wait for her answer.
I think that can be arranged.
I put her drink in the space between her crossed legs, my hand lingering on the worn denim covering her thigh. Yeah? We share a smile, and Jolie gives the slightest of nods. I lean into her, wrapping her hair in my hand and bringing it up to the back of her neck, silky strands and satiny skin burning the flesh of my palm. A fusion of fireworks explode as our mouths meet, both of us holding our breath and just tasting, exploring. Her hands creep up my chest, fingers curling around my shoulders and interlocking behind my neck. We exhale together, our breaths escaping on the breeze. I catch Jolie's lower lip within mine, running my tongue along the even gate of her teeth. Releasing the delicious flesh with a groan, I kiss her again, deeper this time, tasting the sweetness of papaya nectar from our drinks, offset by our salty lunch, and something else. Something intrinsic to Jolie herself. A freshness. Without breaking our kiss, I reach for the plastic cup, moving it out of the way before scooping Jolie into my arms and settling her onto my lap. Her breasts collide with my chest, and I slide my thumbs between the hem of her sweater and the band of her jeans, allowing myself just a narrow bit of soft skin to explore. Central Park is PDA Central. No one bats an eye at a pair of teenagers making out on a rock beneath a canopy of trees. I want more, though. And from the tremor that shakes Jolie's spine as I deepen our kiss, she does too. But not yet. Jolie Chapman is like the last present you open on Christmas morning, the one that makes all the others pale in comparison. She's a girl worth waiting for, a gift I want to take my time opening, enjoying the crinkle of the paper, the pull of the ribbon. Besides, I don't know if I can stop kissing her long enough to do anything else at all.
Chapter 3. Jolie. If my father knew I was going to see Trip, he would insist on sending me uptown in a car. But for once, I want to feel like just a regular girl with a subway card in her pocket and a secret crush in her heart. Well, maybe not so secret. It's pretty obvious that Nina is thrilled Trip and I hit it off. Which is fine, I guess, but kind of weird, too. Every time I mention his name, Nina's lips twitch, as if just barely holding back an exultant, "I told you so." And I've been saying his name a lot. Not always to Nina. Mostly it's just a quiet whisper to myself as I doodle his name in a notebook. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the bachelor brunch, and we've talked and texted every day since. But with finals looming for both of us, seeing each other hasn't been as frequent. My chest is tight with nerves and excitement as I exit the subway at 116th Street, craning my neck to take in the unfamiliar surroundings. I've never been this far north in Manhattan before, and feel almost like a tourist in my own city. Following several people who look like Columbia students, judging by their bulging backpacks, I walk a few blocks, then enter the campus through a set of imposing black iron gates. The weather is 40 degrees colder than it was the day of the bachelor brunch, and I shiver in my heavy coat, pulling my cashmere scarf closer as I try not to look like I have no idea where I'm going. I studied a map online, so I know where the fitness center is, on paper. But now, with buildings rising up around me, and stairs where I haven't anticipated them, I'm not quite sure. Following the wide brick pathway toward the main quad, I veer left at the iconic low library before finally asking for directions to the fitness center. I find it just as Trip is walking out the door, his dark hair damp and almost black, his jacket open and a gym bag slung over his shoulder.
"See you, Wells,"
he says, peeling away from the guy beside him, his eyes lighting up when they meet mine. Before I can even say hello, Trip picks me up and twirls me around as if he's a soldier home from war, as if we didn't see each other just a few days ago, as if he doesn't care who's watching. Someone, I'm guessing the guy Trip called Wells, shouts, "Jesus, Montgomery, get a room!" Trip ignores him.
"That's my roommate, but don't worry, he'll be out all afternoon."
I glance over Trip's shoulder, but all I see is the back of a sandy-haired boy wearing a dark coat, walking away. You don't have to kick him out. I'd love to meet your friends.
"Classes are over for us. He's heading home. I'll introduce you next semester."
Despite the cold, a warmth spreads inside my stomach at Trip's easy mention of future plans, well past the debutante ball he committed to just a few weeks away. A warmth that burns even brighter once his lips meet mine. Everything about Tripp's kisses, from our very first in Central Park to this one in the middle of the Columbia campus, and all the kisses in between, feels so right. Just like it feels right to be molded against him now, except for all our clothes in the way. I've kissed boys before, but only Tripp's kisses turn my body into dry kindling, primed to combust. Only Tripp makes me crave them everywhere. When we finally pull apart, flushed and breathless, we're wearing matching grins.
I've missed you,
he says, his voice a low rasp that makes me want to kiss him again, feel the sear of his lips burning me up. Of course, everything Tripp Montgomery does makes me want to kiss him. I touch my forehead to his. I missed you, too. A white vapor cloud blooms between us, briefly obstructing my view of the sharp Cupid's bow carved into his upper lip, almost like an arrow drawn on a map. You are here. Yes, I am. We stand like that for a minute, Tripp's arms wrapped around my back, holding me tightly, my feet several inches off the ground. Tripp makes me feel small and delicate, far from the tall, awkward girl that's always shoved into the back row of every class picture. But eventually he loosens his hold and I slide down his lean, muscular frame.
Want to see my place?
I laugh. It's why I came, after all. Lead the way.
Chapter 4. Tripp. In her puffy white coat and thick scarf, Jolie looks like a beautiful snow angel. The winter sunlight has turned her tousled riot of hair into a blonde halo, and for a moment I'm seized by panic that she'll melt away, that what we have is too good to last. I've never been with anyone like Jolie before, someone who doesn't want anything from me but my attention, someone who understands the world we live in, the expectations and responsibilities of privilege, someone so goddamn gorgeous inside and out. The sudden grip of fear is banished by the brightness of her smile, the lilt of her laugh. I reach for Jolie's hand and we cover the few blocks to my apartment quickly, her long legs easily matching my stride. My jacket is flapping open as we walk, the hair I barely dragged a towel over after my shower freezing on my head. But inside I'm burning up, on fire. My churning happiness at Jolie's presence is like an engine on overdrive. I opened the door cautiously. I cleaned up before Lance and I headed to the weight room together, but I still rake wary eyes over the place, alert for a dirty jock strap or stray X-rated magazine I missed. Or more likely that my roommate planted. I made the mistake of telling him about my parents guilting me into escorting a debutante to her ball, and he's been giving me shit ever since. It's all in good fun, though. Lance is one of my oldest friends, and he's only too happy to have my share of Columbia's female population to himself. When I don't see anything too embarrassing, I turn my attention to Jolie, who is looking around my apartment with unabashed curiosity, her slow perusal missing nothing. It's very... she begins in a breathy voice, then pauses, her hands lifting to untwine the scarf from her neck. Very adult, I guess. I can't wait to live on my own. Watching a woman unwrap a scarf from her neck shouldn't be an erotic act, but when it's Jolie doing the unwrapping, it's as sexy as a personal striptease. Her hair is caught and lifted by the cashmere, the slow, sensuous slide of fabric revealing her delicate neck, inch by flawless inch. My throat is dry when she hands it to me, my fingers stiff as I help her with her coat. Me too. It won't feel like I'm robbing the cradle. She scoffs. Please, you're barely 2 years older than me. I fold both over the nearest chair, giving a one-shouldered shrug. Want a drink? Sure. I grab 2 cans of soda out of the fridge, handing one to her as I lead us to the couch, deliberately keeping my head turned away from the hallway that leads to my bedroom, which is where I really want to be. Not that sex on a couch isn't just as good as sex on a bed. Hell, sex anywhere is fantastic, which is the problem. I can't stop thinking about what it would be like to have sex with Jolie. Her soft, yielding to my hard, her wet heat clenched around my cock, her breathy cries of pleasure just before her face is transformed by the kind of exultant wonder that only comes from an orgasm. So yeah, I'm hoping my willpower is stronger in the living room. Jolie is a virgin, and I'm not going to rush her. She's worth the wait. I sit on one end of the couch, and Jolie sits on the other, towing off her boots and slipping them between the cushions. Legs for days, I mumble, reaching for her ankles and running my hands up her calves, my hardening dick giving another twitch inside my sweatpants. Jolie groans. Don't say that, you'll make them grow. I shift my weight. You have a thing against being tall? She scrunches her nose. You try being the tallest girl in her class and having a name like Jolie. I think for a minute, frowning. I don't get it. I can't believe I'm about to tell you this. She covers her face with her hands, burrowing deeper into the couch. Instead of the Jolly Green Giant, they call me Jolie the Green Giant. I bite down on a grin, keeping my face impassive when Jolie peeks out from between her fingers to look at me. You think going by Trip is any easier? Slowly, her hands lower. You could always go back to Remington. And make comparisons to my father even easier. No thanks. Her expression softens. Are you worried about that? You know, when you start working for the company full-time? I lean the back of my head on the couch and push out a heavy sigh, absent-mindedly massaging Jolie's feet as I consider her question. Or rather, how to answer it. My feelings about being Remington Montgomery III are complicated. I don't know if worried is the right word, but yeah, I guess. I clear my throat against an encroaching tightness. This is going to sound ungrateful, but I'd have to be blind, deaf, and dumb not to know my father as a douchebag. He's a shitty father, a shitty husband, and probably a shitty partner. But somehow he's built a business that does good things. MC Partners has helped clients send their kids to college, save for retirement, and more. 100 employees pay their mortgage with salaries earned from MC Partners. On Wall Street, the Montgomery name means something. And if that's my legacy, I can't turn my back on it.
Chapter 5. Jolie. The chime of the doorbell creeps beneath my closed bedroom door, a buzz of excited voices following on its heels. I take in my reflection one last time as Nina and my father greet Trip and his parents downstairs. The Vera Wang gown I'm wearing has to be the most beautiful dress I've ever owned. It's white, of course, but it's ethereal and elegant, and doesn't make me look like a pale beanpole. In fact, it even gives me the appearance of breasts and a waist, a minor miracle. My hair has been curled and pinned up, with a few tendrils artfully pulled out to frame my face. I'm wearing makeup, but not too much. Even to my own eyes, I look young and fresh, and happy. Happier than I can ever remember being. I feel like a princess, and not just because of my Park Avenue address and privileged upbringing. The kind of princess that belongs in a fairy tale, living happily ever after with her prince. The month since the bachelor brunch has flown by, mostly because my every waking thought has been devoted to Trip. And since winter break began nearly 2 weeks ago, we've been practically inseparable. Tonight's ball feels less like a snobby, outdated, and thoroughly pretentious tradition than a grand celebration of our... I don't know what it is exactly. Relationship, maybe? Calling Trip my boyfriend seems inadequate when he now consumes my thoughts, my days, my dreams. Especially my dreams. Most girls my age have longer relationships with their lip gloss than with their boyfriends. But Trip means a hell of a lot more to me than the shade du jour. Tonight, I'm going to show him exactly how much more. Descending the staircase of our duplex, I have eyes for only one person. Trip. He's talking to his mother when I step out onto the landing, but his head swivels toward me the second my foot hits the first step. his eyes darkening with appreciation as they travel from the top of my head to the tips of my kitten heels, and then back up again. Just a few minutes ago, I was pleased with my reflection in the mirror, but that brief surge of satisfaction is nothing compared to the soulful longing reflected in Tripp's expression, a vulnerable mix of awe and hunger that leaves me breathless. My pleasure is magnified 1,000%, knowing I've pleased him, that he's proud to be my date, my escort. The energy in Tripp's gaze is like a light beam meant just for me, delivering a rainbow of colors to slip and swirl beneath my skin, vibrantly hued energy doing all sorts of things to all sorts of places. Walking down the long staircase becomes an erotic act, each brush of my thighs resulting in a shower of sparks, hidden beneath yards of white tulle and Duchess satin. For several long moments, it feels like Tripp and I are the only two people in the world. Until the booming voice of his father breaks the spell.
"Well, James, if you can only have one kid, you might as well shatter the mold,"
he says heartily, clapping my father on the back. On the surface, there's nothing wrong with Mr. Montgomery's comment. It's a compliment, an effusive one. But it's also enormously insensitive. Knowing how badly Nina wants to have a child of her own, my eyes fly to her pained face, my bones aching in sympathy for her. I hate Tripp's father for hurting my stepmother, even unintentionally. And also, selfishly, I hate him for chipping away at the fairy tale feeling of this moment. Today, of all days, I don't want to be reminded that not every love story ends with a happily ever after. That some love stories are just the first act of a tragedy. Stepping forward to take my hand, Tripp is the perfect distraction as I make my way down the remaining stairs.
"You look beautiful,"
he whispers. Butterflies dip and swirl within my stomach, their delicate wings flapping against my ribcage. "Thank you," I say, my voice tremulous. There is a charged silence as Nina distributes flutes of champagne poured by our housekeeper. I look at my father when I'm handed a glass.
"Some occasions call for more than apple juice, Princess,"
he says, his eyes gleaming. We all clink rims, and I take a small sip, wrinkling my nose at the sharp bite of the bubbly wine. I've had alcohol before, but it's usually covered up with so much soda or juice I can hardly taste it.
"Remington, mind coming into my office for a few minutes? I was hoping to get clarity on something that's come up this week."
Nina frowns, her tone lightly chiding. "James, surely business can wait." Tripp's father grunts,
"Business doesn't wait for anyone. Come on, Chapman. And I wouldn't mind exchanging this for something stronger from your personal stash."
As the two wives stare morosely at their husbands, Tripp directs me to the settee on the other side of the room, beneath a window overlooking Park Avenue. My breath catches as my bare shoulder brushes against Tripp's tuxedo jacket, then again as his hand captures mine, his thumb gently sweeping over my palm. I bite my lip to prevent a moan from escaping.
"Has your father seemed different to you?"
he asks quietly. I set my still full glass on the cocktail table, knowing alcohol will only amplify the feelings swelling inside my chest. My ribs ache, in danger of cracking from the pressure. Different how? Tripp shrugs.
"I don't know. More preoccupied with work than usual. In a foul mood, but with no explanation."
Truthfully, all my focus has been on Tripp and studying for my end-of-semester finals. I've barely seen my father in the past month. Well, he's been keeping the door to his office closed lately. I never even know if he's in there anymore.
"There's something going on. I just don't know."
He breaks off as raised voices echo from down the hall. I glance at Nina, who appears frozen in place, awkwardly looking between Tripp's mother and my father's closed office door. "Another glass of champagne, Lily?" Fingering the twisted rope of pearls and diamonds at her throat, Mrs. Montgomery nods her assent. They carry their fresh glasses over to us and make an awkward attempt at small talk, asking about school and our New Year's plans. We all speak in loud tones, jumping on the ends of each other's sentences in an effort to cover up the argument taking place just 30 feet away. It doesn't go on for long. I practically jump out of my skin as the office door flies open, hitting the wall with a resounding thwack that reverberates throughout the entire apartment. Tripp's father, red-faced and pulling at his tie, storms past us.
"Let's go!"
he barks, yanking at the front door and blowing through it. Tripp's mother tosses back what's left in her glass and places it beside mine on the cocktail table, then stands up and smooths the non-existent wrinkles of her dress. "We'll wait for you all in the car downstairs." Nina scrambles to her feet. "I'm just going to go check on your father," she says to me, heading toward the open door of his office. Tripp and I edge closer together on the settee, looking at each other with wide-eyed, "what the hell do we do now?" expressions.
"Any chance they'll decide not to come and we can go alone?"
I think about it for a minute before shaking my head. The International Debutante Ball is a prestigious, invitation-only event, reflecting more on the families of the debutantes and their escorts than the debutantes and escorts themselves. Nina has spent as much time and attention choosing her dress as I have mine, and my father sees it as a networking opportunity. The Montgomerys undoubtedly feel the same. No disagreement could possibly warrant skipping the ball. I doubt it.
"Yeah, you're probably right. My mom's been talking about this thing for weeks. Apparently, it's quite the social prize with her circle."
I roll my eyes. I really hope when I become a parent, I won't live my life through my kids.
"And just how many kids should we have, future Mrs. Montgomery?"
Tripp's tone is light and teasing, but it sends chills racing along my nerves. "Well, it would be a shame not to have a Remington Montgomery IV, right?" He pulls a face.
"I'm not so sure about that."
"I love your name," I say defensively, feeling my cheeks heat. "And your initials make the perfect name for a girl, too. Romy."
R-O-M?
I nod, mortified that I've admitted to something so presumptuous. "Your initials, plus a V above an I, looks like a Y."
"Romy,"
Tripp repeats, his voice husky.
"Someone's put quite a bit of thought into this."
I glance down at my lap, knowing my face is bright red. I came up with the idea after doodling his name in every one of my notebooks. "Maybe just a little." Tripp's thumb gently prods my chin back up.
"I love it."
That electrical current between us reignites, its crackling heat melting away my embarrassment and showering my skin with sparks of arousal. I'm glad. His eyes beam their focus on my mouth, the distance between us disappearing with agonizing slowness. My lips part instinctively, my tongue eagerly anticipating one of Tripp's kisses. I could spend hours fantasizing about Tripp's kisses, but the reality always blows them out of the water. We're barely a breath away from each other when my father's voice stops us in our tracks.
"You kids ready?"
he calls tiredly, emerging from his office with Nina. We shoot to our feet.
"Yes, sir,"
Tripp says, lacing his fingers through mine and whispering, "Rain check," into my ear as we follow them into the elevator. Tripp's parents are waiting in a long black limousine parked at the curb. Not a single word is exchanged during the blessedly short ride to the Waldorf Astoria, although each awkward minute feels like a year. Outside the tinted windows, a misty drizzle lands on the cool night air, and I pull my wrap tightly around my bare shoulders as the door is opened by a uniformed liveryman. In my mind, tonight was all about me, and the me I've become with Tripp, one half of a confident, picture-perfect couple. But tonight's argument has underscored a fact my teenaged mind is only just beginning to understand, that nothing is ever quite as it seems. Debutante balls have little to do with the debutantes themselves, and there's absolutely no need for a coming-out party for someone who's only gone a few blocks. Even so, I walk beside Tripp on the red carpet, smiling for the photographers arranged on the sidewalk, feeling like a celebrity on my way to accept an Oscar. Not because I'm acting, but because this night already feels so surreal. Going home with a golden statue doesn't seem beyond the realm of possibility. But what I already have is better than any award. I have Tripp Montgomery. And by the end of the night, he'll have me, too.
Chapter 6. Tripp. I want to punch the guy on the other side of Jolie. Sure, I knew coming into this that debutantes have 2 escorts, 1 civilian and 1 military, in theory, but in reality I'm not a fan. The cadet from West Point hasn't said a word to me or to Jolie as far as I can tell, but it pisses me off that another dude is a part of this event at all. I never saw him before tonight, and I don't expect to see him after, but his military bearing and crew cut rub me the wrong way. Is Jolie looking at him? Is she into him? Fucking bullshit if you ask me. Not that anyone has, of course, which is the reason for my silent fuming. Is this what jealousy feels like? As if someone's wrapped my balls in saran wrap and then vacuum sealed them? I've never been jealous of anyone or anything. Until tonight. Until I walked into a room with the most gorgeous girl I've ever seen, the sweetest lips I've ever kissed, only to be bookended by some military school brown-noser. As if I'm not enough. When you grow up like I have, a scion of Midas, as I was called in a recent article lamenting the old boys network that still rules Wall Street, it's damn hard to break out of the assumption that my worth rises and falls with the funds in my family's coffers. And even harder to shatter the stereotype that descendants of great men have neither the ambition nor the drive to succeed on their own terms. I understand why some might lump me into that category. Hell, I only have to look around at my classmates and fraternity buddies to know it's usually the truth. The kids I grew up with in the insulated bubble of the Upper East Side, they don't work nearly as hard and are usually only half as smart as the scholarship kids. The ones who bust their asses to get where I landed because of my last name. My grades and scores and accomplishments are enough to get me into Columbia on my own, I know that, but I never even had the chance to try. My father simply made a call to the Ivy League alma mater attended by generations of Montgomerys. I'm Remington Owen Montgomery, the fucking third. All that means to me is that my parents were too lazy to come up with their own name. I know, Crimea River, starving people in Ethiopia, unsafe drinking water in Africa, and in New York, a city with more billionaires than anywhere else in the world, whole families living below the poverty line. My complaints are ridiculous in the scheme of things. No doubt I've won the genealogical lottery. But will it ever be enough? Will I ever be enough? Jolie and I spend a few hours mingling with the crowd, and I watch her curtsy so many times that I have to catch myself from mimicking the gesture. Then we're led up to the balcony overlooking the dance floor for dinner. Me on one side of Jolie, and G.I. Joe Jr. on her other. The guy is a fucking barnacle. Finally, after Jolie is officially presented, we walk Jolie to her father and the guy peels away. Mr. Chapman shakes my hand as the music changes from some sort of a march to a song you can actually dance to. Don't worry, son. I'll bring her back safe and sound. They join all the other fathers and Debs, the parquet floor a sea of white and black. I wait impatiently at the perimeter for the song to end so I can finally put my arms around Jolie's waist, dip my head into that tempting nook between her throat and shoulder, breathe in the elusive perfume that's been teasing me all night. Feeling someone come up beside me, I bristle. Mr. Military better not be back with his shiny brass buttons, thinking he's going to dance with my girl. Turning my head, I'm surprised to discover it's my father. His face is ashen, and he's clenching and unclenching his jaw, eyes not on me, but on the jumble of bodies attempting to waltz. "Dad," I prod, reaching out to grasp his arm. "Are you okay? Want to go sit down?" Only a slight twitch in his profile gives any indication that he's heard me. "I'm sorry," he says, so quietly I almost don't hear him. For what, I want to ask, but I never get the chance. He turns away and disappears into the crowd just as the song ends. Thoughts of my father fall away the moment Jolie is standing in front of me, a huge smile on her stunning face. Something inside me loosens, and I grin right back. "You're all mine now?" "That depends," she says, her voice light and teasing. "On what?" We head back onto the dance floor, and I waste no time wrapping my arms around her lithe frame. "On whether you're planning to take good care of me." Barely contained by the thick black fringe of Jolie's lashes, a sapphire sea stares back at me, the color so intense I could dive in and never reach the bottom. I dip my head, nipping at her earlobe as I whisper, "Oh, I have a plan, all right." Pulling back, I decide to take her lifted eyebrows as a sign of encouragement. "But it's all up to you, Jolie. You know that, right?" Falling into step, we merge with the other couples on the floor. Jolie is light on her feet and feels so right within my arms, like she belongs there. "Tell me about your plan." "Well, we are in a hotel, and both of our parents are expecting us to bounce around the after-parties until dawn at least." She gives a slight nod of her head, lips curving upward in a mysterious half-smile. I pause, struck by a moment of doubt. Am I being too presumptuous? Too forward? Jolie isn't even 18 yet and still in high school. I'm nearly 20, halfway through my second year of college. The last thing I want to do is push her into something she isn't ready for. What we have is special. She is special. I don't want to ruin that. Not for just one night. Not for anything. "You know what?" I backpedal. "Never mind. Let's go to the after-parties instead." She shakes her head, that half-smile turning into a full-fledged grin, eyes twinkling brightly. "Oh, no, you're not getting off the hook that easily. I want to hear about this plan of yours. You never know. I might just like it." The band launches seamlessly into another song, and I slow my steps. Well, in my pocket there's a key card. "To a room? Here?" She doesn't look nervous or angry. "Yes, but we don't have to stay. Or we could invite a few of your friends upstairs, get room service." Jolie swivels her head at the other girls in white dresses swirling around us. "Who? The other Debs? According to Nina, they're supposed to be part of my network." She says the word like it's been dipped in salt. "They're not my friends." "Oh, okay. Well, then, after this is over, can we go upstairs together? Just me and you?" Swallowing the heavy lump of anticipation in my throat, I concentrate on not jumping up and down, pumping my fist in the air. "Sure, we can do that." My pants are suddenly too tight for comfort, making it a challenge to keep moving my feet through a rigid set of steps and navigating around the crowded dance floor without stepping on Jolie's pretty little toes or plowing into another couple. Even so, we spend the rest of the night there, mostly because I can't bear to let Jolie out of my arms. Eventually, I feel a tap on my shoulder and turn around to face Mr. Chapman. There are only a few couples left on the dance floor, but we step to the side anyway. Jolie's father looks as tense as mine was, and Nina doesn't look much better. "We have to go someplace. I'm not sure when we'll be home." He glances at me. "You'll take care of my little girl tonight? Make sure she gets home safe?" "Of course." I nod, feeling like a complete heel for the way I'm planning to spend the night, wrapped up in Jolie's mile-long legs. Not what our father intended, I'm sure. "Daddy, it's nearly midnight. Where are you?" "It will be fine, sweetheart. Just some business I need to take care of." Jolie glances at me, her small hand squeezing mine. "There are a few parties. I'm not sure when we'll be home." "That's fine. I don't know when we'll be home either. I want you to have a good time. This is your night." I glance around at what's left of the crowd, wondering where my parents are. "Have you seen my—" "They've left," he barks, before I can finish my question. Nina addresses me without meeting my gaze. "I'm sure they meant to say goodbye. They probably just didn't want to interrupt." Jolie hugs her father and stepmother, and then they leave. I don't bother leading her back onto the dance floor. "Something is going on, Trip." Her concern echoes mine. Yeah, I just wish we knew what it was. Jolie shakes her head, a tendril of hair floating around her face, catching in the crease of her lips. I gently smooth it away. I don't, she says, because if it's big enough for us to hear more than an argument from behind closed doors, that's not a good thing. As we leave the gilded ballroom behind, I have a sour feeling in the pit of my stomach that whatever it is won't remain behind closed doors for long.
Chapter 7. Jolie. My debutante ball is over, but my night is just beginning. Tripp leads me to the bank of elevators. Concerns about his parents or my parents or anything other than us slipping further from my mind with each passing minute. When the doors open on the floor of the hotel room Tripp must have reserved earlier today, I flash a nervous smile his way.
We don't have to.
But I don't wait for him to finish his sentence, stepping into the corridor and turning back to face him with a rustle of satin and tulle. You coming? Tripp Montgomery is so gorgeous it almost hurts to look at him. Desire is carved into the broad planes and sharp angles of his face. Excitement into the aristocratic sweep of his brows and the chiseled curve of his lips. A kaleidoscope of butterflies swirl and soar within my stomach, their delicate wings stirring up those very same emotions inside me. I don't tear my gaze from his face until he joins me, grabbing for my hand. By unspoken agreement, we break into a jog, our laughter echoing within the narrow hallway. It isn't long before Tripp pulls up short, fumbling in his pocket for a key card. Impatience winds around my ribs as my breath is reduced to shallow stitches of air. My lungs are already operating at a disadvantage because of the tight corset that forms the bodice of my dress, a corset that has become a cage for the beating heart trying to break free from my chest. There is a metallic slide, a quiet click, then a twist of the handle. I start to step over the threshold, but Tripp gathers me into his arms with an eager grin, the outer edge of his strong thigh holding the door open. I'm lifted, cradled against his chest like the most precious of packages. "What are you doing?" I ask, the lilt of my voice sounding like the purest happiness, even to my own ears.
Carrying my girl over the threshold.
Another giggle breaks free from my lips. I think that's only a tradition for brides and grooms. Tripp plants a tender kiss on the tip of my nose, the full skirt of my dress swishing as the air rushes through the closing door.
I'm as committed to you as if I've spoken vows, Jolie. You know that, right?
Some of the intoxication of the moment recedes, clarity adding definition to the images forming in my mind. Tripp stands just inside the room, not moving further toward the bed, but not letting me go either. Can he feel me swooning inside? Yes, I whisper. I know. And I feel the exact same way. My lips find his, seeking out the warmth of his breath, the taste of his mouth, the potency of his kiss. I sigh as our tongues slide and tangle, probe and parry. There's a restrained hunger to Tripp's kisses tonight, as if he knows what we're about to share, but is holding himself in check, so that I'm the one giving, rather than him taking. His arms relax, just enough for me to slide along the smooth fabric of his suit until I'm standing on my own 2 feet. I pull back to stare at him, not caring that my hair came unbound from its carefully constructed knot an hour ago, and he's just kissed the last of my lipstick off. I feel like I'm living a fairy tale right now. A frown pushes its way between Tripp's brows.
Does that mean you're going to run off at the stroke of midnight, and I'll have to hunt you down with only a forgotten shoe as proof that this actually happened?
I shake my head, feeling loosened tendrils sweep across the sensitive skin of my neck and back. No way. I would never be crazy enough to run away from my Prince Charming. A suspended moment of connection passes between us in the darkened room, lit only by the glow of the Manhattan skyline shining through the windows. A mutual understanding. We might only have this hotel room for tonight, but what we have is special and serious, made to last. A forever fairy tale. Tripp spins me gently, and from the mirror hanging on the wall across from where we stand, I watch as he works to free me from the white scaffolding of my dress. His face is in shadow, but I can make out the sharp set of his profile, the intense air of concentration required to release the hook and eye closure, and complicated combination of tiny buttons and delicate zippers. The moment my dress is loose enough to wriggle from, I do. Naked, but for a wisp of sheer lace underwear at the apex of my thighs, I turn back to Tripp, my dress a frothy wedding cake clinging to my calves. I push at the tuxedo jacket covering his shoulders until it races along the length of his arms to join my dress. With shaking fingers, I untie his tie, then unbutton his crisp cotton shirt until both are mere brushstrokes of black and white on the neutral carpet, and my hands are pressed against the naked heat of Tripp's muscled chest, his heartbeat thudding against my palms.
"You're the most beautiful woman in the world,"
he breathes, those calm gray eyes of his now turbulent with need. I look away, a flush warming my cheeks. I'm too tall, too skinny, too awkward. My eyes are set too far apart on my face, my lips too full. But Tripp catches my chin in his hand and gently returns my gaze to his.
"I mean it, Jolie. And it's not just the way you look. There's something so..."
He hesitates.
"There's beauty in the way I feel when I look at you. The way you make me feel. It's not... I've never..."
An embarrassed laugh rumbles from his throat.
God, I sound...
This time, I'm the one to capture his face, moving my hands up Tripp's neck to curve over his jawline, a dusting of stubble adding an abrasion to his skin. You sound perfect. Perfect for me. And he does. He is. Not just because he called me beautiful or because of his last name or lofty address. I know what Tripp means when he says he feels different on the inside when he looks at me. Because every glance of him has unfamiliar places in my body tingling. Like there's a shaken snow globe of wonder happening beneath my skin. I can't see it, but I don't need to. I feel it. I feel him. Everywhere.
Chapter 8. Tripp. All traces of the disquiet whispering through my nerves in the ballroom earlier evaporates. Standing here, all I can see, all I can hear, all I need to know is written in the curve of Jolie's lips, in the swirling mix of anticipation and attraction gleaming from her deep blue eyes. And tonight, this is what you want. I've never been with a virgin before, and I'm determined to make this moment as perfect as it can possibly be, even if that means postponing it altogether.
Yes.
Jolie's answer is certain and straightforward.
More than anything.
I place my hands on her hips, my fingers sliding beneath the lace as I pull her closer to me, the discarded dress still encircling her feet. If you change your mind at any time,
I won't.
I ignore her, the only time I intend to do so tonight. If you change your mind at any time, I'll stop. Do you understand? At any time. She blinks up at me.
Are you trying to tell me something? Do you not want to do this?
A surprised laugh rips from my lungs. I've wanted this, wanted you since that damned bachelor brunch. I lift Jolie up and lay her gently in the middle of the bed just a few feet away, setting a knee on either side of her thighs. Jolie's warm breath feathers across my face as I take a visual journey of the woman who has become my whole world. Creamy skin glowing in the dim light, fluttering pulse in the hollow of her collarbone, pink nipples furled and pointing at my chest, tiny scrap of lace hiding the bit of blonde hair at the apex of her thighs, long limbs quivering between my knees. She's a goddess spread before me, and I'm about to make her mine. I studied Jolie for several beats, imprinting the memory of this night, this love, this exact moment in my mind forever. And when I meet her gaze again, all untamed interest and nervous anticipation with just a dash of shyness, my heart stutters in my chest. Tripping over a desperate desire to make this, everything about this, as wondrously beautiful as Jolie herself. Jolie's hands loop around my neck, and I groan as she pulls me down for a kiss. We've kissed so many times in the past month, but never with so little clothing between us. Tuxedo pants, cotton boxer briefs, and a wisp of white lace is all that remains of our wardrobe. And it's too much. Way too much. I jerk back before I lose myself to the temptation of Jolie's sweet sighs and silken tongue, fumbling with my belt buckle and zipper and shoving them from my hips. Pausing only long enough to grab the condoms from my pocket, I toss my pants in the general vicinity of our discarded clothing. My dick is naked and throbbing so hard it hurts. Jolie lifts up on her elbows to look at me, the first streaks of fear crossing her face as the reality of what is about to go where takes hold. I force myself to stay still, to let her look, let her think, to let Jolie savor this moment, or stop it altogether. I might need to take a cold shower, but I will not break my promise to Jolie. Not tonight, not ever. But then Jolie's eyes find their way to mine again, her elbows slowly sliding outward until her head is cushioned by the mattress. "Come back," she whispers. The breath rushes from my lungs as I spread myself over her, my cock cradled between her hips, pulsing against her belly. I cover her with kisses, licks, tiny scrapes of my teeth all over her face, her mouth, her neck, moving lower until I can feast on her breasts. They're perfect, not quite handfuls, and Jolie wriggles and squirms as I lavish them with the attention they so deserve, barely holding back from rutting against her as her movements put pressure and friction against the part of my anatomy that's about to explode. I only stop when I know one more second is all it will take to have me spurting against her thigh. Jolie's disappointed moan is still ringing in my ears when I slide off the bed and pull down her panties. They're soaked. "Thank fuck," I grunt, the words lost between her thighs as I spread her legs and throw them over my shoulders. My tongue meets her wet heat for one long lick, and Jolie's surprised squeak gives way to a gasp. Jesus, she even tastes like innocence. Pure, undiluted sweetness. I've wanted to do this 100 times in the past month, but I wasn't sure that Jolie was ready. And maybe in the back of my mind, I wanted to save this first for tonight. After my initial taste, I pull back for a moment, spreading Jolie's puffy pink lips to take in the beautiful view in front of me. Parting her glistening seam with my thumbs to expose her folds, lifting the hood that just barely covers her plump clit, so swollen and juicy, practically begging for my mouth. And the opening below that looks impossibly small, impossibly tight. There is a painful wrench inside my gut, a twisted part of me that knows just how fucking good that tightness will feel. But first, I'm going to make Jolie feel so fucking good. I spread my mouth over Jolie's clit, her heels tapping out a desperate beat on my back, her muscles quivering beneath the press of my tongue on this most intimate part of her body. Her thighs clench around my head as I lick and suck every ounce of pleasure from her. "Trip! Oh my God, Trip! Ah!" Words cartwheel from her lips. My name, God's, syllables that don't make sense and pleas that do. All of it is music, the most delicious sounds I've ever heard, a sensual harmony that makes me even harder. I'm gentle when I slip a finger inside Jolie, barely able to squeeze two, curving them inside her to rub that sweet spot against the front wall of her pussy. Jolie's inner muscles clutch my fingers as a climax slams into her, her body rocking wildly, her thighs a vice around my face. I drink her orgasm in, licking every sweet drop, feeding off her release until her body finally goes slack. Kissing my way back up her body, I maintain a distance between Jolie's skin and my cock, not wanting her to know how desperate I am for my own release. But the moment my mouth meets hers, Jolie reaches for me, tugging in a way that nearly has me doing just that. Her eyes fly open as I jerk away from her touch. "What's wrong?" "Not a damn thing," I answer, this time grabbing for her wrists and holding them captive over her head so I can stare into her face. "You doing okay?" Jolie's lips curve into an incredulous grin. "Yeah, that was... Wow, you're good at that." I'm not sure how to respond. Practice makes perfect doesn't seem quite right. So I kiss her instead, communicating with heated breaths and a tender tongue in the press of my mouth and the clench of my heart. "Can you taste yourself?" I groan the question against her lips. "You taste so good, so sweet. I don't need anything else. Just tasting you is enough." But Jolie makes a whimpering sound of protest. Wrapped around my back, her ankles pull me forward until the tip of my throbbing cock is aimed exactly where my mouth was. "Oh, no, Trip. I want this. I want you." My vision blurs at the edges as I stare into hypnotic blue orbs that have surely cast a spell on me, rich blue rims blending with the deep onyx of her pupils. My hands shake as I rip open the condom wrapper and sheath myself in latex. "I'm going to hurt you," I say, my voice dripping with regret as I look away from the narrow opening between Jolie's spread thighs and into her upturned face. There's a resolute set to her features, want swirling in her eyes. Only the slight bob of her throat betrays her nerves as she swallows. "It's okay." A shuddering exhale steals my breath. "But I swear on my life, it will be the first and last time I'll ever hurt you." "Then for the love of God, hurt me, just this once. Make me yours, Trip." There's a pull and twist deep inside me, somewhere between my heart and my dick, my soul maybe, that shears off. Because it isn't mine anymore. It belongs to Jolie Chapman. I belong to Jolie Chapman. I'm hers and she's mine. For now, forever. I line up the crown of my cock with the seam I'm about to split apart, notching it just between her lips but not actually inside her yet. She stiffens slightly as I lower myself so that my chest covers hers, my hands tucking beneath her head. "Kiss me," I say. But Jolie doesn't need my urging. Her lips are already open, her tongue already seeking mine. I close my mouth over hers, bucking my hips just enough to breach her opening. I swallow her tiny squeal, holding still even as my muscles shake from the need to thrust and rut and sheath myself within her. Deepening our kiss, I slowly push forward until I encounter the barrier that will cause her the most pain. Sliding a hand between our bodies, I find that still swollen sensitive nub just above where we're connected and draw circles over it with my thumb until Jolie's hips are swiveling too, mimicking my movements. Without giving any indication that I'm about to thrust forward, I do. This time her yell isn't contained within our mouths. I hear it, loud and clear. I go still. "Shit, I'm sorry." A single tear clings to the corner of Jolie's eyes, but she shakes her head, sending the droplet streaking down her temple where it dissolves into her hairline. "Don't stop, Trip. Please." Hating myself for the relief that sluices through my veins, I kiss the damp patch, tasting the salt of her tear as I push further into her wet heat. By the time every inch of me is sheathed within Jolie, she's moving her hips again. Tentatively at first, then assertively. Urgently. I pull out just to the tip, then roll my hips forward in a gentle rhythm, watching her face for signs of discomfort. There are none. That initial pain has lost its hold on her. I can finally let go too. Giving into my instincts, I dive into the deep well of pleasure contained within Jolie's body. It's as if a clock is ticking deep inside my belly, or maybe a bomb. A relentless metronome of bliss that grows ever louder with each thrust. Thrusts Jolie is meeting, her movements mirroring mine. Our bodies only briefly separating before crashing together again. And again, and again. At this angle, I'm rubbing against her clit with every thrust, the head of my cock kissing that spot I found with my fingers earlier. There is blood on Jolie's thighs and mine, making the deep slide even wetter. She cries out, a soft mule of surprised wonder, the grip of her cunt so impossibly tight, so impossibly hot. Everything is better with Jolie. Talking, kissing, just fucking existing. And as Jolie's movements turn frenzied, as the pressure inside me squeezes harder, as my name on Jolie's lips becomes a shout, I finally succumb entirely. Slumped over her panting body, barely bracing my weight on my forearms, I fall into the azure blue ocean contained within Jolie's eyes, and at the very bottom, I'm overcome by a simmering awareness that this is about more. More than sex, more than two teenagers fulfilling a physical need as old as time. I'm in love with Jolie Chapman.
Chapter 9. Jolie. We leave the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in the early hours of the morning, the sky just beginning to brighten. Early, but still later than we planned. Tripp tells the cab to keep the meter running while he walks me to my door. We don't even make it past the lobby when he pulls up short, his attention drawn to the array of newspapers freshly laid out on a long glass table, separating two burgundy leather Chesterfield sofas.
Jesus fucking Christ!
His voice, a shocked rasp, gritted and rough, is unfamiliar to me. Still wrapped up in my just had sex for the first time with the most amazing guy in the world haze, I curl into his side, my eyes going straight to Tripp's face rather than the source of his alarm. What's wrong? Whatever I need to know, I want to hear it coming from Tripp's delicious mouth. His hand loops around my waist, pulling me close.
It has to be a mistake,
he breathes, still not looking at me. Mistake? The word is completely at odds with my state of mind. Nothing about last night was a mistake. Tearing my gaze away from Tripp's profile, I force myself to look down, to see for myself what stopped him in his tracks. My attention is drawn immediately to a photograph that was obviously taken last night. Tripp and I are holding hands, grins on our faces and eyes on each other. Nina and Tripp's mother are looking toward us too. Our fathers, however, are glaring at each other, their expressions grim. The headline shouts, "High-class thieves," and just below, in slightly smaller font but still obnoxiously bold, MC Partners, the next Madoff? Oxygen leaves my lungs in a rush, letters blurring together as I struggle to take them in. Thieves? Madoff? It has to be a mistake. It has to be. Snatching the paper to his chest, Tripp walks over to the building attendant sitting quietly behind a desk and slips him a bill from his pocket, asking him to pay the cab driver idling out front. Holding my numb hand, he leads me onto an elevator. At the door to my apartment, he takes my purse and digs around for my key, fitting it into the lock and pushing me gently forward. For a moment, I cling to the naive hope that Nina will be perched on the couch with a cup of coffee in her hands, eagerly waiting to hear about the best night of my life. But an eerie silence fills the foyer, our footsteps falling soft and quiet on the hand-knotted rugs covering the marble floor. Looking up at the staircase I descended less than 12 hours ago, I feel nothing like the carefree young girl I was, almost as if I've aged 50 years in less than 5 minutes. That headline. What does it mean? What have we stolen? In New York City, to be compared to Bernie Madoff, convicted of running the largest Ponzi scheme in history, is the kiss of death. On the spectrum of insults, it falls somewhere below cannibalism and above pedophilia. Is it a prank? A way for my friends to tease me about the whole debutante thing? But even as the thought crosses my mind, I discard it. No teenager would have access to those photographs yet, and no one I know would wake up at the crack of dawn on a Sunday to plant a paper in my lobby. Definitely not a prank. Which means that just about everyone I know will wake up and see it too. The thought is horrifying. If today was a school day, the story would be broken up into juicy, bite-sized pieces and hurled through the halls like bits of confetti. Each piece of information, whether fact or rumor, examined and shared among my classmates. High-class thieves. MC partners, the next Madoff. It doesn't make any sense. My father isn't a liar or a cheat. I would know, somehow. School is going to be torture. There's only another week left of holiday break, and a headline like that doesn't appear one day and get buried the next. How many other newspapers and websites will carry the story by then? Inwardly, I cringe at the selfishness of my thoughts. What about my father and Nina, Tripp's parents? I'm worried about what my friends will think, and they're... Where are they? I turn to Tripp. I don't think anyone's home. Not even our housekeeper works on Sundays.
Want me to stay with you?
If you don't think your parents would mind. We both look at each other, realizing that our parents have bigger issues than worrying about where their teenage children are right now.
I don't think they'd mind,
he says simply. Can I get you something to drink? Are you hungry?
No, I'm good.
Hand in hand, we walk to the same settee we sat in last night, below the big window overlooking Park Avenue. Glancing through the panes of glass, I wonder how many people on our street have newspapers delivered straight to their door. How many of them are reading it right now, while tucking into smoked salmon or scrambled eggs, sipping their morning coffee. Will they wonder if the accusations are true, or take them as fact because they're right there in black and white? I don't bother voicing my question to Tripp. I already know the answer. Do you think our dads are in jail right now? He inhales, breathing out slowly.
I don't think so. They're probably in a room full of lawyers deciding who to sue first.
He reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone, the blank screen a reminder that it died hours ago. So did mine. Do you want to come up to my room? We can go online, try to figure out what's going on. Tripp glances toward the stairs, dousing the beginnings of a smile with a dose of seriousness.
I do, but I think I should wait down here.
I raise my eyebrows slightly. After what we just did, hanging out together in my bedroom fully clothed seems tame. Okay, I'm going to go change. I'm still wearing my frothy confection of a dress. And I'll come back with my laptop and charger, okay? He nods, brandishing the paper he took from the lobby.
I guess we should start by reading the article.
Another glimpse of the front page photograph sends me scurrying for the stairs. You can fill me in when I get back downstairs. Maybe we misinterpreted it. Last night, Nina helped me get dressed, carefully zipping me into my gown and fastening the hook and eye closures that I couldn't manage on my own. Tripp only helped me with the zippers this morning, so with a fair amount of wriggling, I'm able to get out of it on my own. Pausing, I scrutinize my naked body in the floor-length mirror that stands in a corner of my room. I'm not a virgin anymore, yet I look exactly the same as I did yesterday. There are a few reddened spots, and Tripp gave me a hickey on the back of my neck, or at least that's what he told me, but I can't see it. As I pull on a fresh pair of underwear, I wonder how I would be feeling right now if Tripp didn't notice that newspaper headline downstairs. Or even better, if there wasn't a headline at all. Dressing in jeans and a sweater, I brush my teeth and hair in the adjoining bathroom, then gather up my laptop and iPhone charger before heading back downstairs. Tripp is still reading the paper, or maybe rereading already, so I take his dead phone from the table and plug it in. When it comes to life, it starts dinging and buzzing like an old-fashioned arcade game. I guess mine will do the same soon. I'm not in any rush to find out. Apparently, Tripp isn't interested in his phone either because he doesn't even look at it. I sit down in the sofa opposite him, my computer unopened as I wait for him to finish. The newspaper makes a rustling noise as he sets it down, lining up the pages and then folding it back into a neat rectangle.
Do you want to read it for yourself?
I shake my head, not wanting to touch the paper. No, not really. Can you just tell me about it instead? Tripp closes his eyes, pushing the heels of his hands against his closed lids and arching his spine until the back of his head is pressed against the window.
It's bad, Jolie.
Taking his hands away, he leans forward again, blinking at me owlishly.
Really bad.
I shift on the couch cushion, worry settling like a lead weight in my stomach. A minute passes, eventually broken by a long, slow sigh from Tripp's drawn lips. He runs his hands through his hair, snapping his head to the side to crack his neck. That's a new gesture, something I haven't seen him do before. I figure it's a sign of stress.
Everything our fathers built, the legacy I thought I would inherit and pass on to my children one day, is about to go up in flames.
Surely he's exaggerating. Tripp, come on, it can't be that...
They're saying that our fathers are the next Bernie Madoff, that they stole millions.
He pauses, swallowing heavily before correcting himself.
No, hundreds of millions, possibly billions.
No, it's a lie, a dirty, vicious lie. He shrugs.
If there's anything I've learned from working all those afternoons and summers in the office, and from the economics and political policy classes I've taken, it's this. Reality is irrelevant. All that matters is perception.
He picks up the paper and waves it at me.
Whether it's true or not, this is our new reality.
Rumors at school I can deal with, but my father branded a criminal? The next Madoff? It's too much to absorb. I'm desperate to cling to yesterday's reality, when Tripp and I were the heir and heiress to a gilded legacy, not thrones built of lies. But if it's not true, then how can it matter?
Tomorrow morning, every client of MC Partners will pull their account. Without clients and the cash deposits they sign over as collateral, we won't have access to credit. Without credit, MC Partners is nothing but a sign on a door, a logo.
I concentrate on taking deep breaths, trying to think with a clear head. So our fathers will build a new company. They've had 20 years of success. If they want to retire and enjoy the rest of their lives, they can. And if not, they'll start over and build something even better.
Not in this town. A failure like this, a company as big as theirs, even if they don't go to jail, no one will ever give them a second chance.
The laugh that escapes his mouth is a bitter cackle.
And my name will be as dirty as my father's.
Jail. I deliberately ignore the ugly word. No one will blame you for this, I insist.
Really?
His stare is bleak and unblinking, his thoughts wide open for me to see. It was Bernie Madoff's 2 sons that turned him in. They've been steadfast in their claims of innocence, but no one really believes them. In the eyes of the world, they're guilty as sin. Like father, like son. But I fight against Tripp's dire prediction, grasping for any bit of light in the looming darkness. Maybe not, but I know you. You're smart and determined, and you're not a quitter. In this moment, Tripp looks so much like his father, but in a good way. Serious and proud, without the bluster and arrogance the older man has acquired over the years. And I also know that our fathers built that company together. They've given their whole lives over to it. They won't go down without a fight, Trip. I don't believe they're crooks. And I won't believe that this situation is as bad as you think it is. Just this once, let perception be worse than reality.
Chapter 10. Trip. I hope you're right, because if even a word of this story is true, their entire company is built on lies and greed. I can hear the anger in my voice. It spread thin across several targets. My father, the reporter, the entire culture of Wall Street, where risk is rewarded and you're only as good as your last trade. Pale and quiet, Jolie clutches her laptop to her chest, as if it might shield her from the barbs I'm throwing her way. I toss the paper back on the table, headline facing down, and move to sit beside her. One by one, tears begin sliding down Jolie's cheeks, dripping off her thick black lashes and vaulting onto high cheekbones, streaking her perfect porcelain skin. Shit. I've gone too far. I pry the laptop from her grasp and gather her in my arms, softening my tone. There has to be some kind of explanation. Our fathers aren't criminals. The word tastes sharp and acidic on my tongue. Even so, I wish I swallowed it instead of saying it aloud, where it hangs in the air of the empty room, echoing inside my ears. I've been to my father's office 1,000 times over the years, probably more. The trading floor is real. MC Partners isn't huge by Big Bang standards, but they lease several floors of one of the nicest buildings downtown and recruit employees from Ivy League schools. How can it all be a lie? Jolie nods, leaning into me and wiping at her face with trembling hands. I grab at the pocket square that was tucked inside my tux, and she takes it with a mumbled word of thanks. Dropping a kiss on top of Jolie's head, I breathe in the scent of her hair. Apples and some kind of flower I can't name. They'll figure it out. I'm sure of it. It's a lie. A lie Jolie needs from me right now. But I follow it up with a truth, something I'm absolutely certain of. I love you, Jolie. She stiffens in my arms, pulling away from me.
You don't have to say that, you know? I don't regret what we did last night.
Her voice is hesitant and husky. I tip Jolie's chin up and kiss her softly on lips still full and puffy from hours of kissing last night and this morning. I'm only saying it because I mean it. I love you, Jolie Chapman. The next 5 seconds of silence feel like the longest of my life. Our faces are barely an inch apart, and her breath is sweet and minty on my mouth. I can see a few pale freckles, the tiniest of cinnamon sprinkles, scattered across the bridge of her nose. Little remnants of childhood that will be completely washed away in another year or two. By taking Jolie's virginity, I erased one of those last links myself. It's a strange feeling to look at her now and know what I've done, almost as if I smoked a cigarette in heaven, a guilty pleasure, but pollution nonetheless. If Jolie doesn't feel the same way about me, she might not regret what we've done yet, but one day she will. The thought is agonizing.
Hey.
Feeling her light caress on my cheek, I refocus my gaze on Jolie's face, seeing the concern etched into her features.
Where'd you go?
I push the anxious speculation away. Sorry.
Did you hear what I said?
I blink. No. A faint laugh trickles from her mouth.
Good, because that would have been a terrible response.
What did you say?
That I love you too? I think a part of me fell for you the second I saw you at that dumb bachelor brunch. You acted like you hadn't been dragged there, like we were in it together, a team. And the way you did just enough to humor our parents without the slightest bit more. She shrugs. You're only 2 years older than me, but it's like you already have everything figured out. It's...
She ducks her head, a flush creeping onto her cheeks.
Appealing.
The tension of the past hour drains out of me, leaving me almost giddy. We were in it together, and we got out of it together too, just like we'll get out of this mess. She lifts her head, her features arranged in a solemn expression.
Promise?
Promise. Whatever happens, we're in it together. She blinks once, then nods.
I don't know what I'd be doing right now if it weren't for you.
Sliding an arm beneath Jolie's legs, I drag them over mine and then curl my hand around the back of her neck, my fingers plunging into the thick mass of hair at her scalp. "Probably not this," I mumble, pulling her toward me. She opens her mouth on a sigh, that minty sweet tongue of hers sliding over mine. I kiss the breath out of her, giving her air as she takes mine. Such a heady feeling. I've kissed plenty of girls before, but none have ever tasted as good as Jolie Chapman. Her palms slide up my chest, narrow thumbs fitted against my neck, my pulse racing beneath them. I want to undress her, take her right here on the living room couch. "Jolie," I pull away, her name a groan. She slides off my lap, tugging at my hand. "Come on." I don't necessarily want Jolie's parents to come home and find us in her bedroom, but walking in on us making out in their living room is hardly a better option. I follow her up the stairs and into a bedroom decked out in a dozen shades of pink. Pink walls, pink carpet, pink curtains, and a pink canopy bed with 24 pink pillows on it. Without hesitation, Jolie leads me straight to it. It isn't until we're both naked that I realize I don't have any condoms left. We used them all last night. My gut twists with disappointment. We can't. I break off to kiss her again with regret this time. Jolie's eyes are glazed over. "We can't?" "Not unless you have..." Understanding dawns and she shakes her head. "Can't you just..." She blushes. "You know." I know what she's asking. Bracing myself on my forearms, my dick throbs between her thighs. "Are you sure?" I'm not worried about an STD from Jolie, and I've never had sex without a condom before. "I'm clean," I say. "Me too." Her legs edge further apart, the invitation obvious, an invitation I'm not strong enough to resist. I lower my hips, centering myself over her, dragging just the crown through her center, her warmth as insistent and yielding as quicksand. Jolie arches her back, a moan shuddering from her open mouth. I sink a little deeper, gritting my teeth. There's no such thing as bad sex, but sex with Jolie without anything between us? Nothing on earth should feel this good. Pleasure sparks, blazing a path across my skin, burning so hot I have no doubt it will leave scars. I'll be marked by Jolie forever. Not that I mind. Her nails dig into my shoulders, her deep blue gaze locking onto my face. Trust and temptation swirling inside those eyes, so damn beautiful, so fucking irresistible. I slide all the way home, my heart lurching from an impact that goes beyond physical. Beneath me, Jolie squeaks and I edge back. "You okay?" She blinks, a determined smile trembling on her pouty lips. "I will be. Keep going." Shit, she has to be sore. I dip my head, finding a sweet spot just between Jolie's collarbones and neck, letting my teeth graze her delicate skin as I slowly pull out. Jolie arches her back, a strangled groan slipping from her lips, her thighs tightening around me. I nibble along her racing pulse, dragging the plump flesh of her earlobe into my mouth and sucking gently. Another sound, this one low and needy, fills the air between us. I shift my weight back onto my knees, lifting up to glance at Jolie's face again. She's flushed, her eyes glassy and so dark they're practically navy. "Please," she whispers, her ankles locked at the lowest part of my back, heels pressing into the muscles of my ass. Damn, this girl steals my breath. I rock back inside her slow and deep. Her chin lifts, a gasp dragging oxygen into her mouth, her chest swelling, breasts pushing into me. I shift my arms, sliding my hands beneath her back and curling my fingers around her shoulders. Holding her tightly as I pull out again, push back in, setting a rhythm based on Jolie's frantic breaths, on the muscles twitching and clenching in the deepest part of her. Timing is everything. I'll be damned if I come before Jolie, but pulling out of her just before I explode is the ultimate test of self-control. It will take every ounce of concentration I have not to let go, not to lose myself in this girl, in this moment. She's sunshine and sin all wrapped up in one perfect package, a package that's trembling beneath me like a box of fireworks left near an open flame, and I'm holding the fuse in my hands. Jolie. I groan her name through bared lips, the sight of her coming apart the eighth wonder of the world.
Trip,
Her breath catches, eyes flying open in a look of surprise. All this is so new to her. I fucking love it. Love that we were sharing this together. Love her. Let go, baby, I urge. Pleasure coiling deep inside my belly, sending tremors and tingles racing along my skin. Jolie breathes out as if grasping for words. There's a wild look on her face, like she doesn't know if she should hide or give chase. I reach between us to the place we're fused, finding that swollen nub and rolling a finger over it. That's all she needs to tumble over the edge. Jolie screams my name, her nails digging into the back of my neck as my hips snap against hers. As her cry fades away, I feel a sharp release, like the opening bell announcing a frenzy of chaos. I jerk back just in time. Throbbing on Jolie's stomach, I lower my forehead to hers, relieved that I've managed to keep myself in check, that I haven't broken my promise. I will never betray Jolie's trust in me. Ever. I start to get up, looking for a towel or something to clean the mess I've left on her flawless skin. Before I can put a foot on the floor, she grabs my wrist with one hand and a small square pillow with the other, just one of the army that tops her four-poster bed.
I never really liked this one anyway.
I was going to get
I know, but if you get out of bed, you'd probably wind up getting dressed.
Her lips form an irresistible pout.
Stay with me.
What if Nina and your dad come home?
Please.
She gives another tug.
Just a little while longer.
I relent. I can't deny anything Jolie asks of me right now. Her glossy hair is scattered on the pillow and sheets, framing her glowing, sex-drunk face. A beautiful angel begging me to stay. Just for a little while. I settle back down on the mattress, sliding my arm beneath Jolie's neck and running my fingers through her hair. She turns to me, nestling her forehead in the well between my shoulder and neck, her shallow breaths skating over my bare chest. A groan slips free as one of her legs straddles my thigh, the sole of her foot rubbing the inside of my calf. Jolie, if you keep doing that, I'm not going to be able to just lie here next to you. She gives a low, sleepy laugh that has my heart sputtering.
Okay, I'll stop.
Her eyelids flutter closed, leaving butterfly kisses on my neck. I sigh. Neither of us got much sleep last night, an hour or two at the very most. Reading that headline was a shot of adrenaline, but within the cozy cocoon of Jolie's bedroom, it's fading fast. Remembering my phone that's still charging downstairs, I know everything will still be waiting for us after we get some sleep. I didn't check any of my calls or messages, but they're not going anywhere. As Jolie's breaths deepen, I give myself a few minutes before I need to slip out of her bed and get dressed. I'll leave a note and go downstairs, collect my phone, then head back to my parents' apartment. For all I know, they're there and wondering where I am. I'll just lay here for a few more minutes, that's all. Just a few more minutes. A sharp scream jolts me awake before I realize that I fell asleep. I spring upright, hindered slightly by Jolie's head on my shoulder, and look for the source of the noise. Straight into Nina's outraged face. Wide awake in an instant, I glance back down at Jolie, who is rubbing her own eyes, but has yet to open them.
Jolie Marie Chapman,
Nina screeches, obviously not willing to wait for her stepdaughter to wake up on her own timetable. That does it, though. With her outstretched against me, I feel every muscle in Jolie's body contract like a deer at the first shot of a hunter's rifle.
Nina, where's Dad? What happened? We saw the paper. How is...
Nina looks at me like I'm dirt at the bottom of her shoe, then shifts her glare to Jolie.
You're lucky your father isn't here to see this. And you...
She points a trembling finger at me.
Get dressed and get home. I can't even look at you right now.
She leaves Jolie's door open as she stalks off down the hall and slams her own. Jolie turns to me, her face stricken.
You were right. This is bad, Trip. Really bad.
Chapter 11. Jolie. After Trip leaves, I get dressed and wash my face, combing my hair and pulling it back into a neat ponytail before leaving my room. Steeling myself for an angry lecture and a long grounding, I tap gently on the door to the bedroom Nina and my father share. I'm beyond embarrassed. and guilt presses heavily on my shoulders for making an already awful morning even worse. No parent or step-parent should see their high school-age daughter in bed with a boy, naked. Ever. I have whiplash from the high of last night to the low of this morning's headline. From falling asleep in Tripp's arms to waking up faced with Nina's outrage. Life shouldn't move this fast. At Nina's muffled, "Come in," I ease open the door. "Good morning," I begin, intending to grovel until I lose my voice. She's sitting on the kidney-shaped love seat positioned at the foot of their bed, which is still made up perfectly, as if it hasn't been slept in at all. Nina, on the other hand, looks as if she's braved a hurricane in her ball gown. "There's nothing good about this morning, Jolie," she says, wiping her nose with the back of her wrist and looking at me through mascara-smudged eyes. Her voice is so flat, I barely recognize it. "You're right, and I'm sorry about—" She waves away my apology. "Jolie, right now I can't even think about you and that Montgomery boy." Her last two words are said with such hate, I feel the vibration in my bones. I cross the room slowly, my bare feet sinking into the plush carpet, and drop to my knees in front of her. Just yesterday she was thrilled Tripp and I were dating. "What's going on, Nina? I don't understand." "It wasn't supposed to be this way," she mumbles, rubbing at her cheek. "Nina!" I grasp her knee, waiting until she looks my way. "What happened?" "Your father's been so unhappy lately. We should have been better off. But that man, that thief, he's going to destroy us all." Her eyes flash. "You need to cut all ties to the Montgomerys, Jolie. I mean it." Tears prick my eyes. Cut ties to Tripp? No. Just no. There has to be a mistake. "But Nina, why would Mr. Montgomery steal? They have plenty of money." My stepmother's laugh is a cackle. "Of course they do, but their wealth isn't really theirs. It's money Montgomery was supposed to invest, but he didn't. He decided to use it for his own ends. And now it's all wrapped up in your father's side of the business, which is legitimate. Not that anyone will ever believe that." She throws her hands up. "You know what? I don't even know anymore. Maybe they're both crooks." It's like a knife in my heart. "No!" Nina seems to realize that she's gone a step too far. "I'm sorry, Jolie. Come here." She opens up her arms and I fall forward, resting my chin on Nina's bare shoulder and breathing in her familiar perfume. "I didn't mean that, really. I married your father hoping to be blessed with a little girl as sweet as you. Unfortunately, even the best-laid plans go wrong sometimes." I drape my arms around Nina's neck and squeeze. She and my father have been trying to have a baby for a while now. I've watched her try everything from acupuncture and yoga to juice cleanses and holistic therapies. She's swallowed pills and injected shots that make her emotional and nauseous, and endured procedures that keep her in bed for days afterwards. "You'll get your baby one day, Nina, and my dad will be cleared. I know it." She rubs my back for a minute and pulls away. "Why don't you let me wash up and rest my eyes for a little while? The lawyers want us back in their offices later this afternoon." "Us?" "Yes. They're coming up with a strategy now, and whatever happens, your dad needs to believe we support him 100%. Do you understand?" I rise to my feet. 100%. Got it. I'm almost at the door when Nina speaks again. "There's something else." I spin around slowly, already dreading what she's going to say. "Sure." "No answering the phone. No talking to anyone, even your friends. Even Tripp."
She grimaces.
Especially Trip.
I swallow, nodding slightly, even as I keep one hand behind my back, crossing my fingers. A childish gesture, but there's no way I can get through this without Trip. He's the only one who knows exactly what I'm dealing with right now. Ducking out of her room, I hurry down the hall and close my door behind me, locking it before throwing myself back on my bed and reaching for my phone. A text is already waiting for me. Trip.
Hey, you okay?
Jolie. Yeah, I just went in to talk to Nina. Trip.
Is your dad home?
Jolie. No, just Nina. He's with his lawyers. She told me I'm not supposed to talk to you. Trip.
We can text.
A relieved sigh escapes my throat. He's right. Nina didn't say anything about texting. Jolie. Works for me. Are your parents home? Trip.
My mom was, but she just left. She said I should stay here and not go out or talk to anyone.
Jolie. So you can still text me, too. Trip.
Yep.
Jolie. I guess that's one good thing. Trip.
I can think of another good thing, but it probably won't work very well over text.
My lips twitch. Thank God for Trip. Jolie. Probably not. Trip.
Is she still mad?
Jolie. About finding us in my room? Kind of, but she's pretty preoccupied with all this other stuff. Was your mom mad you stayed out all night? Trip.
No, I don't think she even noticed.
I yearn for the freedom of college. Soon, I tell myself. Jolie. Did you ask her what's going on? Trip.
Yeah, but she didn't want to get into it. How about you?
I hesitate. Do I really want to tell Trip that Nina called his father a criminal and warned me to stay away from him? No. Jolie. Nina's upset. She's not making any sense.
Chapter 12. Trip. Trip. Turn on CNBC. I send the text as a familiar view catches my eye. It's a live video feed of the exterior of my father's office building. A sick feeling churns in the pit of my stomach as I take in the police cars and vans lining the curb, men and women wearing navy windbreakers with various three-letter acronyms written across their backs, carrying cardboard boxes overflowing with paper from the revolving door into the vans. At the bottom of the screen, a caption reads, "Ponzi scheme exposed, hundreds of millions gone." I raise the volume, even knowing I won't like what I hear. In a scandal reminiscent of Bernie Madoff, billionaire bankers James Chapman and Remington Montgomery are the alleged masterminds behind a Ponzi scheme estimated to have defrauded investors out of hundreds of millions of dollars. Estimates continue to rise, however, and the final tally could be well over $1 billion. Their plush Wall Street offices are being raided for evidence today. Charges have not yet been filed, but we expect to hear the exact nature and extent of their crimes soon. A minute later, my phone buzzes in my hand. Instead of a text, Jolie has ignored her stepmother's directive and is calling. I swipe my thumb over the screen. "Are you watching this?" "Yes," she rasps, her throat thick with tears. "Do you think it's true?" I stare at the television, the image compounded by what the reporter is saying. I don't want to. "But do you? Do you believe our fathers have stolen all that money? That they're criminals?" Hearing the pain in Jolie's voice is 1,000 times worse than listening to the reporter. "I don't want to," I repeat. It's the most honest answer I can give. A sound like a whimper comes through the speaker, and then mumbles and gasps as she cries. "They have to be wrong. My father couldn't." The words become indecipherable gurgles as she sobs. I don't know how to comfort her. What is there to say? Jolie's too smart to believe that there isn't at least a kernel of truth to a story that's taken over an entire news network. Flipping through the other news channels, my stomach sinks even lower. Not just one news network, all of them. MC Partners is all anyone is talking about. I returned to CNBC in time to listen to speculation on the specific charges and estimates of how long our fathers will spend in jail, all while Jolie softly weeps. It feels like we're on a sinking ship, the damned Titanic awaiting our doom. That the end is just a foregone conclusion as Jolie and I cling to each other, the band playing Nearer My God to Thee. What I said to her earlier this morning still holds. The court of public opinion isn't waiting for a jury verdict. It doesn't actually matter if any of the news reports are true. Our fathers are already guilty. Their business is as good as gone, their careers on Wall Street over, and their names destroyed. Which means my name is destroyed too. Jolie, listen to me for a second, okay? She sniffles. Okay. We need to stick together. This is going to get worse before it gets better, and I don't know what will happen with our fathers. All I know is... I take a breath, diving forward. All I know is how I feel about you. I love you, Jolie, and that's not going to change. Not today, and not tomorrow. Not ever. She hiccups. I love you too, Trip. So much. We're going to get through this together. We'll be fine. Jolie doesn't respond for several minutes. When she does, her voice is quiet. I don't think I'm going to be fine for a very long time. God, I wish I could take away her pain. Our pain. I can't, but I can give her forever. And I will.
Chapter 13. Jolie. Daddy! I rushed headlong into my father's arms, tears streaming down my face. We are in the swanky midtown offices of his lawyer. Although, given the number of gray-haired men in suits filling the large conference room, his lawyer has been cloned 12 times over.
Princess,
he whispers gruffly into my hair. What's going on? This is all so scary.
I know, and I'm sorry for that. So sorry.
He pulls away, his hands firmly clasping me by the shoulders.
The truth is that I'm as confused as you are.
I gesture at the people surrounding us. Are you saying this is all just a mistake? Some kind of crazy misunderstanding? My fervent hopes are dashed with one slow shake of my father's head.
No. The only mistake here is that I believed Remington Montgomery to be an ethical man. What you've read in the paper, what's been reported on TV, I'm afraid it's true. I've seen the evidence, some of it anyway. There is no defense for my lack of oversight on such a large portion of the business that bears my name. I've already agreed to help the prosecution. Hopefully they'll see fit to give me a lighter sentence.
Sentence? I clutch my stomach as a sharp pain slices me in two. You mean jail time? That makes no sense. You just said you didn't do anything.
Unfortunately, that's the problem. I didn't do anything. And because of that, Montgomery was able to steal from our clients, our friends, our family.
His eyes squeeze shut.
It's unforgivable.
Then Mr. Montgomery should go to jail, not you.
Oh, he will. And they had better send us to different prisons. I don't think I could stand seeing his face day in and day out. If I never hear his name again, it will be too soon.
Immediately I think about Trip, hating that he shares the same name as his father. Hating that, until a few hours ago, I thought it was the most beautiful name in the world. One I've spent the past few weeks doodling on the inside of my school notebooks, often preceded by Mrs. Daddy, you have to tell them that none of this is your fault. You can't go to jail. You just can't. Tears stream unchecked down my cheeks. I need you. Cupping my face between his palms, my father tenderly brushes away my tears with his thumbs.
Nina will take care of you if I can't. You're the daughter she's always wanted.
But I want you. You're my father. A suit appears at his side, whispering into his ear. His arms immediately drop to his sides.
Show me,
he says, already turning toward the conference table. A woman is seated on one end, an open laptop in front of her. On the screen is another picture from last night, taken during the ball. Tripp and I, happiness radiating from our faces as we waltzed around the dance floor. The photograph was obviously edited to make it look like we were the only ones in the room, which is fitting. In that moment, I felt as if we were the only two people in the universe. A smile creeps onto my face, my shoulders loosening. As long as Tripp is in my life, I can get through this. I'll be okay. Until she scrolls up to display the headline. Partying as parents scam. My breath snags in the back of my throat as my father lets loose a string of expletives. This isn't the only one. It's all over the internet, Mr. Chapman. Like a montage nightmare, she toggles to other pictures, other headlines. Wall Street's golden couple exposed. Having a ball as victims lose everything. A debutante does the hustle.
I've seen enough,
my father says, his voice quaking. My hand flies to my mouth. I'm so sorry. My apology is barely audible, but my father grunts an acknowledgement before he pulls out a chair and practically falls into it. I didn't realize Nina was right behind us, but she positions herself behind her husband and begins rubbing his shoulders. Obviously, we need to distance ourselves from the Montgomerys as much as possible. But the woman who showed us the news stories closes her laptop and spins around. Of course, and that's what I'm here for. She sticks her arm out, shaking hands with Nina and my father. My name is Alexandra Hutchins. I've been brought on to assist your case as an image consultant. My role is to monitor and shape public perception of you, Mr. Chapman, as well as your wife and daughter. My father's eyes flick from Alexandra to me and then back again.
I'd prefer to leave my daughter out of this.
She gives a firm shake of her head. I'm afraid that's not possible. As I just showed you, the press is clearly out for blood, and they're as willing to get it from your daughter as they are from you. And, quite frankly, her face will sell more papers than yours. His skin reddens.
She's just a kid.
She is a beautiful teenaged girl, almost 18, and a debutante. The press is having a field day with her, and they're not going to stop just because she's in high school. She's right, James, Nina says quietly. So what do we do? First of all, there can be absolutely no contact between your family and the Montgomerys. That's not fair, I cry out. Tripp has nothing to do with this. Why do I have to stop seeing him? The image consultant is unmoved. In one word, optics. It simply doesn't look good. Period. Tears well in my eyes again, and I look down at my lap, fixating on the barest beginning of a hangnail on my pinky. But I love him. Even as I say the words, I know it won't matter. They won't care. No one responds right away, and I glance at the 3 adults surrounding me, wondering if they might somehow relent. But their focus has shifted to the man who just walked into the room. His face is solemn, eyes hooded as he confers with a cluster of men standing on the opposite side of the room before breaking away from them and heading straight toward us. My father stands and they shake hands.
Mr. Chapman, I'm afraid I don't have good news. It appears that Mr. Montgomery is accusing you of planning and executing the entire scheme.
What? Nina shrieks. That's...
Impossible!
My father finishes.
He's lying. Obviously, that's something we'll argue in court. But in the meantime, the prosecutor has retracted his plea deal and is planning on charging you both as co-conspirators. Your assets have been frozen, and he'll be filing a claim on behalf of the alleged victims. But I was willing to help them and to testify against Montgomery. I know. But with Montgomery's statement, they believe you are at the very least equally liable, and are planning on prosecuting both of you to the full extent of the law.
My father drops heavily into his chair, his face practically gray.
So that's it, then. Montgomery is going to pin this all on me.
Nina sinks into the seat beside him. The government won't just take the business. They'll take everything? His grim nod offers no reassurance.
That's how it appears. But we're not going to let Montgomery get away with it. Everyone in this room is tasked with proving that you are not responsible for your partner's crimes.
A dry cackle breaks from his throat.
What's the point? Whether I'm guilty or not, my reputation is ruined. And how long can I afford paying you to fight a losing battle? You said yourself that my assets are frozen and they're going after every cent I have, plus seizing whatever isn't nailed down.
He casts sad eyes around the room.
Everything I spent a lifetime working for. It's all gone.
Chapter 14. Trip. Chapman is saying what? My father's voice is loud and strident, echoing within the glass-walled conference room. That your division of the company was solely responsible for the fraud, and he had nothing to do with it. That's bullshit! Christ, it's like he tipped off the reporter himself. He rubs at the back of his meaty neck. You call that prosecutor right now. Tell him this whole mess is Chapman's doing. See how he likes that. Dad, is that what really happened? I speak quietly, but my question pollutes the space around us with a noxious stench. Leave us, my father growls at the crowd of lawyers, his eyes boring into mine until the last one leaves the room. What the hell kind of question is that? He bellows. I draw back. What do you mean? I'm paying 12 goddamn lawyers for a defense, and no one gives a fuck what really happened. Not me, not them, and sure as hell not you. Do you understand? Yes, the situation is becoming clearer by the minute. My father is willing to do whatever it takes to get off, no matter who he destroys in the process. I give a curt nod, disgusted. Good. Now keep your mouth shut unless spoken to. Like my father, I have a temper too. Then what am I doing here? I snap. His nostrils flare as he looks down his nose at me. You've always said you want to see what I do, right? To work in the business, take it over one day. Well... He makes a sweeping gesture with his hands. Welcome to the most important lesson you'll ever learn, son. It's called Covering Your Ass 101. It's not something they teach up at Columbia, so just keep quiet and pay attention. Because if I play my cards right, you might actually have a business to inherit. If not, we can both kiss our careers goodbye. Got it? This time I merely glare. He doesn't press me, instead waving at the people clustered outside the door. They file back in, taking seats around the conference table. We have a bit of an optics problem, says one of them. My father snorts. I'm facing life in prison, and you want to talk about optics? The lawyer doesn't flinch. Your son and Chapman's daughter. They're dating? Before I can answer, my father quips, Would it help if they were? No, it wouldn't. Then they're not. I bite down on the urge to interject, wanting to see where the lawyer is going with his line of questioning. He slides a sheaf of papers across the table, and my father slams a meaty hand on the pile, dragging it toward him. Peering over his shoulder, I catch a glimpse of Jolie and me, photographs that were obviously taken last night and picked up by the media as part of the story surrounding our fathers. Grunting as he examines each one, my father then tosses the lot back on the table where they fan out across the gleaming mahogany surface. So, my son brought Chapman's daughter to a dance last night, that's all. Respectfully, Mr. Montgomery, that's not all, because that's not how it's playing in the press. It won't help your case if your son is carrying on with the daughter of the man with whom you are accused of committing the largest fraud Wall Street has ever seen. Any connection between your two families lends credence to the theory that you and Chapman are co-conspirators. Just because my son played hide the sausage, Dad! His head swivels back to me, skin flushed, veins bulging from his neck. What did I say to you? Shut your mouth and listen or get out. I stand up. Fine. I stalk out of the conference room, my phone already in my hand, thumbing off a text to Jolie as I look for the exit. But I don't get far before my mother catches up to me. Trip, wait. I stop, but only because the entire floor looks the same and I'm not sure where the exit is. I'm not going to listen to Dad talk about Jolie like that. She rubs my arm through my blazer.
Your father is under a tremendous amount of pressure right now. He just doesn't have the capacity to be politically correct. You have to cut him some slack.
Politically correct is having 10 options to choose from when it comes to gender. Hide the salami is just crass, and I'm not going to sit there while anyone, including my own father, degrades the woman I love. Instead of arguing further, my mother smiles sadly.
Jolie is a very sweet girl, but...
Mom, she holds up a hand.
But you have to realize your relationship is impossible right now. Maybe when all this is over, but right now...
Logically, I know that what she's saying makes sense, but love and logic exist at opposite ends of the spectrum, and I can't justify giving up Jolie for anyone, even my father. Mom, I'm almost 20 years old. You and Dad don't get to choose my girlfriend. She blinks several times, lips pursed, as she observes me.
Let's put a pin in that for now. Why don't I find an office for you to hang out in for a while so you can cool off?
I don't need to cool off. I'm going to go home, grab a few things, and head back to my apartment near campus.
You can't.
Her voice is quiet but firm. I pause. What do you mean I can't?
We have to stay here for a little while longer.
There's something she isn't telling me. Why?
They're executing a search warrant on our apartment right now.
I flinch, but I should have known. Fine. I have my keys in my pocket. I'll go straight uptown.
Tripp, they're searching your apartment too.
What? Why?
Because your father's name is on the lease, he pays your rent, and you work for the company.
Part-time? Technically, I'm an unpaid intern. She puts her hands up, palms out.
Don't shoot the messenger. All I know is what I've been told. The lawyers have asked all of us to stay here until the search is completed. If we interfere in any way, even just to observe, it could be viewed as obstruction or leaked to the media that we're being uncooperative. Either way, it won't look good.
The full weight of the situation my father has brought upon us comes bearing down on me, seeping into my bones. This is serious, and it isn't going away anytime soon. I scrub a hand over my face, studying my mother's wary expression. She had nothing to do with this, and I don't want to make things any more difficult for her than they have to be. I wrap an arm around her shoulder. Okay, but I'm not going back to the conference room. I'll camp out in someone's office until we get the all clear. She exhales a grateful sigh.
Thank you, sweetheart. We have to support your father while he figures out how to get us through this. Life will be normal again, I just know it.
I don't argue with her, even though I know she's 100% wrong. My father isn't going to be able to get us through this, no matter how many lies he spins or lawyers he hires. We are royally screwed. Locating a deserted office, I drop onto a small sofa and wonder when Jolie will get back from her father's lawyers. Whatever happens, I'm completely committed to getting through all of this with her. Maybe we can't appear in public together, but there's no reason we can't stay in touch by phone and text and see each other privately as often as possible. I'll be fine, Mom. You can go back to Dad now. She hesitates in the doorway.
There's one more thing.
I force a half-hearted smile. I won't make a break for it as soon as you're gone. I promise.
I need your phone.
My lips reverse into a scowl. For what?
You're going to have to hand it over to the investigators by the end of the day anyway, if not sooner. The lawyers just want to look it over first. They already have mine, and of course your father's.
I reach into my pocket, pull it out. Can you give me a few minutes? I want to delete all of my texts and emails with Jolie first. Reading my mind, she shakes her head.
No, I can't let you do that. Even if it has nothing to do with your father's case, you could be accused of destroying evidence.
But,
Tripp, please.
She reaches out a hand, and I reluctantly surrender my phone, feeling as if everything in my life is getting swept away by the tornado my father has created, one about to destroy all of us in its perilous path. I've been raised to believe we live in a steel bunker, but instead it's turned out to be a dilapidated camper at the edge of a trailer park. We're going to be crushed, and there's absolutely nothing we can do.
Chapter 16. Disgraced banker James Chapman of MC Partners was found in the executive washroom of his lawyer's offices late yesterday, dead of an apparent suicide. It marks the end of a rough week for the once high-flying, highly respected Wall Street insider. Last Sunday, after a lengthy investigation by this publication, it was revealed that Chapman and his business partner, Remington Montgomery, had defrauded their investors of well over $1 billion. An inside source close to the investigation has indicated that Chapman, claiming no knowledge of the alleged Ponzi scheme, offered to aid investigators in building a case against Montgomery and recovering as many funds as possible. The prosecutor initially accepted his offer, although the specifics of how this would benefit his case were still being negotiated. However, the plea deal was rejected upon Montgomery's insistence that Chapman was the criminal mastermind, vehemently denying all allegations to the contrary. Little is known of the origins of their business, but MC Partners' claim to fame was earning consistent returns hovering around 10%. A spokesperson for James Chapman's family told police that he was under enormous strain from the accusations and anticipated trial, including what would have most certainly been a lengthy prison sentence. After learning that his longtime business partner was placing the blame for the fraudulent scheme on him, Chapman excused himself from the conference room where he had been meeting with his family and team of lawyers, including what is being described as a heated exchange with his daughter, and locked himself in the executive washroom. He was discovered hanging by his tie from a beam in the ceiling. No note has been found. Sources have indicated that Montgomery agreed to plead guilty in exchange for assurances that his wife, an executive in the company but with no official duties, would not be prosecuted for any crimes relating to the financial fraud. James Chapman is survived by his second wife, Nina Chapman, and his daughter, Jolie Chapman, from his first marriage. Plans for a private funeral service are underway, the details of which are not known at this time. Chapter 15. Jolie. Can I have my phone back yet? I hate the whiny note that has crept into my voice, but I can't help it. The situation seems to be getting worse by the minute. I'm tired and hungry and scared. Nina pulls it from her purse. Sure, they haven't had a chance to look through it yet. I accept it with mumbled thanks, returning to the chair I've been sitting in. In the corner of the room, it's as far as I can get from where my father is seated with his lawyers, talking about trades that never happened, money that never existed, strategies and evidence and criminal penalties. I want to cover my ears and scream, just to block it all out. Pulling up my text messages, my heart thumps joyfully when I see Tripp's name. Thank God for Tripp Montgomery. I'll never be able to get through this without him. My hungry eyes devour his message, but something is wrong. The letters form words that aren't just words, they're bullets, tearing into the softest, most vulnerable parts of me. There is no blood, no open wounds, but my body is screaming in pain. I read Tripp's message over and over and over, until tears sting my eyes and I can't see, until panic grips my throat and I can't breathe, until I drop my phone and really do start screaming. At Nina, at the lawyers, at my father. Mostly at my father. Long streams of words that spill from my mouth as fast as the tears running down my face. The headlines are true. You really are a thief. You've ruined my life and stolen my heart. I'll never forgive you, ever. Not as long as you live. In the years to come, I will regret these words 1,000 times. I will look back on this moment with guilt, with horror, with shame, and with despair. But I will never be able to take my words back. I will never get to relive this small stitch in time, and it will haunt me forever. But here, now, I don't know any of this. I'm just a broken-hearted 17-year-old who thinks she's losing everything. I'm hurting, and I want everyone else to hurt too. In my dreams, I'll come back here, to this very room. sometimes only to whisper in her ear, in my ear, "You think you're hurting now? You haven't lost anything yet. Just wait."
Part 2. Now. Park Avenue Princess. 1 secret baby, 2 devastating lies, 3 lives torn apart. Jolie Chapman was my first love. Now she's my most bitter enemy. Screw me once, shame on you. Screw me twice? Who am I kidding? I don't believe in second chances anymore. Trip Montgomery was my first love. I gave him my innocence, then he broke my heart, and I committed the ultimate betrayal. These Manhattan royals are out for revenge, sweet, sweet revenge. But there's something they want more. Their daughter. Chapter 17. Trip. You know my name. Everyone does. Remington Montgomery. Fraud, criminal, inmate, asshole. What you might not know is that Remington Montgomery is a second. Lucky me, I'm a third. I go by Trip. Before my father's billion-dollar scam was exposed, the Montgomerys were Manhattan royalty. As the prodigal son, I was groomed from birth to assume the heavy mantle of my legacy. The right schools, the right friends, the right clothes, a trust fund filled with fuck-you money. Money, power, respect, success. I thought I was entitled to all of it just by virtue of my name. I was wrong. So wrong. I was conned just as badly as all those people the second stole from. At 19, the silver spoon I'd been born with was ripped from my mouth. I learned along with everyone else in the city that my father was nothing more than a dime store con artist in a $5,000 suit. I was heir to a throne built on lies, my crown forged from corruption. Stripped of everything I was raised to consider my birthright, including my princess, who wasn't mine after all. Since then, I've been called an asshole plenty of times, hacked enough government agencies to be called a criminal too, not that I've ever left a trace behind. And if hiding my connection to a man who ranks only slightly lower than Madoff on the scumbag scale makes me a fraud, so be it. But inmate? No way. I've spent the past decade building my own fortune, my own way, exposing embezzlers, thieves, and the criminally incompetent. I finally decided to return to New York, although the reasons that had seemed so urgent when I was 3,000 miles away feel trivial now. Redemption, facing down the ghost of a man who is still very much alive. The first is elusive at best, an intangible asset impossible to value. The second makes no sense at all. "We'll be landing shortly." The pretty flight attendant bends low, her ample cleavage on display. "Anything I can do for you? Last chance." She lets her sentence trail off as she glances suggestively at my crotch. "Another time, maybe." I shake my head. "I'm good, thanks." She gives a disappointed huff and straightens, leaving me wondering whether I should have taken her up on her offer. I'm tense. Maybe the sight of her hair strewn across my lap, head bouncing between my thighs. But no, not even a quick jaunt on the BJ Express will take the edge off my long-overdue homecoming. Peering through the window of the plane, I almost expect to see a gate around Manhattan, its elaborate network of bridges and tunnels guarded by an army of SEC and FBI agents, district attorneys, and the lawyers spearheading a class-action lawsuit on behalf of my father's victims. Yes, victims, plural. There are hundreds of them, ranging from billionaires who barely noticed their missing millions to retirees who lost their entire life savings and are now working at fast food restaurants or big box stores just to get by. But none of the people who practically chased me out of the city with pitchforks are there. The urban island is completely undefended, vulnerable, mine for the taking.
Chapter 18. Jolie. Bright lights in front, daggers in back. Welcome to New York Fashion Week. The elaborate glass tank in the middle of the cavernous room is one loose screw away from sending hundreds of undulating electric eels into a who's who of the international fashion scene. I've walked over worse. Striding across the narrow platform arching over the tank, a cheerless pout pulls at my lips. The camera flashes are blinding, but don't quite conceal the sea of faces turned my way. There is one face in particular I look for at every show, in every crowd. It's pointless, of course. He won't be here, ever. I can't help but imagine him, though. Thick chestnut hair streaked with sunshine, eyes as dark and mysterious as thunderclouds, a mouth that talks dirty and kisses sweet, a body that... I catch hold of myself before the turn, a flush rising on my skin that has nothing to do with the heat of the lights. Just in time, too. I'm trailed by the other models in the show, each of whom would rather see me fall into the churning waters below than walk behind me. This walk is different, though. This walk is my last. After 10 years riding the roller coaster that is high fashion modeling, I'm getting off the ride before I puke in the bushes. Not that I'm retiring, far from it. My plan is to set up a home base here in New York and continue working for my highest-paying clients while launching my own company. At 27, I'm practically over the hill in the modeling world. If my bookings dry up, I don't have a safety net. What I do have are responsibilities and bills. Lots of bills. Rent for my new apartment, the mortgage of my stepmother's house in Connecticut, private school tuition. If I don't make the transition from model to successful entrepreneur... But I can't think like that. I'm borrowing Eminem's motto. Success is my only motherfucking option. Which is why I force myself to make an appearance at the party following Lucien West's show, to see and be seen. Unfortunately, I'm better at strutting my stuff on a runway than making small talk with strangers. After an hour, I've retreated to the fringes of the crowd, trying to muster up the energy to hunt down another department store buyer. Martini for your thoughts. Holding out a cocktail plucked from the tray of a passing waiter, Eva Daniels is a welcome sight. I'm a model. I'm not supposed to have thoughts. I accept the drink with a smile and envelop my old friend in a warm hug. God, it's good to see you. I was beginning to worry I'd never find you in this madhouse. Lucien is the hottest designer in New York right now, and there are way too many people packed into the former meatpacking plant turned trendy event space. Her huff of amusement breezes over my bare neck. Sulking in a corner probably isn't helping. My welcoming grin turns sheepish. Probably not. How have you been? Lucien introduced me to Eva years ago, when she worked on one of his first marketing campaigns. Although, with her looks, Eva could have walked the runway too. Better now that you've moved back to New York. If I have to spend one more afternoon kissing up to the Park Avenue preschool moms, I am going to lose my ever-loving mind. We'll do a girls' night this week, I promise. We clink rims, a dozen delicately jeweled bracelets jangling on Eva's arm. Good. She leans in, lowering her voice conspiratorially. And, full disclosure, Lucien told me I'm supposed to talk you out of committing career suicide. Oh my God, he is such a drama queen. So, there's something to it then. You're walking away from modeling? Not right away, but that's the hope. Once I get my jewelry line off the ground anyway. What's stopping you? I laugh as familiar nerves twine their way around my ribs, squeezing the air from my lungs. Money. I have an investor lined up, but I'm not quite ready to take his money yet. I know only too well how treacherous it can be to get involved with the wrong person. This investor, is he a boyfriend? I shake my head emphatically. Definitely not. He's a friend of my stepmother's. Nina says they go back years and that investing in small startups is something of a hobby for him. Once I get settled, I'll have him checked out. Do you need a name? Nash has someone on standby for that sort of thing. I can't even hire a babysitter without him vetting them first. Nash is Eva's ex-boyfriend, the uncle to her twins, and Wall Street's most vicious venture capitalist. She's the only friend I have whose personal life is as complicated as mine. A babysitter? Are you and Nash? Eva's eyes flash. Don't even get me started on Nash. I swear, sometimes I just can't with that man. I bite down on a smile. Done. How are the twins? Exhausting, amazing, gorgeous, exhausting, funny, brilliant. Did I say exhausting? Motherhood is the hardest job there is, I murmur. I should know. It's the only job I've ever quit. She sighs. I wouldn't mind getting a real job. Part-time, of course. The twins are my world, but I miss this, you know? She gestures around us with her half-empty martini glass, and I take in the scene as though I haven't been to 1,000 other parties just like this one, in cities all over the world. Models, designers, media people, money men, socialites, social media influencers, artists. The crowd is eclectic, the vibe gritty yet glamorous. Interesting in a way specific to the fashion industry. Before I can respond, Eva plucks her phone from her clutch and swipes at the screen. There, I sent you his info. His name is Lance. Lance Wells. The babysitter screening is just a personal favor, by the way. Nash met him through work, I think. He's some kind of risk assessment guru. New York might be a city of 8 million, but in reality, it feels like a small town. Everyone knows everyone. Thanks. Eva pushes a hand through her hair, feathering it as she lets it go. Anything to keep you here. I know this place doesn't exactly hold good memories for you. The understatement of the century. I bite down on the inside of my cheek. Eva is one of the very few people who knows more than what's been reported in the news. She doesn't know everything, though. Some memories, some moments, are too painful to admit to anyone. Even after all these years, the hurt is still so raw. A wound that's never healed. Losing the two most important men in my life in one morning. One 6 feet under. The other, I have no idea where Trip Montgomery lives now, although I heard he left New York shortly after I did. Thank God. I feel his presence often enough anyway. He is the shadow lurking in every corner, the glare in every mirror, the silvery gaze shining from my favorite face, never there and yet inescapable. In the past decade, not a day's gone by that I haven't thought about Trip Montgomery. Cursed him, mourned him, missed him, and I hate him for it, among other reasons. And yet he's given me the greatest gift of all, a daughter. A daughter I cannot claim as my own. Chasing the uncomfortable emotions with the remainder of my cocktail, I square my shoulders. It's about time I make some new memories. Good ones.
Chapter 19. Trip. Less than 45 minutes after disembarking the plane, I'm standing in the high-ceilinged foyer of my new triplex apartment in Hell's Kitchen. I didn't even consider moving back to the Upper East Side. The thought of surrounding myself with all the elitist snobs who turned their backs on me 10 years ago makes my skin crawl. Not that I blame them. In some cases, my father conned them out of money that's been in their family for generations, money they have no idea how to earn themselves. In a way, his crime was the launchpad for my career. That, and the fact that one of my closest friends was one of my father's victims. Together, we designed risk assessment software for corporate clients, then decided to launch an app for personal use. Recently, Lance and I became sellouts, divesting the consumer finance portion of Risk Taker to the highest bidder. And it was a hell of a high bid, $1 billion bid. My accountant told me to buy a significant real estate property to offset the enormous tax bill I was hit with. I bought this apartment, sight unseen, a few days later. I fished my cell phone out of my pocket. Remind me again why I'm in New York and you're... Where the fuck are you? There is some static on the line. New York? I thought you were going to wait for me to get home. Yeah, that was when you were supposed to be back last week. Lance sighs, and I imagine him on the side of a mountain, holding a satellite phone to his ear while frowning at the snow-covered landscape. Mother Nature is no joke, and right now she must be on the rag. We've tried to ascend 3 times. After the sale, Lance and I both decided to make changes to our lives. I chose to move back to Manhattan. Lance chose to climb mountains, starting with Mount Kilimanjaro. I haven't decided which one of us is the greater fool. How does it feel being back? I refocus on our call. Honestly, wrong. There is a pause, then a brief crackle. That's just the fear talking. You'll get over it. I bristle. Fuck off. I'm not afraid of being back in New York. Sure you are. There's no shame in it. I'm terrified of this mountain. Doesn't mean I won't climb it. Manhattan is your Kilimanjaro. Scary as fuck. Maybe Lance is right. We speak for a few more minutes, and I hang up feeling not necessarily better, but bolstered by a fresh wave of determination. For now, I'm exactly where I need to be, and Hell's Kitchen suits me. Besides the name, which is an apt description for my opinion of Manhattan, I like the grittiness of this West Side neighborhood. Although even that is fast disappearing with the development of several ultra-luxury high-rises designed by prominent architects, including the one I'm standing in right now. Bordered by the Hudson River to the west and Times Square to the east, I'm living above the pulsing heartbeat of New York City. Maybe I'll find mine here. This is the place I lost it, after all. My eyes sweep over my new home. White walls, dark floors, furniture upholstered in fabrics that could have come from a menswear collection, navy pinstripes, gray tweed, rich brown leather. There are no knickknacks, no clutter, no photographs or personal mementos of any kind. It's nothing like the stuffy, pre-war Park Avenue penthouse where I was raised. Of course, my childhood home was seized by the feds a long time ago, along with the Hamptons house where we spent weekends and holidays, and the vacation homes in Gstaad, Paris, and Bermuda. I lower my suitcase to the parquet floor, waiting for... what? A sense of accomplishment? Of success? Or something more? Insulated windows keep the noise of the city at bay. In the heavy, expectant silence, my skin prickles as the ghost of a laugh rolls over nerves stretched taut. A joyful, throaty sound I haven't heard a decade. The sound of betrayal. My stomach churns as I roll my hands into fists, curling my fingers into my palms. Thoughts of her always set me on edge. Jolie Chapman, the daughter of my father's business partner. My first love. My greatest regret. On the last day I saw Jolie, I died 2 deaths. The first when my father was declared a criminal, the second when she ripped my heart out of my chest and stomped on it. I exhale, relaxing one tendon at a time until my hands are loose at my sides. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Jolie left New York even before I did, immediately after the funeral. Understandably, it was a private affair, and even if it wasn't, no Montgomery would have been welcome. She's a model now, jet-setting all over Europe. Not a surprise, really, since to this day she's still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. If I never see her face again, it will be too soon. Tucking my key into my back pocket, I wander into the kitchen and open the double-wide Sub-Zero fridge. Empty except for a bottle of Dom, a gift from the realtor I never met. Glancing at the clock on the microwave, I see that it's just past noon. With a shrug, I grab the champagne, pop the cork over the sink, and swallow a mouthful straight from the bottle. Taking it with me, I proceed to tour the main floor. Living room, dining room, den, a few bedrooms, the biggest of which I guess will be mine, fully equipped home gym, office, definitely my favorite room. Why wouldn't it be? It has everything I need to make money and hunt down the next generation of financial frauds. Opening the sliding door across from my desk, I step out onto the terrace, one of 3 on this level, and take another hefty swallow of the tart champagne. 30 stories up, the chaos of the city is somewhat muted. Cabs and buses look like matchbox cars, pedestrians like ants, the urban activity never ceasing. The jury's still out on whether coming back was a smart move, but at least I'll have a kick-ass view while figuring it out. Gripping the railing around the ledge of the terrace, I survey the dozens of billboards so ubiquitous to the city. Broadway shows I'll probably never see, soda and fast food I'll probably never eat, high-end electronics I probably already own, and models advertising things What the fuck? No, it can't be. It's just because I'm here, in New York, the last place I saw her. My pulse pounds inside my veins, blood rushing around in search of oxygen that has suddenly evaporated inside my lungs. For a second, the buildings rising up high and straight begin to tilt. I squeeze my eyes shut, guzzling champagne like it's cheap beer at a fraternity party. Swallowing it down, I cautiously open one eye, then the other. Jolie Chapman is still there, staring straight at me. Despite the $200 bottle in my hands, half of which I've already swallowed, my mouth could double as the Sahara. No wonder there was no army barring me from the city, no gates impeding my arrival. The woman I planned to avoid for a lifetime is plastered on a billboard right across from me. No doubt I'll see her from my goddamn bedroom, too. It's as if fate, that vindictive bitch, has brought me here herself just to smack me around. My kick-ass view has sure as shit kicked my ass. A bitter laugh gurgles up from deep in the churning pit of my gut. Welcome the fuck back home, Remington Owen Montgomery III. I tip the bottle up again, finishing every last drop as I add a new line item to the very top of my list. Blinds. Heavy-duty, impenetrable blinds. Not even my balls are big enough to handle seeing Jolie every time I look out the damn window. Fucking beautiful disaster.
Chapter 20. Jolie. The blaring ring of a FaceTime call startles me awake. I wrestle with my covers, managing to find my phone just in time.
Romy's grinning face fills the screen.
Jolie! I fall back on my pillow and shove the hair out of my face. Hey there, I say, wishing I could wake up to her in person. What you got for me today? Romy's private school requires a uniform 4 days a week. But on Friday, students can choose their own outfits. So, every Friday, no matter where I am or what time zone I'm in, Romy and I have a standing date to pick out her clothes. The camera immediately pans away from her face so I can see her reflection in the floor-length mirror in her room. For a sporty kid, Romy is passionate about fashion and has an almost bohemian vibe that I love. Then again, I love everything about her. I thought the top you sent me last month would look good with the skirt we picked out together. Do you like it? She gives a twirl. Ooh, I make a sound of appreciation. I do. Those colors work really well together. I squint at the screen. And that belt is perfect. I suddenly have a close-up view of the woven leather strands. I made it myself in my creative arts class. Romy, that's fantastic. Pride swells within my chest, forming a lump at the back of my throat. I can't wait for you to show me in person. When is that going to be? The image of her belt is replaced with the one I like best of all, her beautiful face. Soon, Romy looks away. Be right down, she yells, then turns back to me. I have to go, Jolie. I love you. Love you too. Give your mom a kiss for me, okay? As always, I choke a bit over the 3-letter word that belonged to me for the first 3 months of Romy's life. A word that now belongs to my stepmother, Nina. And then I throw the covers back over my head. If I wrap myself tightly enough, for long enough, maybe my cocoon will become a chrysalis. Maybe I'll emerge changed. A tired, broken caterpillar into a bold, beautiful butterfly. But when I get out of bed half an hour later, nothing has changed. Nothing. I'm still Romy's sister. Nina is still Romy's mother. And Trip, he's still just a bitter memory. Unpacking doesn't take very long. Not surprising, since everything I own fits into 3 suitcases. In desperate need of a dose of caffeine before shopping for furniture and other necessities, including a coffee maker, I head to Starbucks. While I wait in line, I send Nina a message asking if I can visit this weekend. I notice Eva's text afterward, the contact information she forwarded to me last night. Lance Wells, from Risk Taker. Carrying my Grande Americano to the only empty table, I enter the company name into the search bar of the internet browser on my phone. A few thousand hits later, it's clear that Risk Taker is the go-to source for internal corporate espionage. There's even an app geared toward personal financial planning. For $9.99, I can download Risk Taker on my phone to track my income against my spending and measure my progress toward achieving my goals. A messaging portion of the site allows fellow risk takers to cheer each other on in their journey toward fiscal freedom. I pull up my email and tap out a quick note to Lance Wells before following up with a few of the people I met last night, and then texting Eva about getting together this week. To my surprise, a response from Risk Taker appears in my inbox within minutes. No message, just a phone number.
Ignoring the nerves tangling in my stomach, I dial.
After several rings, it's answered with a gruff,
Risk Taker.
"Yes, hello. I emailed a little while ago and
I answered it.
Thank you for getting back to me so quickly." I pause for a moment, unsure how to proceed. "So, I don't know that your software would help me, but I need some due diligence performed on a potential business partner."
Potential? Or are you involved already?
I choke a little on my coffee. Of course not. I would never get into business with someone I wasn't completely sure of.
You'd be one of the few, then.
Yeah, well, I learned that lesson a long time ago. I press my lips together as my mind takes a detour into the past. The moment my life split into two very distinct parts, belonging to two very different people, both of them me.
Tell me about it. Might be relevant.
I hesitate. No, it's in the past and has nothing to do with me. Not anymore. It did, a long time ago. I'm babbling, but I can't stop. It was a pretty painful experience. It cost me. A lot.
You mean money?
No. I mean, yes, technically, but I don't care about that. There's a snort on the other end of the line.
Everyone cares about money. And in my experience, most people care only about money.
I go rigid. Then they've never lost anything important. Not like I did. He clears his throat.
If we're going to be working together, why don't you tell me the whole story?
For a second, he sounds too much like a reporter grasping at tabloid-worthy straws for my comfort. If we're going to be working together, why don't you tell me yours? I shoot back. That earns a soft chuckle.
Not really the way I do business.
Something about his voice sounds familiar, but I shake it off, especially since the coffee shop is crowded and the background noise makes it difficult to hear him. Lance, right? There's a pause.
We have a Contact Us feature on our website, but you emailed me directly. Did someone give you my name?
Yes, my friend Eva Daniels. I believe you've done some work for her through Nash Knight. Is that a problem?
No,
he answers defensively.
not a problem at all.
The past is over, and there's nothing to do about it now. I'd prefer to just move forward. I moved back to New York with the intention of getting my company off the ground, and I have some capital to start with, but in order to grow, I'll need to find an investor I can trust. I take another sip of my already lukewarm coffee and wait for a response. Nothing. I pull the phone away from my ear, wondering if we've been disconnected. Hello? Lance?
Yeah, I'm still here.
If this is a bad time, you can call me back.
Nope, now is good.
I uncross and recross my legs, wondering if I'm the only one who finds this conversation awkward. So, getting back to my potential business partner, could I hire you to do some digging? Make sure there's nothing I need to worry about?
There's always something you should worry about.
Excuse me?
This isn't Monopoly. You are playing with real money, correct?
Maybe this call was a bad idea. Yes, I answered tightly.
I investigate fraud, or financial crimes like embezzlement. Your potential business partner's investing track record is relevant data. Poor judgment or bad timing, however, are subjective. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict the future. Do you understand?
I'm a model, not a moron, I snap.
Email me whatever information you have on the guy. I'll take a look and let you know if you need my services.
So I don't need to download the Risk Taker software?
It sounds as if you'd prefer to avoid risk of any kind.
An ironic observation, given that it feels as if I'm risking just about everything these days. You're still asking me to hand over information without proof that I can trust you.
Do you want references?
For a start.
Too bad. My job is to blow up the icebergs that lurk below the surface before anyone else knows they're there. I won't incriminate my clients by exposing their identities. You already have a recommendation from your friend, Eva. And if you'd like to reach out to Nash Knight, be my guest. But anyone else? No.
I chew on the inside of my cheek. While I understand his reasoning, I still don't like giving sensitive information to someone I don't know. Can I think about it first?
Sure. If you need me, you know how to reach me.
There's silence on the other end of the line, but the call still holds. Lance? If I can't ask for references, I can at least ask about his qualifications.
Jolie?
Again, I have the sense that I should know him. How does someone get into your line of work? Was there a booth for cyber sleuthing at your college career fair?
I wouldn't know. This is more of a personal interest of mine.
Were you conned?
You could say that. I lost something too. Everything, actually. But I'd always liked numbers and problem solving, and figured I could put my skills to good use. Maybe even prevent something like what happened to me from happening to anyone else.
Chills race up my spine, leaving a phantom tingling sensation at the back of my neck. Like if Robin Hood had been an accountant instead of an outlaw? He laughs, and the sound sends swirls of warmth to lick at my ribs.
Interesting analogy. But yeah, something like that.
Chapter 21. Trip. I hang up the phone with shaking hands, my elbows landing with a thump on my desk as I press my palms against my ears. But instead of muting the lilting sound of Jolie's voice lingering in my ears, I only succeed in trapping it inside my brain. A voice I haven't heard in a decade, but would know anywhere. It hasn't changed at all. I could listen to Jolie Chapman read the goddamn phone book and still wind up with a raging hard-on, just like I'm a damn teenager. The kicker is, she has no fucking clue that it was me on the other end of the line. Jolie thinks she was talking to Lance Wells, my business partner, who handles Nash Knight's account personally after they met at a tech industry conference years ago and kept in touch. Except that Lance is currently on the other side of the world. The only reason I got Jolie's message is because Tanzania isn't exactly known for its exceptional cellular network, and Lance's emails have been temporarily redirected to my inbox. We may have sold the Risk Taker app, but we're still committed to fighting fraud, and our work is extremely time-sensitive. I can't blame Jolie for not recognizing my voice. I'm far from the gangly 19-year-old kid she kicked to the curb when our families went from reigning Manhattan royalty to ruined, embattled rivals in one fucked-up morning. And right now, I don't know whether I should be thankful or... What? Furious? Uneasy? Nauseous? I'm all of those, and a hell of a lot more. Shifting uncomfortably in my seat, I stare out at my still uncovered windows, straight into Jolie's arresting face. I need to order those damn blinds. Christ, I never imagined that moving back to New York would mean sharing the same city with Jolie again. What are the odds that we'd both decide to come back to the place that ripped us to shreds? But I should have known. Life has kicked me in the balls before and apparently still isn't satisfied. With a growl, I force myself to look away from Jolie's piercing stare and at my computer. The screen has gone dark, as I programmed it to when not in use. No screensaver, just a blank glare. An onyx mirror that reflects the hard contours of my own face. Deep hooded eyes, clenched jaw, anger and regret and longing etched into the lines slashing across my forehead. Snatching the wireless mouse, I breathe a sigh of relief when the screen blinks to life and belches up an array of spreadsheets, charts, flashing news reports, and stock prices. Much better. I check my email, but of course the only one I want to see isn't there yet. Maybe Jolie already thought better of it. I didn't exactly roll out the red carpet for her. Why should I, though? I mean, she dumped me. More than that, she destroyed me, decimated me, on the worst day of our lives. A day when we could have been a source of support, of strength for each other. 2 teenagers against the world. In a text. So yeah, Jolie Chapman got about as much of a greeting as she deserved. Except, of course, she didn't realize it was me, and I can't quite figure out if that's a good thing or just another squirt of gasoline on the torch I'm still carrying for her. I replay our conversation in my mind. Reading between the lines, it's clear Jolie has some regrets about her past. Am I one of them? Of all the times I've thought about her over the years, I never considered that she might have regrets too. Why should she? It was her choice to end things between us. How many hours have I spent thinking about Jolie, wondering whether she has a boyfriend or husband or even a child, if she loves her job, if she's happy, if she thinks about me, if she misses me? I sure as fuck think about her, miss her, curse her, hate her, love her. Even when I'm not looking, Jolie has a way of popping up occasionally, and not just in my dreams either. Super Bowl commercials, Sports Illustrated swimsuit editions, even the side of a bus once. But when it comes to Jolie, I'm an addict. Just one glimpse of her is an overdose, an assault on my senses that causes complete system failure. I'm so fucking screwed. For my own sake, I need to keep Jolie firmly in the past, exactly where she belongs. It's why I didn't reach out to her a few years ago when I discovered the truth about the fraud that ripped our world in two, ripped us in two. Jolie doesn't deserve anything from me. When her email comes in, if her email comes in, I'm going to turn it right over to anyone in the San Jose office. They can deal with her. I'm not the same love-struck puppy I was when we were together, and I'll never be that sappy-assed canine again. I've moved on, become someone stronger, smarter, someone who doesn't need or want Jolie Chapman in his life. I probably should have waited to move to New York until Lance returned from fucking Tanzania, but as soon as I received the keys to my apartment, I had a strange feeling that I needed to be here. With a guttural curse, I redirect my mental energy away from Jolie and back toward the clients I do have. Clients I have no emotional ties to, only financial ones. Without Lance, my workload is double. For the next hour, I check in with a dozen or so computer geeks and mathlete nerds who know their way around cyberspace better than anyone the federal government can afford to hire, making sure every lead is chased down, every inconsistency exposed, and every red flag ripped out, examined, and replanted on my turf. Moving on, I check my personal investment portfolio, make a few adjustments, analyze several new banking regulations expected to be approved by Congress in the coming weeks, work on the prototype for a new app I'm developing, watch the talking heads on CNBC scream opposing views on the state of the market at each other, do everything I can to keep busy, be productive. It doesn't help. I'm still clicking refresh on my email account every other minute like a whipped teenager, like my damn balls are still in Jolie's hands. My inbox is busting from a steady stream of messages from current and potential clients, employees and work contacts, and unwanted spam. Even an email from my mother, which I delete immediately. But not the one I'm waiting for. Flickers of hope are edging their way inside the crease, sealing my willpower shut, creating a tiny opening. A dangerous leak setting off one hell of an alarm inside my brain. I've spent the past decade analyzing risk. I've made a fortune quantifying it and minimizing it for others. To ignore my intuition is lunacy, fucking insane. When it comes to Jolie Chapman, hope is nothing more than a scatter of gravel to be crushed beneath her heels. Screw me once, shame on you. Screw me twice? Who am I kidding? I don't believe in second chances anymore. What do I believe in now? Revenge. Sweet, sweet revenge. Chapter 22.
Lance, I've thought a lot about our conversation the other day. As I said, I'm hesitant to provide sensitive information on my company to someone I don't know. To anyone, actually. So I've done a little digging on Risk Taker. You don't give many interviews, but I found one where you mentioned starting the company with a partner. Since I can't find his name anywhere, I guess you would be considered a silent partner? Anyway, that made me feel as if you might understand my concerns. Also, you mentioned something about having a bad business experience yourself. I find it admirable that you've chosen to help others through your work. I'm hoping to do the same, empowering female artisans from impoverished parts of the world to use their creativity and skills to improve their lives. Let's speak again soon. I'd like to know exactly what information you need for your analysis and why. Regards, Jolie.
Trip. Jolie's message arrives in my inbox, instantly rendering everything else invisible. I read it over several times, hearing her voice inside my head. So she's done her research, managing to find the one time Lance mentioned having a partner. Of course, no amount of research will reveal that partner to be me. After the article came out, I insisted that Lance never mention it again. Lance knows my history. Hell, he practically lived it with me. None of our clients know they're entrusting their corporate secrets to the son of a crook, and I intend to keep it that way. I try to pass Jolie's message on to half a dozen analysts in the San Jose office, but I'm never quite able to hit send. Her email is radioactive. I'm already tainted by its presence. Unable to stop thinking about it. Unable to stop thinking about her, which really pisses me off. Jolie, we can discuss your concerns when... With a snarl, I erase every word and begin again, all the while wishing there was a delete button to remove Jolie from my heart and my head as effectively.
Chapter 23.
Jolie, you are mistaking intuition for altruism. I merely saw a business opportunity and decided to capitalize on the need for real-time risk assessments. Nothing more. Hand-holding is not one of our services. However, should you require a thorough risk profile, the Risk Taker team looks forward to meeting your needs.
Jolie. I feel an unexpected little flutter in my stomach when Lance's return email pops up. A flutter that quickly shrivels up and dies once I actually read his response. What a jackass! I flag down a waitress. I'd like a Bloody Mary, please. Having forgotten to buy a coffee maker yesterday, or coffee, or groceries of any kind, I'm at a cozy coffee shop around the corner from my apartment. I tossed and turned all night, thinking about all the choices I made over the past 10 years. Choices that have now led me back to the same place I started from. I finally forced myself out of bed at dawn to go for a long run that had me gasping for breath, my pulse pounding. But there's still an emptiness in my chest, a deep, persistent ache I'm not quite sure what to do with. I need to stop wishing I can change the past so I can focus on my future. My top priority is Romy and being more involved in her life. I've made huge changes that will allow me to spend the majority of my time in the New York area, just a short drive or train ride from Connecticut. But I'll need to get my jewelry business up and running soon, or it won't last long. Which is precisely why I emailed Lance this morning. If Francis Hughes, Nina's friend, checks out, I'm going to take his money and run with it. Turning my attention back to my phone, I reread his obnoxious email. Since when was asking for more information considered hand-holding? I'm accustomed to people assuming a pretty face is just camouflage for an empty mind, but this guy takes the cake. Lance didn't even sign off using his own name. He didn't sign off at all, actually, only referencing the risk-taker team. Does he think I'm coming on to him or something? I accept the drink with a mumbled thanks, downing half of it before jabbing at the ice cubes with my straw. Whoever you're mad at, he won't be the one left with a stain on his shirt. The older woman seated beside me on the banquette peers at me over the rim of her coffee cup. I look down, and sure enough, there's a sprinkle of red across my white silk blouse. Damn it! Here, dear, use this. She pulls out a pre-moistened towelette from her purse. I never leave home without them. Thanks, that's kind of you. I tend to the fabric, relieved that the stain appears to lighten, then glance back up. What makes you think it's a he? Isn't it always? I used to be married to a man who drove me so crazy I would go into my garden after he left for work and attack the soil with a trowel. She chuckles, the wrinkles of her weathered skin shifting upward. When I realized nothing was growing, I finally started telling him what was on my mind. I generally avoid getting sucked into conversations with strangers, but I'm intrigued. What happened? We got divorced, she says simply, her voice even. Oh. Now I regret asking. I'm sorry. She waves a swollen-knuckled hand, brushing off my apology. Don't be. I sure wasn't. Not long after, I met my Tim. She gives a contented sigh. We've been married nearly 30 years now. And you know what? My garden has never looked better. A stupid smile tugs at my lips, though I'm not sure if it's because of the story or just a sign that the vodka's gone straight to my head. Good for you. She eyes my wet shirt. It's a lot less messy to give someone a piece of your mind than to go digging in the dirt. Or in your case, that drink.
Chapter 24. Lance, I'm not going to let you ruin another shirt. Do you always respond to compliments with condescension? In case you didn't realize, it's very rude and a definite deterrent to future clients. And if you really had a front row seat to corporate destruction, you would understand that companies are run by real people and emerge as a nicer person yourself. Jolie. Trip. I bite down on the grin trying to make its way across my face. Jolie has a temper. The unfamiliar side of her is a baited hook, shiny and tempting. A trap. I know exactly what will happen if I go after it. My grin reverses course. Nothing good. Undoubtedly, Jolie is still the callous, cold-hearted girl who turned her back on me. A callous, cold-hearted girl using her company to help disadvantaged women? Don't overthink this trip. Just back the fuck up and walk away. Inviting Jolie Chapman into my life again would elevate self-sabotage to an art form. Of course, I've always been an overachiever.
Chapter 25.
Jolie, not condescending, just honest. Further, I don't expect a fashion model would understand my motives for creating Risk Taker. In fact, I'll bet you've missed out on opportunities in your life because you would rather close a door than put on your big girl panties and walk through it. P.S. I have no idea what shirt you're referring to.
Jolie. At Lance's response, I practically choke on the ice cube I've been rolling around in my mouth. Big girl panties? Is this asshole for real? Although, at least he's done away with the pretense of mentioning the risk-taker team. What he wrote is his and his alone. Fuming, I order another drink. The woman next to me looks up from her crossword puzzle. What the heck? I'll take one of those too. I put down my phone. I'm Jolie, by the way. Lillian. She extends a hand, and my fingers slide over paper-thin skin that is cool to the touch, although her grip is surprisingly strong. I'm meeting my granddaughter for breakfast, but we have different definitions of punctuality, and I can only spend so much time trying to—" She glances down. "Come up with a 2-word synonym for axe to grind that starts with an H." It sounds like Lance has one of those. "How many letters?" She squints at the page. 12. The server brings our drinks and we tap rims. Hidden agenda. Oh, right. Best be careful of those. I watch as she enters each letter into the grid. There. She closes the book, using her pencil as a bookmark. She's always sending me these darn word puzzles to keep my mind active, but there's nothing better for the mind than good old-fashioned girl talk. That is, if you'll indulge me. Lillian's warm brown eyes look so hopeful I can't resist. Why not, I say. Oh, good. Most of my girlfriends have passed on, and my kids and grandkids never want to talk about anything fun. She peers at my phone. So, man troubles? No. I shake my head emphatically. I mean, it is a man that's getting on my nerves, but he's not my man. She makes a funny sound in the back of her throat. I've always found nerves to be their thinnest with the ones we love. I barely know this guy. I pause. We've never even met. Are you sure about that? I think about the feeling I got when we were on the phone, one of familiarity. But I don't know anyone named Lance, and the photograph accompanying the article I read was of a stranger. A very handsome stranger, actually. If I met Lance Wells, I would remember him. Positive. Lillian sniffs. Then I guess you need to figure out if he's someone worth knowing. When her granddaughter arrives, I pull out my phone again.
Chapter 26.
Lance, for your information, this model rocks itty-bitty bikinis. Not that you'll ever get the chance to see for yourself. You might be nice to look at, but I'd sooner close a door in your face than spend another minute on a pompous know-it-all. Trip.
Heat explodes in my gut as I read Jolie's latest email, traveling south. Having seen every inch of Jolie's body, with and without clothes, I know exactly how well Jolie can rock an itty-bitty bikini. I trip over that last sentence, though. How did she... And then I remember. The damn article she read included a photograph of Lance. Does she really find him attractive? That heat reverses course, making its way up my chest, wrapping around my ribs like a vice. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm jealous. Jealous of Lance, who is right now trekking up a mountain, completely oblivious to this entirely ridiculous email exchange. Well, fuck him. I drag my shirt over my head and snap a selfie, torso only. If Jolie looks at anyone, it's damn well going to be me. Even if it's me pretending to be Lance.
Chapter 27.
Jolie, is that another way of saying don't hate me because I'm beautiful? Well, don't underestimate me for being a computer geek.
Jolie. Attached to his email is a thumbnail file. I open it and nearly drop my phone. The image shows a man leaning casually against a white wall. His skin sports a golden tan. His abs so chiseled they have to be fake. Except that they aren't. I should know. I've worked with the best male models in the business. More often than not, their six-packs come from a makeup kit. Enlarging the photo, I look closely just to be sure. But no, not the case here. For shading to work well, models have to be waxed bare. This guy has a thin trail of hair running beneath his low-slung jeans, pointing toward a bulge that cuts off just at the bottom of the frame. This guy's 8-pack is not a product of expert shading. And something tells me he hasn't shoved a sock down his pants either. Pavlov's dogs have nothing on me. I swallow heavily, licking my lips as I tear my eyes away from the finest abs I've ever seen, to dig through my browsing history for Lance's photo. Sandy blonde hair, warm brown gaze, rugged features. Very attractive, in an outdoorsy, I can't wait to rip off this tie kind of way. Their coloring is off, though. It could just be lighting, but I don't think so. Hot, headless guy isn't Lance from Risk Taker. The photo is fake. Well, not fake, just not him. How stupid does he think I am? I send Lance an email back, sharing my opinion of his originality. A minute later, he responds with another image. This time, hot, headless guy has used a yellow highlighter to make 2 triangles over his pecs, drawing yellow dots inside them, connected by lines across his chest and around his neck. I blink, doubting my eyesight, but the photo doesn't change. Hot, headless guy is now sporting a yellow polka dot bikini. An itty-bitty yellow polka dot bikini. Okay, this asshole has a sense of humor. I let out a snort laugh so loud Lillian breaks off her conversation with her granddaughter. "Is everything okay, dear?" she asks. "Yeah," I say, still looking at my screen. I guess I was wrong. It must have been a trick of the lighting. It's all good. On second thought, I don't like ties either. Chapter 28. Jolie. Ouch! Jesus, Lucien! What the hell are you doing back there? Lucien doesn't respond. His mouth is stuffed with pins. Not that I expect an explanation or an apology. The occasional sharp jab is merely an occupational hazard. Today's shoot has run long, and this ball gown is the final look. The male model Lucien booked is a no-show, and I'm exhausted, cranky, and ready to go home. And the white gown he's sewing me into is probably stained with red by now. Eva, can you hand me my phone? I need a distraction. Lately, Eva has become more than just a good friend. Prior to having kids, Eva worked in fashion marketing. When we met for drinks the other night, she had so many great ideas that I asked her to work with me. So far, it's been a win-win for both of us. I now have social media accounts on every platform, a new website, and a gorgeous logo. And Eva has a part-time job that allows her to work around the twins' schedule. My phone in hand, I log into the Risk Taker app. After emailing back and forth several times over the past few days, not all of them about Francis Hughes, Lance sent me a link to Risk Taker's messaging platform. It seems less formal than emailing, but not quite as casual as texting. I even told Lance about my father. As an expert in financial fraud, he's been an empathetic sounding board for my concerns about getting into business with someone. Anyone, actually. Lance.
Good luck today. Think warm thoughts.
Jolie. Thanks, although the roof deck snowball concept has been tossed. Thank God. We're shooting at a studio on Wall Street instead. By the way, how are the designs for your upcoming collection of mankinis coming along? As I wait for him to respond, I pull up the first photo he sent me. Broad shoulders, tanned muscles, and that damned treasure trail leading below the band of his jeans. A flare of warmth ignites deep within my core, tentative flames extending outward. Fully dressed, surrounded by the small crowd of people required for a photo shoot, hairdresser, stylist, makeup artist, photographer, the photographer's assistants, and of course, Lucien, it feels almost illicit. I press my thighs together, biting down on a groan at the spark of pleasure. A spark quickly doused by the sting of a pin. Damn it, Lucien!
Chapter 29. Trip. If there's one thing heavy hitters enjoy more than making money, it's publicly outbidding their fellow tycoons. And tonight's incarnation of the Predator's Ball is the ultimate dick measuring contest. I bought a ticket to the $10,000 a plate event for the sole purpose of observing who outbids who. It's pure entertainment. But after Jolie's message appears on my screen, I blow past the door of Cipriani's. Fuck. Jolie's downtown right now? On Wall Street just a few blocks away? Jolie may as well have ambushed me with a 5-gallon drum of ice water. I shake my head in an attempt to clear it, then stare at my phone as if the letters will magically rearrange themselves into a different combination. But they don't. Lance, a photography studio on Wall Street? Jolie.
Yes, in the former headquarters of J.P. Morgan. It's a great space, really raw and industrial. It's used all the time for photo shoots, fashion shows, and events.
When it comes to my career, my dedication is ironclad, an impenetrable, immovable force. Except that right now I'm a 2-year-old in a toy store, all want and no willpower. I've spent nearly a decade convincing myself that Jolie Chapman's beauty only runs skin deep, but I'm beginning to realize that I've been wrong. The Jolie I've gotten to know through her emails and messages is sarcastic and irreverent, hardworking and driven, sexy as fuck. That sweet, playful side of her I remember is still there, too. Jolie screwed me over 10 years ago, but in hindsight, the situation isn't quite as clear-cut now as it seemed then. Jolie was all of 17 when her entire world collapsed. We went from the top of the heap to the bottom of the barrel. Is it really so shocking that she lashed out at me? And when Jolie opened up about her father the other day, my blackened heart shriveled even further. The crimes she still believes he committed have left her terrified of trusting anyone. Now I'm screwing with her too, hiding behind a false online identity, parrying and feinting, still pretending Jolie is just another holier-than-thou snob who turned her back on me when I was at my lowest. Still pretending she doesn't deserve to know what I discovered years ago. I've withheld it from her. I'm still withholding it from her. Not about Francis Hughes, of course. He remains a work in progress. The truth about my father and hers, the truth about the fraud that turned our families into bitter rivals and destroyed our relationship. I've kept it to myself, holding on to it out of spite, convincing myself that she doesn't deserve to know, not from me anyway. But I was wrong. The harsh winter wind claws at my exposed skin, my shoes slapping the frozen cement sidewalk. I'm not within sight of Jolie's electric blue gaze, but I can feel it tracking my every step, just as I can feel the rage welling up inside of me. At her, at myself, at the injustice of our fucked up situation. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be in this position. Jesus Christ, maybe I should take a long, cold walk to the cloisters or to the East River, maybe over the bridge and all the way back to California. I should plot a strategy, make a plan, except that I don't get very far. I need to tell her, now, tonight, and not from behind a goddamn screen, not posing as someone else. My feet take me right to the deceased robber baron's iconic headquarters where Jolie is being photographed as if she's a magnet and I'm wearing metal shoes. I'm pulled to her, tethered by our past. That same impulse that's brought me here, back to New York. Jolie and I inherited a legacy of lies. Tonight, it's going up in flames.
Chapter 30. Jolie.
The guy still isn't here. We need to wrap this up whether he shows or not.
Nick, the photographer Lucien hired to shoot his latest collection, taps his foot impatiently behind me.
"1 sec,"
Lucien mumbles, tying off his last stitch and stepping back to give me a final once-over. Truthfully, I'm relieved the male model is a no-show. Working with others always requires more frames, more time, more patience. I'm tired and hungry, and all I want is a hot shower and a warm bed. I follow Nick to where his assistants have created a bedroom vignette.
"Just be careful. There's no railing over here."
We're on the second floor, which is open to the lower level. I nod, staying several feet away from the edge. A fall from this height onto the cement slab below would be a deadly mistake. Someone turns the music up, and Nick shouts instructions as his camera begins clicking.
Good. Great. Dip your shoulder. Lower your chin. New angle. Keep 'em coming. Keep 'em coming.
I'm starting to get into the zone. That state of mind where it's just me and the camera. When one of his assistants shouts, "He's here!" I fight to smother the groan of irritation rising up my throat. Damn it! Nick drops his camera, and I look around for the ridiculously late male model, hoping it's someone I've worked with before. My gaze locks onto a silver stare that is all too familiar, in the very worst way. Trip Montgomery. The years have clearly been good to the man who once held my heart in his hands. My mistake. The man who promised to hurt me once, and only once, the night he claimed me as his own. His lie. And just like the last time I saw him, Trip is wearing a tuxedo. Back then, it was crumpled from spending most of the night on the floor of a hotel room. Tonight, not a single wrinkle dares to crease the jet-black fabric. His tux is perfectly tailored, accentuating the width of his shoulders, leading to narrow hips and strong thighs. Trip is taller and broader than I remember, his muscular frame more pronounced. He looks as good as any model, but he exudes something they don't have. Power. And something else, too. Something that doesn't make sense. Fury. Reading the emotion simmering inside his molten gaze, every bit of oxygen in my lungs is hijacked, taken hostage by the man wielding his stare like a weapon. Not a gun or a knife or a vial of tasteless, odorless poison. No, his stare is a taser, sending an undulating electric current surging through my veins, igniting a distorted kaleidoscope of shock and horror inside my mind. And a whisper, a shiver, really, of elation. He's here. He's finally here. My eyes are lying to me, seeing things. They have to be. That pull between us is still there, still strong, but I'll be damned if I give in to it. Not now, not ever again. I back up, needing to put space between me and... Too late. I feel a heel dip off the edge of the floor, momentum sending me past it. I scream a name I've barely dared to breathe in nearly a decade. My hands reach out, catching only air.
Chapter 31. Trip. Time sharpens to a fine, double-edged blade that presses against my neck as I watch Jolie's colt-like legs stumble backwards. Deep blue eyes that still haunt my dreams latch onto mine. Wide and round, they swirl with a mixture of shock and fear as a cry catapults from her glossed lips, the blood draining from her face. No. My heart throws itself against my ribcage like a demented inmate, every nerve ending sparking to life, quaking and throbbing. I catch her wrist without a second to spare, my hand closing around the delicate network of bones, and pull her back. And then time stops altogether. Jolie is tall but wisp-thin. She slams into my chest, my hands instinctively wrapping around her narrow waist as I walk back several steps. There's a hissing sound in my ears, a crackling like the whoosh of a fire just before it bursts into flame. Holding her close, my chest caves open from sternum to pelvis, or maybe it splits apart entirely, making just enough room for Jolie to slip inside. And fuck, she feels so good in my arms, like she's finally back where she belongs, like I'm finally whole again. The connection between us that has always been there, potent, passionate, powerful, inevitable too, as if it's written in the stars, whispered on the crash of the tides, an echo in the suspended moments between our breaths. My resistance is crumbling faster than I can fortify it. A hastily assembled pile of sandbags that fall one by one into the deep ocean blue of Jolie's eyes. I need a barrier between us. Something, anything, to give me a prayer of resisting her. Because our connection, this gravitation pull, it's a chain, a rope, a hangman's noose. I'm not merely tethered to Jolie. I'm trapped. When I arrived at the door downstairs, the kid in jeans and a beanie had acted like he was expecting me, practically shooing me to the second floor. And then there she was, Jolie Chapman, an ethereal princess in a white gown, her hair twisted into a complicated mass of gold and platinum, looking so much like the fresh-faced debutante who stole my heart, claimed it, then crushed it. Which is why I need to tell her what I know, share the truth of our shared history, confess, and maybe then I can finally close the door on the past, forget about Jolie once and for all. My breath snags as I fight the maddening temptation of the only woman who has ever owned my heart. When we first met, I felt only freedom in Jolie's embrace, only hope in her gaze. Back then I believed we had a future. Back then, I believed she was my future. Talking and emailing is bad enough, but seeing Jolie face to face, holding her body in my arms, it's fucking torture. Reminding me of a time in my life that was brighter, happier than any other time, before or since. Of a heart that beat one name in steady, sonorous thumps, over and over and over. Jolie, Jolie, Jolie. Shit. I have to let go. Now. Forever. Reluctantly, I loosen my hold, the beginnings of a goodbye jamming in the back of my throat as I glance down to be sure Jolie's feet are on solid ground before releasing her. Except that I dip my chin at the same moment Jolie lifts hers, and damn it, she's even more beautiful than I remember, heartbreakingly so. The rounded curves and malleable shapes of her youth have been sculpted into elegant lines and striking angles, innocence transformed into graceful sophistication. Our eyes meet in an electrified clash, the air between us sizzling with unspent energy. I suck in a quick inhale, sending those words back into the churning pit of my stomach, but as I do, the taste of her rushes into my mouth, filling my lungs, buzzing inside my brain. There's an inch between our faces, maybe two, and then there is none. It melts away, leaving only the plush softness of Jolie's lips beneath mine, the wet slide of our tongues tangling together, the vibration of her moan filling my mouth. And that vibration, fucking hell, it travels through my joints and muscles and sinews, its rapid pulse echoing inside my bones, swelling beneath my skin. Lust is a live wire, firing synapses in my brain that have lain dormant for a decade. All the cravings I've managed to shove aside and ignore for years liquefy, leaching from the marrow of my bones into my bloodstream, making me want to devour this girl whole. Greedily, I plunge my tongue into her mouth, exploring the delicious cavern, staking my claim. As we kiss, time and hurt and shame fall away. There is only Jolie, only us. This doesn't feel like revenge. This feels right. Jolie's palms slide up my chest to curve around my shoulders, her hands kneading the muscles cording my neck. This isn't just a kiss, it's so much more. A case of 1 + 1 = fucking infinity. Every lick of our tongues wipes at a slate I've long thought stained forever. Each low moan pulls us backward through time to the couple we once were, sloughing off layers of remorse and regret, replacing them with longing and need. The air in the studio is cool, but Jolie's skin is hot beneath my touch, searing at every point of contact. I cup one hand around the curve of her skull, the other pressing against her corseted waist, our bodies a two-piece puzzle that have finally been rejoined. In the back of my mind, I know we aren't alone, that we're surrounded by people, but every sense is so filled with the woman in my arms, we could be stranded at the edge of the world. It's the flash of a camera that finally brings me back to my senses. I pull away, wait as Jolie blinks her eyes into focus. Trip, she breathes. I hesitate, not sure how to sum up the explosion that's rocked our worlds. Jolie, a long time no see. What the hell is going on? An irate voice interrupts our reverie. I swing my head to glare at the short man wearing a blue velvet jacket and plaid pants standing beside a taller man holding a camera.
Lucien, can you give me a minute, please?
Jolie asks. Before he can answer, the photographer says, "We got the shot. We're good." I turn back to Jolie as the others give us our space. Tension is now wrapped around her shoulders, a scowl pulling at her lips.
What are you doing here?
Her voice is sharpened, words like bullets aimed my way. At this point, I don't have a goddamned clue. I live here.
Here, in New York?
As of a week ago. Your face is on a billboard right outside my apartment. She backs away in the opposite direction of the open ledge, putting several feet between us. A lock of hair falls over her cheek, briefly shielding her expression from view. When Jolie turns my way again, any trace of vulnerability is gone.
And you decided to, maul me for old time's sake?
Not sure that's the word I would have used.
Really? What would you call it then?
My gut twists even as my brain spits out an answer. Mistake. It didn't feel like one when she was in my arms, but as sure as shit does now. I don't realize I've said it aloud until Jolie chimes in, her lips curving into a counterfeit smile.
We can agree on that, at least.
The dismissiveness in her tone makes me want to throw her over my shoulder and carry her back to my place, kiss away some of her confidence, feed off her needy moans, spank the sass out of her. Listen, I exhale a sigh, raking stiff fingers through my hair. What we had
is behind us. We were kids.
Right. I force the word through my mouth, making liars out of us both. The last few minutes prove our past is still very much a part of our present. But there's something... Untangling my gaze from hers, I search for the right words. Clearly impatient for our interaction to be over, Jolie interrupts again.
No, Trip, there's nothing. Not anymore. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really have to get out of this makeup.
Does she have to make this so fucking hard, dismissing what we had like it was nothing? Of course she does. She's Jolie fucking Chapman. Difficult is in her DNA. I pull out my phone. What's your number? Her eyes blaze.
What? Text me?
A bitter laugh scratches at my ears as she spins on her heel. Against my better judgment, I follow her to where a mirror and table have been set up in front of a director-style chair. Jolie settles herself into it, a woman coming at her with an open jar of thick white cream. "Give us a minute," I snap, just as she's about to submerge her fingers. The girl slaps the lid back on and flounces off. Jolie gawks at me.
For God's sake, what else is there to say?
There's a tremble in her lower lip, the slightest flutter of her chin. Emotions way too close to the surface for her comfort, or mine. Sending a glance skyward, I rake agitated hands through my hair. Look, what I want to tell you isn't about us. Jolie crosses her arms over her chest, a self-protective gesture.
There is no us.
I opened my mouth, ready to tell her that we were a pretty kick-ass us, before she ruined it, when a tall brunette walks over, a determined expression on her face.
I've got to get back home, finish updating all of your social media. This shoot is so going viral.
Don't post anything I wouldn't, Jolie says, looking away from me. The brunette rolls her eyes.
You don't post anything, so that would be impossible.
To me, she says,
I hope you're planning on taking this one out to dinner. The poor thing hasn't eaten a single bite all day.
Actually, Trip was just leaving. Curiosity flashes across the woman's features, her gaze flicking to Jolie for a moment, eyebrows lifted.
Nice to meet you, Trip. I'm Eva.
From the satisfied smile toying with Eva's lips as we shake hands, she's the only one of us enjoying the awkward moment. Likewise.
So are you?
Am I?
Are you leaving?
I came here for a reason, to share with Jolie what I learned about her father. Yes, with Jolie, because I doubt she wants an audience for what I have to say.
Chapter 32. Jolie. Sparkling, discolored water swirls at my feet as I scrub countless layers of makeup and fine particles of iridescent glitter from my skin. Unfortunately, no amount of soap can wash away the memory of Trip's touch, the feel of his muscles tensing and flexing beneath my palms, the taste of his kisses on my lips. And the sound of the shower does nothing to drown out the endless questions echoing inside my mind. Why did Tripp shove me aside years ago? Why did I kiss him back today? What the hell am I doing in his apartment? I'm still shaking from the effort of lying straight to his face, pretending that I'm unaffected by his presence, by his touch, by his kiss, by him. Acting like a bitch when what I really want to do is beg. Kiss me again, and again, and again, until I forget why I hate you. Until I forget why I should hate you. Until I remember when you and I were an us. I should have grabbed my coat from Tripp's hands and kept my butt firmly planted in the makeup chair, letting the stylist remove everything she'd spent hours applying and reapplying all day. I should have eaten the pizza they ordered, cabbed it back to my apartment, and gone straight to bed. And emailed Lance, the first guy I've been genuinely interested in since... who else? Tripp. Even if nothing comes of it, it's refreshing to be excited at the thought of a man. A man who isn't Tripp Montgomery. Until recently, I believed Tripp had somehow broken me. That he'd destroyed something inside me all those years ago. Whatever essential component I need to fall in love again. Like a puzzle he put together with care and deliberation, marveling at his creation, then returned back to the box, purposely holding on to a few pieces, so no one could ever enjoy it again. My memories of falling in love are tied up and twisted with my memories of loss. After Tripp broke up with me, I said things I didn't mean to a man who should have brushed them off as the ramblings of a heartbroken teen. But he didn't. My angry tirade was the nail in my father's coffin. Death was the ultimate consequence. There were no second chances, no reversals. It was final. Except from death had come life. Romy's life. And I made the gut-wrenching decision to give her up. The baby Tripp and I created together was a prize I had to forfeit. A gift I didn't deserve. A loss I forced upon myself. One that's becoming harder to live with every day. Standing beneath Tripp's waterfall showerhead, I let the spray soothe my stinging eyes. Seeing him has brought all of my emotions to the surface, especially those concerning Romy. And if I don't get out of here soon, I'll be just a puddle on his marble floor. Reaching for whatever semblance of self-preservation I have left, I shut off the water with a quick twist of the chrome knob and slick the hair from my face, absorbing the excess water with a plush towel. Dressing in the casual clothes I wore this morning, jeans, draped cashmere shirt, narrow fringed scarf, I finger-comb my hair as best I can and leave the bathroom. But not before checking my phone. Still nothing from Lance. Tripp and I shared a kiss that fused past with present. A spine-tingling, stomach-flipping, steal the oxygen from my lungs kiss. In the moment, it somehow smoothed over the knot of bitterness that has festered inside of me for years, leaving behind just a wobbly collection of limbs, a head filled with if-onlys and what could-have-beens. But that moment is over. Tripp insisted that he had something important to say, something that doesn't have anything to do with us. He used the one man who is still a mystery to me, a man more mysterious in death than he was in life. My father. I'll hear Tripp out, and then I'll leave. But first, I reach for my phone with hands that are less than steady. Lance might be geographically undesirable, but I need the distraction. He's a lifeline to keep me from falling prey to Tripp's everything. Just before I can open the Risk Taker app, a text from Eva pops up. Eva. That was Trip Montgomery? Eva knows who Trip is. The entire world knows his name. But she knows about Trip through the distorted lens of the media. She doesn't know who Trip is to me, what we once were to each other. Me. Yes, and I should fire you for not rescuing me. Or maybe for all her tweets and posts so that anyone, including Trip, knows exactly where to find me. Eva. If you need to be rescued from that hottie, you're beyond help. I don't bother denying it. When it comes to Trip, I'm a lost cause.
Chapter 33. Jolie. My bare feet don't make a sound as I walk down the hall. And yet Trip lifts his head just as I come into the room, casting a smile that sends my stomach plunging down a steep roller coaster, exuberantly screaming all the way down. But it's too fast, too steep. I'm not ready for the descent. Dizzy from the rush of desire, of longing, of pure sentimental nostalgia for what was and what could have been, I lean against the wall, my gaze ping-ponging away from Trip's face in search of something safer. The plates he's set on the table, the white bag with grease stains rising up the sides. Is that... Trip's eyes flick over me, leaving a trail of fire across my skin.
Gray's papaya. Although I also got you a salad in case you don't eat hot dogs anymore.
I measure the distance to the front door, what looks like a mile of open space with no wall to cling to, and instead ease into one of the chairs arranged around the table. Trip reaches into the bag, pulling out 2 rectangular paper boxes and offering one to me. I choke out a laugh. The closest I've come to eating meat in years are the raw fish and egg whites that are the main staples of my diet. I don't, I say, before opening the box and taking a small bite. Then another, larger bite as my body's natural instincts jump into action. I haven't had anything to eat since last night, and my stomach doesn't care at all that my brain is standing at the edge of a mental breakdown. Oh my God, I groan, covering my mouth with my hands as I close my eyes. He chuckles, amused.
Good?
I'm unprepared for the magnetic pull of moments I haven't dared think about in a decade, incapable of resisting the backward slide through time. Snippets of my history with Trip that belong to another lifetime, another girl. A hard rock and tender lips. A tentative kiss turned intensely intimate. A tiara of twigs on my head, and the first crush of desire in my heart. And a greasy bag from Gray's papaya. Blinking my eyes open, I manage a small nod. So good. Bad. This is so bad. Being here is like inviting a storm into my life. Whether Trip knows it or not, he has the power to unleash thunder and lightning and lethal winds that will wreck me. I need to leave now. Trip grins around the bun.
One of the very few things I missed about New York.
His voice is smooth and low, capable of the sweetest whispers and most enticing promises. Whispers that fade into nothing. Promises that mean even less. But his words, they land like a grenade between us, making me wonder what else he's missed over the years. Specifically, whether he's missed me. The urge to pelt Trip with questions and angry accusations is nearly overwhelming, although not nearly as overwhelming as the urge to kiss him again, everywhere. Snap out of it, Jolie. What is wrong with you? This is the man who broke up with me the day after I gave him my virginity, the day after we confessed our love for each other. And he did it in a text message. A fucking text! And now he's acting like everything is okay just because he saved me from plunging 30 feet to my death, or at the very least a cracked skull. Bastard! I swallow a mouthful that's turned sour, wiping my lips with a napkin and pushing my plate away. So, what was it you wanted to tell me? Trip doesn't answer, instead reaching for the other bag and pulling out 2 drinks with a flourish. One neon green, the other vibrant orange.
Green Monster or Citrus Beet?
Monster. He passes me the plastic cup and a straw, glancing nervously at the contents of our drinks.
Why do healthy things look so scary?
Eyeing the mess of ketchup, sauerkraut, onions, and mustard left on his plate, I raise an eyebrow. I think your perspective might be skewed. With a grunt, Trip takes a pull of his straw, his face immediately screwing up in disgust.
This should be illegal.
He pushes back his chair and walks into the kitchen.
Beer, wine?
Nope, I'm all set. I try a sip. Want some of mine? It's good. Trip grabs a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and flips off the cap.
I'm going to stick with what I know, thanks.
I thought I knew you. I thought wrong. A sigh trembles through me. I appreciate you going to the effort, but
you want me to get to the point.
At my nod, Trip clears his throat.
After, everything, my mom and I left town. But I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. It didn't make sense to me.
Shit. Has Trip really brought me back here to rehash the past? I won't do that. I have a bigger secret than he can imagine, and it needs to stay that way. It still doesn't. I've learned to live with that. You should too. I stand up, but Trip catches my wrist, his touch sending a confusing flare of lust and panic up my arm, straight into the receptors at the base of my spine.
The journalist who broke the story. I called him, wanting to know who had tipped him off.
I pull away from Trip's hold, needing to focus on his words instead of his touch. A tip? Someone from inside the company?
Yes. I couldn't get him to reveal his source, only that they didn't come to him with the full story. Just vague hints of upper-level management issues and liquidity concerns. He said that he discovered the fraud on his own, trying to confirm the tip.
Reeling from the possibility that the scandal was ignited by someone from within MC Partners, I struggle to keep pace with Trip's end of our conversation. So whoever spoke to the reporter must not have been in on it.
If they were telling the truth, yes.
He blows out a heavy breath, running a hand through his hair.
So I started to look into things, and I discovered...
He pauses to take a sip of his beer. What? I prod, needing to know.
Your father wasn't actually involved in the scam.
My vision blurs at the edges. I can't have heard him right. That's not what the papers reported. According to them, our fathers were equally guilty.
My father and his cronies went to great pains to make it appear that way.
How do you know this?
I hacked some high-level government systems. I went back to the journalist, but...
A fresh wave of fury burns through my veins as I connect the dots. The information wasn't obtained legally. Trip makes a dejected frown.
He wouldn't print it. Said there wasn't much point even if he could. With my father in jail and yours...
I lift a hand, blinking back hot tears. Got it. With my father gone, there was no reason to continue with their investigation. What about your father? Why didn't he take his chances with a trial?
That was his plan, Until the DA threatened to prosecute my mother. It wasn't an empty threat, either. Her position on the board of directors was only an honorary title, but, according to their lawyer, if she went to court, she would most likely serve time. The DA needed someone behind bars, and without your father...
Tripp pauses, his voice a low rumble.
I'm sorry, Jolie. I wish things were different.
I take a few shaky breaths. Yeah, me too. My father wasn't a co-conspirator. He was just another Montgomery victim. Knowing the truth, finally, even after all this time, brings about a small measure of relief. But the impact sets off yet another avalanche of guilt, a tidal wave of grief. That last day, my last words to my father. The headlines are true. You really are a thief. You've ruined my life and stolen my heart. I'll never forgive you, ever. Not as long as you live. I want to go back in time, shake that stupid, selfish, self-absorbed girl. Tell her she's wrong. Make her shut up. Slap some sense into her. But, of course, I can't do any of that. Words, once spoken, can never be taken back. Life is fragile, and death is forever.
Chapter 34. Tripp. As the color drains from Jolie's face, emotions play across her skin like a movie. A tragedy so intimate, so private, I force myself to stand up and walk to the wet bar I stocked yesterday. There was a time when I could have comforted her, but now there's a depth to her agony that I don't dare penetrate. I am partly to blame. I could have told her all this years ago, but she is the reason I didn't. Blame is a burden we both share. I take my time selecting a bottle of crisp white wine, then set about uncorking it. By the time Jolie returns to the kitchen, the remains of our dinner have been tossed, and a full glass is waiting for her on the counter. She takes a seat in one of the bar stools at the island, her expression arranged into a serene mask. Under normal circumstances, Jolie Chapman is the type of woman it's impossible to tear your eyes from. And not just because she's beautiful. There's something about her appeal that goes beyond the perfectly symmetrical arrangement of her delicate features or the velvety smoothness of her skin. I can't explain it, but looking at her makes my body throb with energy, as if every cell gets a buzz just from her aesthetic. But Jolie, here in my kitchen, with me, is definitely not normal. Not normal at all. Disgust and desire tangle beneath my skin, neither giving an inch. I don't want to want Jolie Chapman, but I do. I still want her, and I want her to want me, to reach for me when she's hurting, to hold her when she's sad, or happy, or anything at all. Maybe I never stopped. Idiot. Silence descends, thick with tension. I take a last pull from my beer, tossing the empty bottle in the recycling bin and grabbing another from the fridge. Everything we're leaving unsaid floats on the air, pressing on my chest like a lead vest. Backing up against a cabinet, I rest one booted foot on top of the other, then clear my throat. Jolie lifts the glass to her lips, exposing the smooth expanse of her neck as she tips her head back, taking a long sip, then sets it back on the counter, running the tip of her finger over the rounded base. Back and forth, back and forth. I should go. Our eyes meet, clash. I'm not stopping you. Her mouth tightens, her front teeth sinking into her full lower lip. The sexy as fuck gesture made more so because she isn't trying to be. What did your father say when you confronted him with what you learned? I haven't spoken to my father since the day he was arrested. Surprise flashes across Jolie's face. And your mother? We're not exactly on good terms either. She gives me a long, searching look. What happened to you after... I don't rush to complete Jolie's sentence. She could mean any number of things. After I received her text, after my father's sentencing, after her father's funeral. The only sound in the kitchen is the low hum of the refrigerator, but inside my head, my thoughts are being shuffled and reshuffled like a deck of cards. Jolie betrayed me. I should turn my back on her, but I don't. Jolie destroyed me. I should hate her. I thought I did hate her, but I don't. Jolie abandoned me. I should make her leave. I should want her to leave. But I don't. I can't. So what the fuck do I want? Not what. Who? I want Jolie fucking Chapman. Then and now. They say only fools don't learn from their mistakes. I take a seat beside Jolie, the bar stool squealing as I pull it toward me, caging her thighs between mine. Right now I'd resign myself to wearing a dunce cap for the rest of my life just to spend it with the woman who ruined me. Maybe she's the only one who can rescue me. When I got back to school, everyone knew who my father was and what he'd done. Hell, my roommate's family had their life savings wiped out by MC Partners. My roommate, Lance Wells. Jolie almost met him the day she came up to Columbia to see me, but he was leaving for winter break and I was too busy kissing her to introduce them. The color in Jolie's cheeks rises as I rest my hands on her legs, my thumbs sweeping across her knees. She glances down, staring at the movement and swallowing, the fluttering bob of her throat hitting me somewhere deep. So you dropped out? Yeah. After he went to jail, I moved back home with my mom. For a while, I just holed up in my room playing video games and making my way through the contents of my father's liquor cabinet. Apparently, one of the bottles I opened was a $10,000 scotch that was supposed to be auctioned. She grimaces. Oops. You can say that. The feds kicked us out, sent a team of people to watch us pack only the things that had absolutely no value to anyone but us. They wouldn't even let me take any of my old sports trophies in case they were worth something. Empathy radiates from her expression. That must have been tough. The last thing I want is Jolie feeling sorry for me. Not compared to a funeral. Jolie takes another sip, her hand trembling slightly as she waves me off. Go on. We drove to California in this old car. I don't even know where my mom got the thing, but I didn't think it would make it over the bridge, let alone clear across the country. I guess it did? At my nod, she asks another question. Why California? I shrug. When I asked where we were going, she just said she would know when we got there. Personally, I think she figured we'd stop when the car broke down. And she's still out west? As far as I know. I frown, thinking of the call I missed earlier. There's been so many missed calls over the years. Voicemails I deleted before playing, letters I tossed before opening. The only contact I have with her now is by way of the monthly checks I send through my lawyer. Jolie's eyebrows lift. Why have you cut ties with her? I mean, did she have anything to do with... No. My mother was just as much a victim of my father as everyone else. And if she believed that, we'd probably still be in contact. But as far as I know, she still thinks this is all one big misunderstanding. Jolie's eyelids fly back, her thick fringe of lashes nearly reaching her brows. Even after your dad pleaded guilty? Even after that. She loved being the wife of a Wall Street heavy hitter. I don't think her mind can process that her entire life was just a big lie. We both take a few heavy swallows, past and present weaving together. How about you? Are you still close with your stepmother? We are. Jolie drains the rest of her glass. I should go. I reach for the wine bottle I left on the countertop to refill her glass. You haven't told me anything about you yet. Jolie looks at me warily. Nothing to tell. It's been 10 years. I'm pretty sure there's something to tell. Her features tighten, preventing me from reading her expression. Why did you come back to New York, Trip? Why now? The easy answer is that my accountant told me I needed to buy a place for tax purposes. She glances around my apartment, one eyebrow lifting. Nice place. What's the hard answer? I take her glass and my beer and walk to the couch in the living room, sitting down on it for the first time. Come here and I'll tell you. Jolie swivels slowly, narrowing her eyes at me as she rises. Her steps are slow and measured, as if she isn't certain whether she's walking into a lion's den or a harmless reunion with an old friend. I'm not sure either. I put her glass down on the cocktail table and wait until she sits beside me. This city is unfinished business, you know? She nods. Yeah, I do. Our eyes meet and hold. Understanding passes between us, born of a connection we share only with each other. Families that were once friends, a union that was once blessed, the next generation of Manhattan royalty, Prince and Princess of Park Avenue, until the entire tableau was ripped to shreds by the crimes of my father and the death of hers. Blood that turned bitter. A future king and queen whose thrones were toppled, their castles breached. Slowly, I lift a hand to push back a lock of hair that is curled beneath Jolie's jaw. It slips through my fingers like liquid sunshine. My eyes trace the elegant angles of her face, a map I memorized long ago. If there was an artistic bone in my body, I'd have a museum's worth of paintings and sculptures of her by now. Instead, there's no release for the images that have plagued me for years. How many nights have I jerked awake, wondering if I've forgotten the exact color of her eyes, the smooth span of her legs, the perfect slope of her pert nose. Now that Jolie is in front of me again, I can't help but stare, my eyes devouring every inch of her like a starving man at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Jolie squirms beneath my gaze, a flush breaking above the collar of her shirt and traveling up her neck, depositing patches on her cheeks and settling within the narrow rim of her ears. "You're staring," she whispers, pulling at an unadorned lobe. I slide my palms up her legs and skim along her ribs. My dick jerks as I graze the swell of her breasts. I know. Trip. My name emerges as a strangled rasp from her swan-like throat, and I plunge my fingers through Jolie's still wet hair and bring that gorgeous mouth of hers to mine. Our breaths merge as I kiss her like a man drowning to breathe. Fuck. I want to gorge myself on her lips, her skin, her body, her. Over the last decade, I've had plenty of one-night stands and short-term flings, but no one who ever made me want anything more. Not since I had everything with Jolie. "This what you want, Jolie?" I ask, nibbling along her full lips, dropping shallow kisses between breaths. Need to hear you say it, even though I can barely believe I'm saying it. She trembles in my arms, making a sound in the back of her throat that isn't a word I recognize, except that it definitely isn't no, but it isn't yes either. "Tell me, Jolie," I growl, wishing my damn conscience would shut the fuck up. "Tell me you've missed this. Tell me you want this as much as I do. Tell me you want me. Tell me you want us."
Chapter 35. Jolie. Listening to Trip is like drinking orange juice with chapped lips. Every word is delicious. Every word stings. "Don't!" I gasp, pushing at Trip's shoulders. His expression is a mix of incredulous and frustrated.
"Don't what?"
Act like the past 10 years never happened. Like we're still in my childhood bedroom. Like we're still a pair of naive kids who don't know any better. Trip rakes long fingers through his hair, tugging slightly on the ends as he shoots me a bemused look.
"I don't know. I wouldn't mind being back in that bed with you."
Sex. He's only talking about sex. Of course. The buzzing in my veins fills my ears, but not loudly enough to drown out what Trip is really saying. 10 years ago, he threw me away like yesterday's news, but now that I'm convenient, with no pesky scandals exploding around us, he wants to make use of his hard-on. Trip Montgomery can go back to wherever he came from. Hell, probably. "That makes one of us," I say, shooting to my feet. Not a smart move. The effect of the wine is amplified by the pheromones zigzagging within my veins. As I sway on unsteady legs, Trip's hand reaches for my waist, his gentle pull enough to land me in his lap. My ribcage presses against his broad chest, the hard plane of his abdomen nudging my hip. I open my mouth to protest, but Tripp lays a finger on my lips, applying just enough pressure to keep me silent. Shh, he hushes. There's a flash of pain in his eyes, bright bursts of confusion and anger and lust, so much heat swirling inside his molten silver stare. Mirrors, reflecting the emotions trapped inside my heart. It's my undoing. He is my undoing. Because if I leave now, will this be the last image I have of Tripp Montgomery? Can I live with that? If I only have tonight, how do I want it, us, to end? I close my eyes, knowing it's an invitation for Tripp to kiss me, thinking it will be less intimate than his stare. I'm wrong. Our kiss an hour ago was hard and fierce, a reclaiming. Our kiss a minute ago was tender and searching, an exploration. This kiss is different. It's decimation. Thrilling, tender, thorough, intimate. Everything all at once. It has me melting against the body Tripp has grown into, goosebumps prickling my flesh as beads of arousal rise toward the surface of my skin like champagne bubbles, my blood a carbonated cocktail of lust and longing. I hate how my body responds to him, exactly as it did 10 years ago, like he holds a key, the only key, and I'm powerless to prevent his admission. The delicious swirls of desire have also uncovered another emotion, a fierce anger that runs deep, too deep to dissipate with the passage of time. No, it's only been disguised. And now anger blends with lust, heating the blood in my veins to an uncomfortable temperature. I'm a kettle of emotions that bypassed the simmering stage and is in full-on boil. The source of my anger is right in front of me. He's also my release valve. Tripp's hands slip beneath my sweater, tracing the band of my jeans before rising up to cup my rib cage, his thumbs caressing the underside of my breasts with a feather-light touch. My nipples pucker, tenting the thin cashmere. Now it is me moaning, raspy little noises that sound like a trapped kitten. Because I am trapped. By everything inside my head, inside my heart. By want and lust and need. I claw at Tripp, my nails sinking into the skin at the base of his hairline and pulling downward along his neck. He sucks in a quick breath, spine arching as he nibbles at my lower lip. I retaliate, biting his the second he lets go. Harder, hoping to leave a mark. A reminder, even a temporary one. I shiver, and the friction unearths a wave of hunger that threatens to consume me whole. With a sharp cry, I pull away just far enough to grab the hem of my sweater and yank it over my head, tossing it in the direction of the front door. Then I reseat myself, straddling Tripp's thighs and facing him. I'm not leaving. Yet. Our eyes lock for a moment before his gaze travels south. I can feel the sharp sear of it along my cheekbones, lingering briefly on my lips, jumping off my collarbone to land on my breasts.
"Fuck, Jolie,"
he murmurs roughly.
"I didn't think it was possible."
I swallow, desperate to feel his hands against my bare skin again. They rest on my thighs, burning through the denim. What? Tripp's pupils are round and dilated with desire, edged in silver.
"That you'd ever be back in my arms."
The careless comment increases the intensity of the storm brewing inside me. How dare Tripp bring up the past when he was the one who threw it away? I'm here with the guy who saved me from plunging to my death, not the guy who killed the naive, innocent girl I once was. No more talking, I whisper, reaching for Tripp's hands and cupping them over my breasts. Unaware of the reasons I want him to shut up, Tripp offers a lewd grin instead. His thumb and forefingers come together in a pinch, just enough to send a gasp ricocheting through my mouth. As I throw my head back in pleasure, he replaces one of his hands with his mouth, his tongue teasing me, marking me. Yes, I wheeze, arching my spine and pressing my breast into his mouth. He moves from one to the other until I'm squirming, purring, panting. Wrapping his arms around my back, Tripp stands and lays me out on the couch in one smooth movement, my body his to take. With his fingers curved around the band of my jeans, he pauses to glance up at me.
Still yes?
I give a quick nod. Yes, Jesus, God, yes! There's a pull as my button springs free, then the whine of my zipper. I lift my hips as Tripp frees my legs from the denim, my black lace thong remaining in place.
Legs for days,
I hear him mutter. The snippet from our past is a sharp thorn, a painful prick in the most sensitive of places. Tears well in my eyes as I recall the first time Tripp said it. We were in his off-campus apartment, lying end to end on his couch, my feet in his hands. Damn it! Stop reminding me of who you really are. Let me leave with a memory that doesn't make me ache from misery. I cry out as the bittersweet image is replaced with the heat of his tongue swirling along my inner thigh, sending a thunderbolt of longing straight to my core. Tripp's hands ease my legs outward, his fingertips grazing the sensitive skin just behind my knees, tenderly nibbling his way to my hip, then across my pubic bone and down my other thigh. He has me jerking upward, chasing the heat of his mouth, the skill of his tongue. He's teasing me, and there's nothing I can do but wait him out. I will not beg. I will not. I groan, not wanting to give in to him, to this. But damn if Tripp isn't unraveling every thread of my resistance and replacing it with submission. A sudden desire to surrender myself to him. Please, there, please. Tripp's breath skims my skin. He runs a finger along the fabric that absorbs the proof of my desire.
Jolie, you are just about soaked through.
Trembling with want, I bite down on my lips, but another groan escapes as he pushes the lace into my crease, the friction sending waves of pleasure crashing into me, each one a little higher, a little harder. I'm drowning, and Tripp is my life raft.
Not yet, babe,
he growls, pausing just long enough to pull my panties down, fingertips running the length of my legs and then back up again after he tosses the bit of lace to the floor. His hungry gaze rakes over me. Inside, not a single trace of the teenager I once knew. No, Tripp is definitely all man now. Tripp's head dips again, this time to sink his teeth into my flesh. It isn't a painful bite, just enough to make me cry out. His chuckle ripples along the bare skin between my legs. Not even a landing strip allowed, given the skimpy bikinis that are a staple of my modeling wardrobe. The ache at the very center of my being threatens to consume me, swallow up my sanity. Maybe it already has, because this is insane. Being here with Tripp again after all these years, pretending he isn't really Tripp. His mouth hovers over me, breathing me in. I'm so wet. I imagine what he's looking at, how my pink inner lips are already glistening in welcome, my clit all puffed up and eager for a reintroduction.
Time stretches out, becoming thin and meaningless. Nothing matters but this man, this moment. This mouth that still ravages me in my dreams. This is no dream, though. This is all too real. My knees shake as I inch them farther apart. A low whine climbing up the back of my throat and emerging as a gasp once he finally makes contact, his tongue dipping and swirling and seemingly everywhere at once. My eyes roll back in my head, my inner muscles contracting around his fingers. Caught in a whirlwind of sensation, my hands grab at the couch cushions, desperate to hold on to something, anything. A shrill cry I only vaguely recognize as my own echoes within the high-ceilinged space as pleasure ripples through my body. Ground zero is the spot Tripp is lashing with his tongue. But the shimmery whispers race along nerve endings, crawling up my spine and setting my brain on fire. My entire body trembles as an orgasm rushes through me, stealing my breath. I rock my hips against Tripp's face, coasting on a carpet of pure bliss as fireworks rain down on me. The frenzy subsides gradually, leaving me shuddering from the aftershocks. He plants light kisses on my thighs, moving up the concave slope of my belly to dance around my breasts.
We should have had this reunion a long time ago,
he drawls. I stiffen, give the tiniest of nods. Reunion? Tripp sounds so casual, so cavalier, like he had nothing to do with our estrangement, nothing to do with ending us, ending me. Easing off the couch, he cups his palms around my face.
Be right back.
I assume he's going to get a condom. I can't do this. Clarity finally comes. Tripp is no gentle rainstorm. He's a Category 5 hurricane, a tsunami, the storm of the century. I might be dancing tonight, but I'll be clinging to a tree tomorrow, cursing my own stupidity for not seeking shelter when I had the chance. I'm on my feet the second Tripp disappears down the hall, shoving my feet through the legs of my discarded jeans, shrugging into my sweater. My shoes and purse are already beside the door, although I have no idea where my coat is. Deciding I don't care, I open the front door and dart through it. Before I can close it behind me, the knob is yanked from my hand.
Jolie!
Tripp stands naked in front of me, his body a perfectly sculpted collection of muscles and sinews that remind me of Lance with an uneasy twinge.
You're leaving?
I rush into the stairwell in a confusing haze of sadness and relief. I guess I'm not much for reunions after all.
Chapter 36. Tripp. What the fuck just happened? The answer is obvious, of course. Jolie Chapman is running out on me again. Fuck that. She's not getting the last word. Not this time. Racing back to my bedroom, I throw on sweats, stuff my feet into a pair of sneakers, and then grab Jolie's coat from the hall closet. I'm on the 30th floor, and even though my instinct is to race down the stairwell after her, the elevator will get me to the lobby fastest. I'm downstairs in less than a minute. The lobby is empty. I make a quick request to the building attendant that serves as an in-house concierge and enter the stairwell just off the atrium where Jolie's plodding footfalls echo off the cement walls. I'm practically breathing fire by the time she comes into sight, one hand gripping the railing, her chin tucked into her collarbone. You forgot something. Jolie's head shoots up at the sound of my voice, her wet eyes blinking in surprise. Instantly, whatever I thought I would say is ground to dust by the naked hurt trekking across her exquisite features. My ribs close like a vice around my lungs as a war rages in my body. One side wanting to soothe away the pain radiating from her expression, hinting at invisible scars that cut deep. But the other side, the one still aching from the scars she carved into me, has moved beyond fury. What the fuck does Jolie Chapman have to cry about? There's a cab waiting outside to take you home, I say, settling Jolie's coat on her shoulders and pulling the hair trapped beneath her collar. But if you leave now, you're admitting that what we had 10 years ago, what we had 10 fucking minutes ago, doesn't mean a goddamn thing to you. Is that really the truth?
Don't ask me for an explanation, Trip. Even if I had one to give you, it would only make things worse.
My last glimpse of Jolie is her drooping shoulders and bowed head, just before the quiet click of the stairwell doors scissors through my eardrums. Rather than chase after her again, I launch myself at the stairs, using the building's 27 stories as my own personal stairmaster, and not setting foot back into my apartment until I'm drenched in sweat, my breaths coming in ragged gasps. Normally a good workout clears my head, allows me to reframe problems and envision solutions I haven't considered. But even after a shower, my brain still feels thick and muddled. I pull on a fresh set of clothes, walking back to my office and opening the door to the terrace. Every exhale produces a vapor cloud, though it's immediately carried away by the cutting wind. The freezing air feels good on my overheated skin, the chill slowly erasing the lingering sting of Jolie's touch, the frustratingly evasive undercurrent of her parting words. But I didn't come outside to watch myself breathe or enjoy the cold air. I came outside to see her, Jolie. Except that a billboard, beautiful though it is, doesn't do her justice. Not after spending time with the real thing. Before she took off. Before she ghosted me. Again. I close my eyes, recalling how Jolie looked an hour before, naked on my couch. Bare feet and pink-tipped toes, delicately shaped breasts with small, dusky nipples, damp blonde hair strewn over the cushions, a face so fucking perfect it can make the most cynical man believe in a higher power. And those legs, they deserve a monument. Long and lean and perfectly shaped, they quivered against my cheeks as Jolie climaxed, her smooth skin pink after rubbing up against my 2-day growth of stubble. I take a deep breath, smelling only the heady fragrance that belongs to Jolie herself, savoring her sweetness that still lingers on my tongue. Fuck. I'm a Montgomery, a liar, a cheat, a fraud. I didn't escape my legacy, I continued it. I fucked up. Big time. Not by moving to New York. This city is a defeat I need to erase, a territory I need to conquer. I fucked up by answering Jolie's email, by pretending to be Lance, by giving her my number, by taking her on as a client, by crashing her photo shoots, by bringing her back to my place, kissing her sweet center, making her come apart beneath my mouth, by failing to order blinds, by still living in this apartment rather than moving somewhere else with a different view. So many fuck-ups. But the worst one of all, letting myself think, for even a minute, that a Montgomery and a Chapman deserve to share a future. For a card-carrying Mensa member, I'm a fucking moron. I suck in a deep lungful of New York's atmosphere, laden with a distinctive mix of exhaust, doughy pretzels, and high-octane energy. Glaring down at my tinted jeans, I exhale with a rough groan. Dick doesn't know when to stand down. She's gone, dude, I grumble. He gives an angry pulse, and I sigh. Guess she's just not that into you. But that's just another lie. That combustive chemistry Jolie and I have, it can't be faked. It's all too real, painfully so. If I'm willing to give her another chance, why isn't she? Fuck it. I walk back inside, pick up my phone. Lance, how was the shoot? Chapter 38. Trip. What? He ended things? I fucking did not. Is Jolie only saying that so she won't remind Lance of his ex? I start to write back, typing and deleting. As Lance, I can't exactly call her out on it. Lance, even though it was so long ago? Jolie, there were consequences that would take a novel to explain. Lance, it sounds like things still aren't finished with you. Jolie, I've made enough bad decisions to last a lifetime. Believe me, I'm done. Lance, are you sure he is? Jolie, tonight, I'm not sure of much. Consequences? Frustration pitches and rolls in my gut, a sense that I'm missing a crucial piece of data required to figure out what the hell went wrong between us. And not just tonight. Jolie reversed course so quickly I have whiplash from trying to keep up. Earlier in my apartment, and now in her message. After all these years, I deserve to know why she ended things between us so abruptly. Why she cut me out of her life with a goddamn axe.
Chapter 37. Jolie. It was a mistake to check my messages. How can I respond to Lance when I still carry Tripp's scent on my skin? Still feel the ghost of his tongue between my thighs. Remington Owen Montgomery III. Tripp. But still a Montgomery. There's no hope for us. No future. The wounds run too deep. Still reeling from our encounter, I suck in a quick breath. It stabs my lungs, and I wrap my arms around my chest, pitching forward. A well of emotions rises up from the deepest part of me, multiplying until I nearly explode from the pressure. Not knowing what else to do, I hit reply and stare at the blinking cursor. I need to confide in someone. Nina and Romy are out of the question, of course. And Eva has already made her opinion clear. But just because Tripp doesn't look like a villain doesn't mean he's a hero. Jolie. Have you ever been in love? The kind that makes every cliché you've ever heard about love actually make sense. Fireworks exploding, walking on air, so happy you want to scream from rooftops? I had that once. Had. Past tense. I saw him again tonight, after 10 years, and I swear it all came rushing back. Until reality hit, and I remembered the kind of man he turned out to be, and what I've done to keep him out of my life. What am I doing? Delete. Delete. Delete, delete, delete. I like Lance, damn it. Enough to want to pursue something with him. Dating 101, thou shalt not gush over an ex. Jolie. Actually, I bumped into an old friend just as we were wrapping up. I'm exhausted. It felt like we spent our entire walk down memory lane dodging landmines. Lance.
I've had my share of awkward reunions. Not sure any of them required a flak jacket, though.
There's that word again. Reunion. I think for a while, idly tapping at the keys before erasing them and starting over. Jolie. Unfortunately, I didn't have one of those on hand. Lance.
But you emerged unscathed?
I make a weird snuffling sound, glad that I told Lance about my father in a previous text exchange. It saves me the trouble of having to give him more background tonight. Jolie. Not exactly. I found out that my father was innocent. He didn't commit the crimes he was accused of. Lance.
That's good, right?
Jolie. Yes and no. It makes what I said to him even worse. Lance.
That's what teenagers do, though. Act like idiots and fall in love with the wrong people.
Jolie. Guilty of both. Lance.
Me too. I actually ran into her not long ago. She's not married, no kids. We live in the same city. I thought maybe we could give it another shot, see if we'd get it right. But she wasn't interested.
Jolie. Oh. Did things end badly between you two the first time? Lance.
You could say that. We both had a lot going on back then, and she broke up with me. There's more to it, of course, but that's the basic outline.
Jolie. That's practically the mirror image of what happened with me. There was a lot of family drama at the time, and even though we could have supported each other through it, he ended things. I guess I just can't forgive him for that. Chapter 39. Jolie. Where have you been? You never called me back. Nina's words tumble through the speaker of my phone almost too fast to match the movements of her mouth. I slide my key into the lock and turn it, shouldering my way inside as if I'm pushing open a 1,000-pound vault instead of the thin door of my Manhattan apartment, keeping the phone as far away from my face as possible. Sorry, it's just been a crazy day. A meeting with my agent ran long, mostly because she doesn't understand why I'm no longer willing to hopscotch around the globe. My business plan is cutting into her commission, and she isn't happy about it. I probably should postpone our call for another day. My night with Tripp and my texts with Lance have me feeling like an overexposed photograph, all blurred lines and lost details. Thankfully, Nina doesn't pick up on my discomfort. Tell me, how did the shoot go? The pictures looked gorgeous. I haven't seen proofs yet, but Nick said I'm going to be happy with... I pause, her question finally sinking in. What pictures? The ones on your Instagram. Oh, right. I rub my forehead. I completely forgot about all of Eva's social media posts. Who's the mystery man? I practically choke. Eva uploaded a picture of Tripp? Obviously, Nina doesn't realize who he is. That would be a disaster. She can never know that Tripp and I have reconnected. Ever. 10 years ago, it was Nina who picked up the pieces of my shattered soul after Tripp's betrayal and then my father's suicide. It was Nina who followed up with the modeling agent that slipped me her business card on the street one day. Nina who took me to Europe and convinced me to walk my first runway. It was Nina who supported me when I finally realized I was pregnant at nearly 5 months along, and came up with a believable lie when my bump got too big for me to work. Nina who held my hand and told me everything would be okay when I went into labor 8 weeks early, and made sure it was. And now, Nina is helping to get my jewelry business off the ground. I absolutely cannot admit that I jumped back into Tripp's arms the first chance I had. I might as well slap her in the face. No one. He was just a model. Didn't look like no one to me, Nina insists, her tone curt. Well, I'm sure Eva made it look like more than what it actually was. So there's nothing going on between the two of you? I pretend to drop the phone while I think back to how I left Tripp earlier. Like a hamster hot-footing it under the couch at the first sight of the vacuum. Taking a deep breath, I compose my features into an impassive mask and pick up the phone. Sorry about that, and no, of course not. I barely know him. If you're kissing men you barely know, it's time you found a boyfriend. In a Hail Mary attempt to allay Nina's matchmaking tendencies, I say, there is someone I've been talking to. Kind of. On cue, Nina perks up. Wonderful. Tell me about this kind of person. Mentally, I kick myself. There's nothing to tell. He's a guy I hired to do a risk assessment. I pause. Shit! I can't tell Nina that I'm having her friend investigated, not after she spoke so highly of him. Of the current market. We've become friendly, that's all. A risk assessment? Her voice rises several octaves. What does that mean? Well, after what happened with Dad, I just want to be sure I'm dotting every I and crossing every T. Francis would be happy to help you with that, I'm sure. You should send him an email, and while you're at it, you should take him up on his proposition. He's offering a lot of money, no strings attached, because I told him how much I believe in you. I just don't want to rush into anything. I've done that enough already. Rush? You've been talking about starting a jewelry line for 2 years now. I know. I kick off my shoes, drop my purse on the floor, and practically dive into my unmade bed. Any chance Romy is still up? It's late, but maybe... Don't deflect, Jolie. It's not an attractive habit. Nina sighs, clearly unhappy. After a moment of tense silence, she answers. And no, she went straight from soccer practice to a sleepover birthday party. Apparently, that's the only kind her friends have these days. I smile through my disappointment, imagining a room full of sleeping bags and a dozen pajama-clad fourth graders clustered around a Ouija board. That sounds adorable. Yes, it is, until it's my turn to host them for a night. Then it sounds like mayhem. A pang of longing wedges itself between my ribs. Nina, why don't I host Romy's next birthday sleepover party here, in New York? I can figure out something fun to do with the girls. Maybe the zoo, or Serendipity 3 for frozen hot chocolate and birthday cake. It would be... Jolie, how would that look? Me pawning off my own daughter's birthday party on her older sister. I can only imagine what the other mothers would say. Oh. Nina's caustic tone is a sharp pin, bursting my shimmering happy bubble. Of course, I hadn't thought of it that way. Her voice shifts, becoming lower, more soothing. Well, why would you, sweetheart? You lead a big, glamorous life, a life you worked so hard for. You're a successful model and now a businesswoman. You've traveled the world while I've been here, raising Romy. Raising my daughter. Our roles were cast a long time ago, but it feels as if I've outgrown mine. And I'm grateful to you, Nina. Romy has had an idyllic childhood, and it's all because of you. I'd just like to help out, be more involved now that I'm so close. I know, and I'd like that too. Her birthday isn't for months anyway. Let's put Romy's best interests ahead of our own, shall we? Besides, you need to focus on getting your business going and finding an appropriate man to start a family with. You can't do that if you're spending all your time running back and forth to Connecticut. You understand that, don't you? I wince. Nina's desire to pawn me off on the nearest hedge funder with a high sperm count is delivered with the grace of a sledgehammer. It's becoming increasingly clear that she wants to keep me at arm's length from her and Romy. But she and Romy are my family. Which brings my mind right back to Tripp. He doesn't even know Romy exists. If he finds out, I can't imagine how furious he'll be. Would he want to meet her? Become a part of her life? Pretend that he and Nina are her real parents while I remain her older sister? Jolie, are you still there? Nina's voice brings me back to the present, and I realize I've inadvertently let the phone fall onto the mattress, which is probably for the best. I don't need her trying to read my mind. Rubbing at the skin bunching together between my brows, I raise it again. Yeah, sorry about that. I have someone I'd like you to meet. Maybe go to dinner with. My frown doesn't want to go away. Like a blind date? What's wrong with that? I give a rueful laugh. Seriously, Nina? Yes, seriously. Brad is a much better choice than getting involved with someone you've hired. It's like dating the help. It simply isn't done. Especially when there's absolutely no reason to have hired him in the first place. Now, I really think that I should be married the sooner the better. Got it! What? You're almost 30. Wouldn't it be nice to settle down? The only man I ever imagined sharing my life with was Tripp. And that's just impossible. I'm 27. Go out with Brad once. For me. He's the stepson of a friend of mine. I've met him. He's a lovely man. I gnaw at the inside of my cheek, saying nothing. Maybe Nina is right. I've been only too eager to fall back into Tripp's arms. And Lance is in California. Even a bad blind date has to be better than sitting home alone, fantasizing about what might have happened if I stayed in Tripp's apartment, in his arms. Unless, of course, that man in the photo means more to you than you're letting on. I bite back a groan. Fine. Any distraction is better than none. Maybe. That's all I ask. Thank you. Ending the call, I immediately pull up my Instagram account. The image Nina mentioned is at the top of my feed and cropped just enough to obscure Tripp's identity. But I know. I drag a fingernail over his cheekbone, drinking in the image with a mixture of reverence and regret. Damn you, Tripp Montgomery. My initial excitement about Lance allowed me to think for just a few short weeks that I'd find happiness with someone else. That Tripp wasn't the only man to ever make my blood run hot and my thoughts turn dirty. The only man to make me believe that this Park Avenue princess might just get her happily ever after. I should have known better than to believe in fairy tales. As if Eva knows I'm online, checking out her work, a text pops up. Eva. Thought you might want to see the full shot. A second later, my jaw drops, tears pricking at my eyes. The full shot is Tripp's arms wrapped around my back and under my knees, my hands entwined behind his neck. One glance at the way our fingertips are curled into each other gives away the passion and intimacy of our embrace. Seeing it brings back the feeling of being pressed against Tripp's hard chest and the taste of his mouth, minty sweet, like he just sucked on a candy cane. Lust and longing doesn't blend easily with regret and remorse, and the noxious cocktail makes my head spin. Without even thinking, my hand creeps between my legs, drawn to the heat. Realizing what I'm doing, I stop, chastising myself as I thumb off a text to Eva. Jolie. This cannot be posted anywhere. Eva. Of course not. It's for your eyes only. Have you come to your senses and jumped Romeo's bones yet? Jolie. Romeo? Eva. Tripp is your Romeo. He's the perfect tragic hero. Jolie. Have you actually read Romeo and Juliet? You know they die in the end, right? Eva. If that's all you remember, then you definitely need to spend a night with Tripp. I pause, staring at the keyboard, forcing myself to tap out another text. Jolie. That's the last thing I need. Not interested. Eva. The lady doth protest too much, methinks. Wink face. Chapter 41. Jolie. Most men treat me more or less like the designers and photographers I work with. I'm a prop, an object used to enhance the perceived value of another object, a public symbol of success for the men I date. And in private, I'm there for pleasure. His, not mine. The number of orgasms I've had with someone other than Tripp can be counted on one hand. It's why I rarely date anymore. The pure pleasure of kissing Tripp, letting it wash over me at my own pace, no rushing ahead or trying to catch up, is so refreshing I don't want to stop. I fucking hate you, I whisper against his lips, my body at war with my mind. I hate him for his deceit. Mostly, I hate him for reminding me of my own.
I fucking hate you more,
Tripp rasps, drawing my lower lip into his mouth and biting on it. Desire is a razor blade, the slice quick and effective. I push at his chest, breathless from the shock of it. So that's your plan, then? A hate fuck? His pupils are dilated, just a black void edged in silver, sucking me in.
You have a better one?
No, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't have a plan at all. And that's the problem. But the other problem, a more pressing one, is that I'm sick of feigning interest in men I'm not the least bit interested in. Men who do nothing for me. Men who don't look like Trip or talk like Trip. Men who don't kiss or fuck like Trip. My sex life has been an endless desert, and right now, I don't care if spending the night with Trip will be like licking a cactus, hoping for just a single drop of dew. Let's go.
Chapter 40. Trip. I can't get Jolie off my mind. There was a time I thought I knew her, understood her as well as I did myself, but now her actions don't make sense to me at all. She and I are both fighters, warriors. We conquered a scandal that could have destroyed us, building careers from nothing but ashes and ambition. Yet when it comes to me, to us, she walked off the field, forfeiting twice. I have a shit ton of work to do, but I've been half-assing it since Jolie's email appeared in my inbox. Well, Lance's inbox. And that's going to stop tonight. Lance, I'm in New York. Jolie, finally bringing your line of Sharpie swimwear to the fashion capital of the world? My lips twitch. I won't be seeing the light-hearted side of her tonight. Lance, something like that. Where are you? Jolie, honestly, on the worst blind date ever. Lance, perfect. I'll come rescue you. An address appears on my screen. Jolie, text when you get here. I'll make up an excuse and meet you outside. I'm out my door and in the elevator before my screen goes black, a cab dropping me off outside the Gramercy Park restaurant 20 minutes later. Even through the window, Jolie's waist-length riot of hair is impossible to miss. It cascades down her back, transformed into an undulating river of gold by the bright spotlights overhead. She shines like a beacon, an angel in the crowded room. Lance, full disclosure. And then I send an image. The original one I took with the yellow polka dot bikini drawn across my chest with highlighter. This time I don't crop it to cut my head off at the neck. I'm not smiling and my expression is direct and focused, but it is me. A minute later, the front door flies open and Jolie is standing in front of me, her cheeks flushed, eyes like blue flames. You asshole! You won't get an argument from me. For a moment she just glares at me, her mind whirring so loudly I can practically hear it. An argument? How about an apology? Fine. You first. Me? What on earth for? An emotion I can't name passes over her features, but then she shakes her head, willing it away. Forget it. I don't want anything from you, Trip. Not a damn thing. She brushes past me, the citrus scent that envelops her an assault on my nostrils. I gnash my teeth and catch up with her. Now you're lying, sweetheart, because you sure as hell wanted what I gave you the other night. An orgasm? Jolie levels a sideways glare at me as a humorless chuckle rips from her throat. Yeah, your mouth between my legs was fan-fucking-tastic. There, happy? No, I'm not. Not by a long shot. A parasite of anger has burrowed its way into my chest, spreading its venom with each thump of my heart. I'm still so furious, I doubt I'd be happy even if my dick was between her legs. But it doesn't stop me from wanting to do just that. Get lost in her impassioned anger. Get lost in her. At the next intersection, Jolie tries to cross the street during a break in traffic, not seeing the black Prius dart to the side of the cab in front. I manage to grab Jolie's arm just in time, hauling her against me. Her eyes round as the Prius honks angrily, and she flips her middle finger at the driver with an outraged yell. It takes Jolie a moment to realize that I'm invading her personal space, but before she can jerk away, the light turns and we're held hostage by the flow of traffic. God damn it, you need to stop doing that. Stop saving your life, I scoff. Stop acting like you're some kind of white knight when we both know you're just... The light turns, the small crowd around us surging forward. Just what? I prod, not moving. An asshole. Jolie isn't shouting anymore, her voice gritty and serious. I don't respond, the energy between us turning heavy with all that's been left unsaid. Jolie is right, of course. I'm callous because my heart was stolen by her. I'm angry because I was abandoned by her. She studies my face, her brows pushing together in a frown as the tip of her tongue travels from one corner of her mouth to the other.
First you try to pass yourself off as someone else. Now you're trying to go backwards. It's impossible. Don't you understand that?
Before I can answer, she darts across the street, her question lingering on the brisk night air. Is that what I'm doing? Trying to go backwards? No. I catch up with Jolie at the next block, pushing her against the cut limestone facade of the nearest building, invading every inch of her personal space and not giving a damn. You've got it wrong. I don't want to go backwards, Jolie. I groan against her mouth, lust tugging at my brainstem. I tried ignoring her. I tried forgetting her. I tried deceiving her. It's about time I try something different. I want to fuck you into next week. Chapter 42. Trip. By unspoken agreement, Jolie and I don't exchange another word during the cab ride or the elevator's ascent. We barely even look at each other. With my heart-on straining beneath my pants, it feels like a year passes before we're in my apartment. Licking the velvety smooth skin tucked beside her earlobe, I suck the tender piece of flesh into my mouth, biting down until Jolie's knees buckle and she sags into my arms. I grab Jolie by the curve of her ass, lifting her up until her legs are wrapped around my hips, my hard bulge pressing between her thighs. Need to show you something. Jolie squirms against me, a shiver running through her as she drags her hand through my hair, her nails raking over my scalp. I stalk through my apartment, heading for my office. Smacking a panel on the wall to activate the sound system, a sultry bass pours from the hidden speakers. In the middle of the room, I relax my hold to let Jolie's legs slide down my body and then strip off her clothes. This woman has been living inside my skin for a decade now. Every exposed inch cuts me to the core, my senses overloaded by the sudden access. I knocked back several fingers of scotch earlier while I debated whether to text Jolie tonight. I'm not drunk, not even close. But right now I'm punch-drunk, completely wasted on Jolie Chapman, and I never want to be sober again. But tonight is an ending, not a beginning, and my hangover is going to hurt. This woman is going to annihilate me again, and I'm going to let her, because I'll take whatever she's willing to give, even if my gift is just this one night. With her top off, I palm Jolie's breasts, rolling her nipples between my thumbs. Dipping my head, I run my tongue along Jolie's collarbone and then into the pulsing hollow between, a groan slipping through her lips as I back her up against the sliding door. She gasps, cold glass meeting her naked skin, and I press her into it harder, taking her wrists from behind my neck and holding them above her head, forcing her shoulders and arms against the window pane, too. I pull back just enough to meet her eyes. It stings, doesn't it? She draws her lower lip between her teeth as she stares up at me from beneath inky black lashes. Yes. Good. A beat passes before I spin her around, dropping my head between her neck and shoulder to inhale her sweet scent. You drive me fucking crazy even when you're not here. I stare at your face every time I sit down to work. Pushing aside her curtain of hair, I trace Jolie's delicate spine, committing every ridge and hollow to memory. I should sue for unfair working conditions. She gulps a breath as I lick at her skin. Blinds. You need blinds. Yeah, I'm on it. My hand slides along her tailbone, ghosting over the curves of her sculpted ass, diving between her thighs, cupping her heat. From the reflection, I see that Jolie has closed her eyes. I lower my chin to her shoulder. Look at yourself, I snap. She obeys, whimpering as I run a finger along the crease, holding back the gates of heaven, drops of moisture already leaking out. Her skin on fire. My skin on fire. This is the view I've jerked off to ever since moving back. What do you think, Jolie? Could you come to a view like that? Flat against the glass, her palms slide down, making a high-pitched squeal. A gruff chuckle vibrates from my lungs. That's not an acceptable answer. Yes, damn it, she rasps, leaning her forehead against the pane. Yes. I nudge her ankles with the toe of my shoe. Open wider. She does, bucking her ass toward me as I slip 2 fingers inside her slick folds, setting up a rhythm of diving deep and then gliding upwards, finding that sensitive nub that makes her tremble so sweetly. My movements quicken in time with her breaths fogging up the glass, her panting accented by garbled cries. With my free hand, I toy with her tits, nipples hard and swollen. Before long, Jolie makes another sound, this one longer and louder as she convulses around me, her inner muscles clamping down on my fingers and squeezing hard. I suck on her shoulder until the spasms pass, biting hard enough to leave a mark she'll discover tomorrow. If I could, I'd tattoo my initials on Jolie's skin, brand her with my mark, a sign of permanent ownership, a reminder of what she threw away. As she sags against me, I lift her into my arms and carry her to my bedroom. On your knees, I command, depositing her on the bed and stripping off my clothes. I reach for a condom from my nightstand, keeping my attention on Jolie's fine ass, on the curve of her spine and the subtle flare of her hips. This time I'm not taking any chances that she'll slip out my front door while I'm not looking. She does as she's told, observing me over her shoulder, her deep navy gaze only leaving my face when the proof of my desire is exposed. A wanton moan slips from her lips, eyes going wide as she watches me roll the condom over my shaft. I want to kiss her again. I want to steal the oxygen right out of Jolie's lungs until she fights me, until there is a desperate struggle between us, until she finally fucking realizes that she needs what I have, that I'm what she needs, as necessary as air, that without me she can't breathe. I squash the impulse, afraid I might not be able to hold back, that the potent fury, the pure lust setting my veins on fire might just blur the line between raw and rough. This moment feels dangerous, like I've opened a door to a place that I might not find my way back from. But I walk through it anyway, ignoring the heavy thud as it closes behind me. Kneeling on the bed behind her, I slap at the insides of her thighs, then at her ass, enjoying Jolie's shocked inhale, appreciating the pink handprints I leave on her skin, maybe more than I should. She edges her knees outward, her eyes locked on mine, as if she's afraid of what I'll do if she isn't watching. There's a wrench in my chest as I squeeze the wing of her hip bone with one hand, the other gathering a fistful of golden blonde strands and tugging. Not very gently, either. Losing eye contact with me as her neck yields to the pressure of my hold, Jolie gasps, reminding me just how much I love that sound. "You don't deserve to watch me fuck you," I growl. She doesn't. She hasn't earned the right yet. That right is all mine, and I claim it. Slowly I drag my crown over the shadowed seam between her cheeks. Starting just below the base of her spine, I savor her quiver as I press against the pleats encircling her tiny rosebud of an asshole, then move lower, where moisture is leaked from her pussy, making her lips slick and slippery. Fuck, you feel good. I repeat the process several times, pressing a little harder against her ass with each sweep. I won't take Jolie there quite yet, but I enjoy the tease, the knowing that I could, that her body is mine to do with as I please, at least for tonight. I push against that private, tender place again. She makes a squeaky kind of whimper, a tremor vibrating through her spine, shaking her ribcage. "Has anyone ever had you here, Jolie?" She tries to shake her head, but my hold is too tight. "No." I push a little harder, her tight ring of muscle fluttering in protest. "Should I take you here tonight?" My left hand curves around her hip, reaching between her thighs to toy with the swollen, sensitive bundle of nerves at her core. Jolie cries out as I push a little harder, stretching her a little more. I'm not inside her, not even close. But she's so small, so tight, even those tiny darkened pleats have paled. Beneath the thin film of latex, my cock is an iron rod, ready to burst from the possibility of sliding into virgin territory, into the tight clench of a place no man has ever been before. And it's so tempting, because as I play with her clit, dragging circles over and around the greedy bud, Jolie arches her back, her hips rolling against my hand. Cursing, I jerk away from her. I'm a vengeful, self-righteous prick, but I'm not a monster. After 10 years, I'm too impatient to ease my way into Jolie's body, letting her adjust to the invasion. I'm incapable of mercy. Not right now. Her ass will have to wait. My instincts are base and primal, gluttonous. I want to pound into Jolie, possess her entirely, shred her the way she's shredded me. Shifting my cock just 2 inches lower, I slam into her. Jolie yells, but it isn't a cry of pain. It's one of pure pleasure. There's triumph in her burst of sound, an audible mix of relief and rapture. My gut twists. I want her to relish every minute of tonight, but I want her to hate it too, to resist the thrill of my touch and skill of my dick, because I'm only on loan. Our time is borrowed, and she's going to mourn the loss of me for a lifetime. Releasing her hair, I slide my hand over the creamy expanse of Jolie's neck, feeling her pulse racing beneath my thumb, her throat working in fluttering swallows beneath my fingers. My thrusts are making the entire bed shake, my balls slapping Jolie's thighs, the hard ridge of muscle covering my pelvic bone pounding her ass. And the hand I wrapped around Jolie's throat, it's squeezing, compressing the vulnerable flesh surrounding her airway, controlling her access to oxygen, cutting off the proof of her pleasure, her moans and groans and eager gasps. But pleasure comes for her anyway, the clutch of her cunt squeezing me, milking the cum from my balls like a thirsty whore. Except that Jolie is no whore. She's a deposed Park Avenue princess who discovered that her tiara is made of paste and plastic, just as my crown was nothing but a con. After I pull out of her, Jolie slides down into the mattress with a long, satisfied exhale, the graceful lines of her body glowing from the city skyline shining through the windows. Oh my God. That was... I throw the used condom to the floor, flopping her over so I can see her breasts and belly, and yes, even the damn bliss on her face. Come here. I'm not done with you yet.
Chapter 43. Jolie. Every inch of my body aches in the very best way. Weak sunlight is just beginning to lighten the sky when I feel Trip roll over and sit on the side of the bed. I remain still, not sure what to say or where this new day puts us. Words were unnecessary last night. We were just mouths and tongues, moans and touches, tangled limbs and twisted desire. And now morning has arrived. I hear Trip walk out of the room and I roll over, peering out his bedroom door. But he's already coming back, a pile of clothing in his hand. My clothing. He deposits it on the bed.
I'm going to take a shower. You can let yourself out.
My jaw sags as I rise to a sitting position. Trip is gloriously disheveled and gloriously naked. But the heat that burned between us last night has been doused. His eyes are cold. Bitterly cold.
What? You wanted something different? A long, drawn-out goodbye? Or maybe I was supposed to chase after you again?
What do I want? I want Trip. Even now. I want Trip's mouth on mine, tasting me, claiming me. I want his hands on my skin, touching me, marking me. I want to feel the singe of his gaze on every part of me, memorizing each shape and shadow. I want him to fuck me and make love to me, to feel my soul shatter apart, even as the most essential part of him is filling me up deep inside. I burn with all the want flashing through my body. When it comes to Trip, I just want. It's an ache that has never gone away. Ever. I blink back tears as Trip's harsh chuckle abrades my ears. I have nothing to say. No alternative to offer.
Yeah, didn't think so.
I flee Trip's apartment while he's in the shower. A morning after walk of shame that truly feels shameful. When I get home, I practically dive into my own bed. Miserable and misty-eyed, I don't even realize what day it is. until Romy's FaceTime call interrupts my scattered thoughts. Somehow I manage to help Romy with her outfit, and instead of hanging up on me, she continues our call during breakfast, the gap-toothed grin she's already asking to fix hovering over a bowl of cereal. I adore that smile.
So, how was your date?
Date? I laugh nervously. What date? How can she possibly know about Trip?
Mom said you went on a date last night.
My heart squeezes at Mom, wishing for the millionth time that honor belonged to me. Oh, I've already forgotten about Brad, who spent the majority of our short time together thumbing off emails to a colleague while muttering about the downward slide of the dollar.
Was he a frog?
A frog?
You know, a guy you kiss to find out if he's really your prince.
A crease dents my forehead. Romy, a real prince will treat you like a princess right from the start. Kissing a boy won't ever turn him into a prince.
Good, 'cause it sounded pretty gross to me.
The thought of Romy kissing a frog sounds a heck of a lot better than her kissing a boy. Not that either option is appealing. Pushing away the unsettling visual, I listen as she fills me in on school and soccer and her ever-expanding circle of friends. I can listen to her talk about anything forever. Too soon, I see her look up from the camera and know Nina must be just out of range, urging her to finish up.
When am I going to see your new place? You said you would take me to a Broadway show and we could have a sleepover.
The pleading tone of Romy's voice, coupled with the "were you lying to me" look in her eyes, tugs at my heartstrings. Soon, I promise. My furniture comes next week, and
I don't care about that. We can have a picnic on the floor, and I can bring a sleeping bag.
I'll talk to Nina. I can't bear to refer to her as Mom. Hopefully this weekend, okay? Her face brightens.
Okay. Bye, sis. I love you.
She makes a kissing face, and then she's gone. Love you too, I call, hoping she heard me. Nina replaces Romy, her face upside down for a moment before she adjusts the phone. So, tell me, how was your date with Brad? The smile I forced onto my face dies. Are you two reading off the same script these days? She sniffs, patting a blonde bob that's as perfectly coiffed as always. No, of course not. She must have overheard us talking about it is all. Look, Nina, I'd really rather she not hear about the men in my life. My teeth ache from staying silent on the man we should be talking about. My father. Nina deserves to know her husband wasn't a criminal. But how can I do that without mentioning Trip? And the irony of Trip disclosing information about my father when I'm holding back an even bigger bombshell, that he is a father, isn't lost on me either. But my sentiment falls on deaf ears. Ooh, so you are seeing him? I knew Brad would be perfect for you. No, he isn't. Not even close. Sorry, we didn't really hit it off. Part of me knows that Nina's sudden interest in my dating life is because she wants me to hurry up and have my own babies, so I won't be as focused on Romy. But Romy is my baby, and she always will be, even if she never knows it. Jolie, did you really give Brad a fair chance? Nina releases an aggrieved sigh. Men who spend their days earning a good living don't have time to look like the male models you work with. To Nina, earning a good living means pulling in at least 8 figures a year with plenty more in the bank. I can handle my own personal life. Before she can say anything else, I redirect the conversation toward the only reason I haven't hung up yet. Speaking of personal lives, I want to take Romy for the weekend. I haven't had the chance to spend time with her since the move. She wants to see my apartment and go to a show, and I'm sure you could use a break too. I don't know, Jolie, she says. Romy just started this indoor soccer league, and sometimes they have games on Saturday afternoons. I want to scream in frustration. Nina, she can miss one game if she needs to. What kind of example would that set for her? Romy can't ignore her responsibilities just to go have fun. The derision leaching from Nina's words makes my shame vanish and anger rise. She's only 9. Fun is exactly what Romy should be having, every chance she gets. For me, fun ended with the arrival of a newspaper headline, and the responsibility thrust on my shoulders has been a heavy burden. Childhood is so fleeting, and I want Romy to enjoy every minute of it. Nina appears flustered by my outburst, squinting at me from the screen, as if she's trying to figure out why I haven't immediately acceded to her suggestions like I've always done in the past. Well, I'll talk to her coach, and we'll see. Fine, talk to her coach, but I'm coming to Connecticut this afternoon. Ending the call before Nina can make up another excuse, or I say something I can't take back. I collapse against my mattress like a deflated balloon. Warring emotions vie for space inside my muddled mind as I stare up at the ceiling, so tangled I couldn't make sense of them if I tried. And I'm just too damn tired to try right now. For years, I've kept so busy I barely had time to breathe, jetting from location to location, hardly eating or sleeping. Go-sees, fittings, rehearsals for runway shows, bookings for photo shoots. It was much easier to push away real feelings when everything about my life felt so ephemeral, lasting only a few days, a few weeks at the most, before changing again. New places, new people, new clothes, new cameras. I thought moving back to New York would be a fresh start, that once I put down roots, everything would fall into place. It felt like my life was finally coming together. For a hot minute. Now it's all just a mess. Seeing Trip has stirred up feelings I've denied for too many years. Especially a longing to be a real mother to my own damn daughter. But am I being selfish? I grew up in Manhattan's privileged fishbowl, surrounded by cement, cared for by a revolving door of nannies and housekeepers until I was in my teens. Romy has led such a different life. Most of it spent on a 2-acre lot at the end of a cul-de-sac in a picturesque Connecticut town, where she and her friends roam the neighborhood in a girls-on-bikes posse. What can I possibly offer that would be better than what she has now? Maybe I wouldn't ache for more if Nina didn't make me beg for even the smallest scraps of time with my daughter. I love Romy too much to want to do anything to jeopardize her happiness. And then there's Trip, Romy's father. His actions this morning were hurtful, but I can't really blame him. I've clutched my indignation to my chest like a shield for the past decade, bitterness on my tongue and resentment in my heart. For the way Trip ended things, for how cruelly and abruptly he broke my heart. But he was a 19-year-old kid whose entire world just collapsed around his ears. I expected Trip to be a life raft when, in reality, he was a piece of driftwood in the ocean. The same as me. Is it even possible to set things right at this point? How? Romy yearns for her father, the one she thought died before she was born. My father. I can't count the number of times she's called me, her voice trembling as she asks for stories from my childhood. The sad thing is, I don't have many memories of him at all. I loved my father, but as I searched for moments to share, I've realized how little I knew him. Which makes me even more grateful for Nina, who stepped in and gave me someone to count on. Someone I could talk to about navigating the cliquey world of teenaged girls and elite prep schools, who guided me through the debutante process, pushing me forward even when I balked at the outdated chauvinistic concept, and led me to Trip.
And, of course, Tripp gave me Romy. Following that circular logic, it almost seems fitting that Nina should raise my daughter, should wake up to her smiles and tuck her in at night. But what if it isn't true? What if the choices I made were the wrong ones? Where would we be if that newspaper article never appeared? If there was no billion-dollar fraud? The daughter I so desperately love might have grown up with a father, with me. We would have raised our smart, funny, beautiful, irreverent little girl together. Maybe we would have gotten our fairy tale after all.
Chapter 44. Tripp. Bile claws at the back of my throat from the memory of the hurt on Jolie's face. The hurt I put there. I squeeze my eyes shut and turn the temperature even higher, sending rivulets of pain skating down my shoulder blades. Jolie could be here with me right now, inside this shower that is easily big enough for two. Instead, I'm alone, scrubbing the scent of her from my skin. She probably would have left anyway, but I made sure of it. My apartment is quiet when I get out of the shower, the kind of quiet that echoes, a silence that hoards sadness and regret like the city's homeless guard their benches in abandoned buildings. It's my thoughts that are loud, blaring in my mind like sirens. Last night was supposed to be about having the last word. Last night was supposed to be about sating my lust. Last night was supposed to be... I don't have a fucking clue anymore, because I don't want last night to be our last night. What do I want? If I can get over my pride, if we can get over our past, what do I want? I want a lifetime filled with last nights. Fuck. Have I just blown my last chance? I get dressed and wander into my office, realizing that I've been so consumed by Jolie herself, I forgot why she contacted me, well, Lance, in the first place. At this point, she probably doesn't want anything from me, but at the very least she's going to get peace of mind when it comes to Francis Hughes. As a foreign national who seems to do the majority of his banking in Andorra, a tiny tax haven thumbprint of a country tacked between France and Spain, the source of Hughes's wealth is hard to pin down. Not a good sign. However, there's a fine line between questionable and corrupt. Gut instinct that someone is shady isn't enough. I need evidence. The monotonous process of analyzing spreadsheets and poring through banking statements is a balm to my chaotic thoughts. An hour passes, then two. When my phone rings, I snatch it up only to drop it like a hot rock the second I realize who's calling. I've made it perfectly clear to my mother that I'm not willing to reestablish any kind of relationship with her unless she cuts ties with my father. Once she does that, she can contact my lawyer and I'll get in touch when I'm ready. But lately she's been calling and texting and emailing, leaving short, pithy messages that don't mention my father at all. Sure enough, after the call drops, a text message pops up. Mom, this has gone on long enough, Tripp. Please call me. I pick up the phone, delete her message, and get back to work. Going on the theory that a man is known by the company he keeps, I build a program to capture every mention of Francis Hughes over the past 10 years, including anyone he's been linked with. According to Jolie, Hughes has invested in other untried entrepreneurs. What will I learn from the people Francis does business with? Except that there are no partnerships, no investments, nothing but his name on a Connecticut P.O. box and the lease of a small storefront in a strip mall. Having exhausted all other avenues of pursuit, I run the address Hughes provided in the leasing contract. The name on the deed comes as a shock.
Chapter 45. Jolie. Thanks for meeting me. Eva scrutinizes my expression for a minute before shaking her head. I can smell man problems from a mile away, and you reek of it. Is there trouble in Verona? Verona? I brushed up on my Romeo and Juliet. I fight the urge to roll my eyes. My drama is hardly Shakespearean. Well, it's got to be more interesting than Fancy Nancy and Flat Stanley, which is what the twins are obsessed with right now. I swear, it almost makes me miss Goodnight Moon. Memories of my first few days as a young mother rise up,
so vivid I can almost smell the baby powder. It didn't last long. I was demoted from mother to sister before Romy's first smile. A smile she gave to Nina. Lost in thought, I don't hear Eva's question. What? I said, tell me more about the man who kissed you like it was his damn job. Heat rises up my cheeks as sadness swirls inside my stomach. I gulp at my coffee. It's a long story. Eva's sip is delicate, her lips perfectly placed on the lipstick stains she already left on the edge. My favorite kind. Feeling like I'm reciting the plot of a B novel, I offer a rough skeleton of my relationship with Tripp, ending with waking up in his bedroom this morning. She pulls a confused face. So, Tripp was using his partner's screen name to message you, but he came clean about it on his own. I nod, and she continues. And you spent the night at his place. Tears spill from my lashes as I nod again. Yeah. Eva reaches into her ginormous purse for a small packet of tissues, pressing it into my hand. So, what am I missing here? I swallow heavily, wishing my coffee was a cocktail. There's no way to explain why I need a shoulder to cry on without revealing the truth about Romy's birth. There's something else. I hope so, because otherwise you're not making any sense. I haven't told anyone that Romy is really my daughter. But right now, the enormity of the situation I've gotten myself into feels overwhelming, and I need to share it with someone else. Praying I won't regret the confession, I open my mouth and speak in a rush. My little sister, Romy? Eva nods, her eyes wide and gleaming with interest. She's not my little sister, she's my daughter. Well, fuck me sideways, she blurts, setting her cappuccino down so hard the handle of her glass mug breaks off. We stare at the fractured pieces for a moment, dissolving into laughter at the exact same time. Our waiter rushes over, mopping up the foam that spilled onto the tabletop and taking away the broken mug. Maybe you should have used plastic? Isn't that what you should have said to Tripp 10 years ago? Eva's audacity prompts another fit of giggles, to the point where we're holding our stomachs and wiping at our eyes. God, it feels good to laugh. The coils of tension that have been winding their way around my ribcage for the past decade slip the tiniest bit, loosening just enough for me to almost take a deep breath. We're just beginning to get ourselves under control when the waiter returns with fresh cappuccino and a plate of macaroons. On the house, ladies. Eva eyes them for a minute before plucking one of the assortment and taking a small bite. How old is Romy now? 9, almost 10. So that means what? Another 8 or 9 before she's either in college or strutting down the catwalk? I draw back. God forbid! In the beginning of my career, there were so many lecherous older men pawing at me, expecting me to do more than walk down a runway or strip in front of the camera. And I've seen firsthand what a one-night stand or a mistake in judgment can cost. Not that I've ever regretted having Romy. She is by far the brightest part of my life and always has been. But the thought of sending her out into the world I've clawed my way through is terrifying. Eva merely smiles. Either way, you only have her for a little while longer. And right now, she's not even yours. I wince, hating that she's right. Every day I allow Romy to believe I'm just her older sister is like a handful of dirt scooped from the ground between us. Over the years, these small bits have added up, creating a ditch so deep and wide it's become a gaping chasm I don't know how to cross. And my hands are so dirty they may never come clean. I'm not denying that Nina is Romy's mother. Nina has kissed every boo-boo, baked every birthday cake, brought Romy to all her dentist and doctor appointments, been the Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, and Santa Claus. Nina is and will always be Romy's mother. But somehow, there has to be a role for me that is more than her older sister. Tell me about Trip. Is he a good guy? Eva's question breaks through my jumbled thoughts. Yes. The word comes out automatically. A different answer than I might have given a week ago. A different answer than his recent actions may warrant. But in my heart, I know his crassness was a reaction to me walking out on him the other night. And the tit-for-tat hurting each other has to stop. You know you have to tell him, right? You should have spilled the beans after all that hot sex. Our conversation is making me jittery. Of course I know I have to tell him. The real question is how. I never said it was hot. She raises an eyebrow, lowering her voice until it's an ironic rasp. Oh, honey, you didn't need to. Your face is glowing like you had a lifetime worth of orgasms in one night. I bring my hands up to my cheeks. Is it? She swings her foot, the red-soled stiletto dangling from her toes. Jolie, the chemistry between you two at the shoot could have powered this city. You have to figure out a way to forgive the mistakes of the past so you can build a future together. I take a shaky sip of my coffee. I don't know if that's possible. Your man is alive, Jolie. Of course it's possible. Guilt lashes my skin beneath Eva's stare. Her chances for a future with the father of her twins was cut tragically short. She's right. Where there is life, there is hope. And I'm down to a single thread of hope, dangling in front of me, within my grasp. I just have to trust that the thread won't break. Knowing she's made her point, Eva changes tack. What kind of a father do you think Trip would be? Imagining Trip as a parent is a jolt. In many ways, I still think of him as the lanky 19-year-old who shattered my heart into a million pieces. But he's a grown man now, succeeding after so many cards were stacked against him. I picture him standing at the sidelines of Romy's soccer games, skiing alongside her down a mountain. A great one. Well, then, even if you aren't sure whether you and Trip can be a couple, that child deserves to have a father. She leans across the table, placing her palm atop mine. You and Nina have a lot to hash out, but Trip deserves a chance to be the father he already is. I know. Tears sting my eyes as I nod, sniffling. God, I've really made one hell of a mess, haven't I? Well, it could be worse. I snort. Yeah? How? Well, you could be boring. She's going to go through the I hate my mom and dad and everyone that changed my diapers phase eventually. At least she has a few good reasons now. Heaving a sigh, I rub at the crease trying to burrow its way across my forehead. I should have told him, Eva. I should have found a way to get back in touch with him. It sounds so awful to say it out loud, but while I was pregnant, it was the one thing I had of Trip, a connection between us that no one could sever. I can't explain it, but it made me feel a little better. I cling to Eva's understanding expression like a lifeline. I was barely 18, and I guess I needed some sort of sign that what we had was real, a reason not to regret what we were to each other because something good came of it. I shake my head, my voice like two sheets of sandpaper rubbing together. And after, what made you keep the secret for so long? She asks the question without a trace of judgment, but even so, it reminds me just how deep of a hole I've dug for myself. Looking up, I stare at the bright spotlights in the ceiling until my eyesight blurs, taking a moment to breathe because I don't want to dissolve into tears. In a way, this is the hardest to admit.
Because I was afraid Tripp would be ready to parent while I wasn't. Nina had always wanted to have a baby, and she was so good with Romy. As the jobs got bigger and better paying, I told myself that being an unwed teenage mother would put an end to my career just as it was starting to take off. And after a while, I figured it was better to leave things the way they were. That Romy was better off with one parent who was stable and responsible and had already spent years actually parenting, than to give her two who didn't know what they were doing. I was traveling constantly, always gone. So I signed adoption papers and bought a house for Nina and Romy in Connecticut. But now, I sigh. Things just feel different now. Like it's time for all of us. Is there any chance Nina will feel the same way? As Eva patiently waits, I hesitate to answer her. I've harbored this bomb for so long, the thought of pulling the pin is terrifying. But it has to be done. None, I finally admit. But I can't keep this secret anymore. Not from Tripp, and not from Romy. If he wants to be a father to his daughter, he should have that chance. Eva exhales a long breath. That's going to be one hell of a conversation. I know. Nina won't like it. At all. No, I don't expect she will. Neither of us says anything for a minute. Are you sure you don't want to sit down with Tripp first? That way Nina won't be able to talk you out of it. I chew at the inside of my cheek. It's a tempting idea. No, I can't do that to her. She deserves to know before I take that step. Eva nods slowly. So, how do you think Tripp will take the news that he's a baby daddy? My stomach pitches and rolls at the thought of admitting all that I've kept from him. I think he's going to be furious, and he has every right to be. No matter how things ended between us, he didn't deserve to miss the first 9 years of his daughter's life. Dear God, what have I done? I stole those years from him. I stole them from myself, too. First words, first smiles, first everything. There's no way to ever get them back. No, there's not, Eva admits. But he'll have the opportunity to be there for the next milestone, and the next, and the one after that. Not until I offer Nina my head on a silver platter. Hopefully she won't chop it off before I have the chance to make things right. Good luck. When are you planning to tell her? I finish the last of my coffee and check the time on my phone. I'm heading to Connecticut after a meeting with my accountant and attorney to review my business plan. I want to talk with Nina before Romy gets home from school. Well, if you don't come back, I'll send out a search party. I look her straight in the eye, dread for what I'm about to do welling up inside my bones. You might need to.
Chapter 46. Tripp. Companies aren't like people. They're a hell of a lot easier to understand. Everything boils down to numbers, profit or loss, asset or liability, cash flow, taxes, operating costs, a place for everything and everything in its place. Except that corruption is a messy business. 2 sets of books, money transfers between accounts, shell corporations that serve no purpose beyond hiding assets. It takes several hands, sometimes many hands, to make the facade of a crooked kingdom appear perfect. The problem is, people aren't perfect. People make mistakes. I've built a billion-dollar fortune exposing those mistakes. When it comes to Francis Hughes, I don't have much to go on, and unless I want to get on a plane to Europe, my only trail leads to Connecticut. Taking a road trip has to be better than sitting in my office handcuffed to my computer, my eyes drifting to Jolie's alluring billboard every 2 minutes. The Range Rover I ordered just before leaving California has been waiting for me at a Manhattan dealership. I could have bought a more exotic car like the Lotus and McLaren I left in San Jose, but New York City is notoriously hazardous for high-end sports cars. Potholes, untrustworthy parking attendants, high curbs. An SUV is a more practical choice. I pick up the vehicle and am soon speeding along the Henry Hudson Parkway heading north. The sun is shining, the water is a bright shade of blue, and it's still early enough to avoid the gridlock that will strangle access to the bridges and tunnels leading from Manhattan as commuters head home. 2 hours later, I exit the highway. I drive first to a strip mall where Hughes leases an office, but the space sits empty, the door locked. Next, I drive to the post office where Hughes rents a box. The building sits on Main Street in a quaint New England town. I buy a coffee from the bakery a few doors down and decide to head to the address Hughes listed in his leasing contract. A house owned by Nina Chapman. Just a few minutes from town, it's easy to find. A large colonial surrounded by other large colonials at the end of the cul-de-sac. Maybe Francis Hughes is Nina's live-in boyfriend and she just hasn't told Jolie yet. I park in the middle of the block, as close as possible to a hedge of immaculately pruned evergreens. It isn't the most conducive environment for a stakeout, but then again I don't even know what I'm looking for. Just as I'm settling in with my coffee and Wall Street Journal, a yellow minibus pulls onto the street, stopping behind me to discharge a pair of kids in tartan uniforms. Ducking low in my seat, I stare straight ahead, my view unobstructed as Nina's front door swings open, expelling 2 women. Nina hasn't changed much from my cursory glance, but my attention is on the woman beside her. Jolie. They walk down the steps, their faces turned in my direction, looking straight at me. Fuck. Of all days, what is Jolie doing here? Just as I'm about to get out of the car and spare myself the indignity of being caught skulking in the front seat, the minibus drives by, entering the cul-de-sac and stopping directly in front of Nina's house. I straighten in my seat, trying to peer around the bus, expecting to see Jolie and Nina edging around the back bumper, navy letters proclaiming the Lowell School at any second. Jolie! The excited squeal comes through my partially lowered window before the sound of the bus closing its door and accelerating drowns out everything else. By the time it's out of my way, I see a young girl walking back toward the house, a long dark braid hanging between her shoulders, bookended by Jolie and Nina. Has Nina remarried? Is the girl her daughter? Jolie mentioned Nina, but not a niece. Watching the threesome walk back inside the house feels a little like the time a rogue baseball hit me just below my ribs in the softest part of my belly. It wasn't painful, but the inability to draw a deep breath for several minutes was nerve-wracking. My coach and teammates had rushed over to where I'd been sucking wind on the ground, and I remember staring at the red dust covering the tips of their shoes and the ends of their laces. "Don't worry about breathing, Montgomery. You'll do that again in a minute," my coach had said. "For now, know what you see and trust what you know." He began calling out plays with his fingers, and I concentrated on remembering which play belonged to which signal. By the 4th play, I took a shallow breath, and by the 7th, I felt almost normal. Know what you see, trust what you know. What I see is a little girl getting off a bus in front of a house. What I know is that Nina owns that house. The rest I can piece together. Taking a sharp inhale, I pick up my phone and call the San Jose office. Unexpectedly, Lance's voice booms through the speaker. "How's New York treating you? Your balls frozen off yet?" I scoff through a surprised grin. "Big and juicy as ever. When did you get back?" "Late last night, and I'm glad yours are intact, because I've been reading through my inbox and it looks like Jolie Chapman has her hands wrapped pretty tightly around mine." I push aside the wave of jealousy that surges forward at the thought of Jolie's hands on anyone else's balls but my own. Not anymore. "Okay, good. They serve me pretty well, on account of their size, and I'm glad you're home, dude, but this is the first and last conversation we'll ever have about your junk." "Ah, you must be calling to welcome me back, then." I suppress a groan. "I'll throw you a parade later, but right now I need your help on something." "Let me guess, this is about Chapman." Not bothering to confirm the obvious, I rattle off Nina's address and the name of the private school written on the back of the bus. By focusing solely on Francis Hughes, I might have missed the bigger picture. "I need everything you can find on Nina, Francis, the girl, and her connection to Jolie. Put everything on it, Lance. I mean it. I need this information yesterday." If I was in my office, I could do some of the work myself, but the internet service out here is patchy at best. I can make calls, but getting even a single website to load is slow going. Got it, Lance says, hanging up without another extraneous word. When my phone rings a few minutes later, I pounce on it without even glancing at the screen. Tell me everything, I grit.
That's what I've been trying to do, for years.
For a brief second, I have no idea who is on the other end of the line. And then recognition floods my brain cells. Mom? Chapter 47. Trip. Her voice is as crisp and cultured as I remember, but just the slightest bit diluted, as if the passing years have worn away at her sharp tongue.
Yes, Trip, she says, releasing a small sigh. As much as you wish it weren't so, this is your mother.
I debate hanging up, but something holds me back. Why are you calling? I ask, pushing the words out through a locked jaw.
If I didn't know better, I would think you had no knowledge of social graces or etiquette. Since that's not the case, I can only assume you are deliberately being rude.
I almost smile. Growing up wealthy and privileged, my mother has zero tolerance for bullshit. It's a trait I've inherited. If you need something, just call.
I'm in New York, she interrupts.
It's the last thing I expect her to say. You're here, in New York.
Yes, I'm downstairs in the lobby.
You're downstairs, I repeat, my tongue thick.
Yes. Now, if you would please tell the doorman to let me up, we may continue this conversation face to face.
I'm not here. I mean, there.
Remington Owen Montgomery, I didn't come all this way for you to make a fool out of me.
I stiffen at the sound of my full name. First of all, don't call me that. And second, I'm in Connecticut.
When are you coming back? I need to see you.
There's something in my mother's tone that keeps me from hanging up outright. I'll be back later tonight. Before she can say anything else, I add, I'll call you in a few hours when I get back to town. After ending the call, I sit back in my seat, clutching the steering wheel so hard my knuckles go white. What could be important enough to bring my mother back to Manhattan, a place she'd sworn never to return? Thumbing out a brief email to the lawyer I hired to look after my mother's financial affairs, I nearly miss the Volvo SUV driving straight by me. I don't see who's in it, but there's a magnet from the Lowell School on the bumper. Tossing my phone on the passenger seat, I start the engine and make a U-turn as discreetly as possible. The Volvo swings right at the end of the street, and I let 2 cars pass before making the turn myself. 10 minutes later, it pulls into a sports complex. I circle the block once before parking on the other end of the lot. When my phone starts chirping again, I make sure to check the screen before answering. This time it's Lance. What did you find out? I have an overseas contact working on getting me the actual birth certificate, but according to paperwork filed with the school, she was born in Switzerland. Mother listed as Nina Chapman, father listed as James Chapman. So not Jolie's niece, her half-sister. Nina must have been pregnant when they left New York, I realize. Lance continues running through the facts he's been able to confirm. The house was bought 5 years ago when the girl was 4. It's in Nina Chapman's name, but the mortgage is held by Jolie Chapman. Jolie and Nina have a joint checking account funded entirely by Jolie's paychecks to take care of the bills. Taxes, utilities, school tuition, credit cards, car payments. I hear the clicking of a computer mouse. They have several joint savings and investment accounts. Did you find out anything about Francis Hughes? Well, I'll say this. If his paper trail was a skeleton, the guy wouldn't be walking around, that's for sure. Nothing more than I've come up with. I run tense fingers through my hair. Okay, keep digging. Thanks. I end the call realizing, as I do, that he never mentioned the name of Jolie's half-sister. An extraneous detail, but I decide to call back and ask. Sometimes details turn out to be important. There's a brief pause, the tapping of keys on a keyboard. Here it is. Romy Chapman. The phone slips from my suddenly numb hands. No, that can't be. It makes no sense. Why would Nina name her daughter Romy? My initials, with a Y on the end. Our inside joke, mine and Jolie's, not Nina's. All intentions of keeping a low profile evaporate from my mind as I get out of my car and stride through the front door. Off the main lobby, there are several turf fields filled with children. 3 are occupied, 2 with boys and 1 with girls, each field watched over by a small crowd of adults. Like always, my eyes are immediately drawn to Jolie. She's sitting in the third row of a set of aluminum risers beside Nina. I stay at the edge of the field just out of Jolie's eyesight, watching what looks like a scrimmage. There are at least a dozen girls chasing after a soccer ball, and 3 of them have dark braids. As I'm trying to figure out which one is Romy, one of them gives a perfect kick, the ball flying past the goalie's hands into the net. "Way to go, Romy!" Jolie's voice rings out as she stands up, clapping. The girl who kicked the shot turns around, flashing a thumbs up as the smile on her face steals my heart. She's the spitting image of Jolie, but with slightly darker coloring. My coloring, I realize. Her hair exactly the same shade as mine. Out of nowhere, the ball flies my way. Instinctively, I catch it and toss it back onto the field. Romy is already running toward me, her eyes not meeting mine as she focuses on the ball. Her gray eyes. Suddenly, I'm back at that baseball game, my lungs empty, my diaphragm paralyzed. Know what you see, trust what you know. I pivot back toward Jolie, already feeling the sharp prick of her stare. Her cheeks are tinged pink, mouth slightly open, eyes a swirling mix of shock and horror. Nina is doing a better job of hiding her emotions, her face impassive as she avoids my gaze. Folding my arms, I turn back toward the field. This time I can't tear my eyes away from Romy. She's clearly the best player on the team, with a natural grace and skill that far outstrips her teammates. Appearing beside me, Jolie's quiet voice is a splash of acid on a gaping wound. I never intended for you to find out this way.
Chapter 48. Jolie. I never intended for you to find out this way. Even as the words leave my mouth, I hate the way they sound. Pathetic, patronizing, wholly inadequate. The sight of Tripp, here in Connecticut, with Romy just a few feet away, locks of vice around my ribcage, expelling every last ounce of oxygen from my lungs and making my bones feel brittle and insignificant. The shock of his being here at all is completely overshadowed by what he now knows. The lies I've told, the secret I've kept, the daughter I've hidden. A muscle in Tripp's jaw twitches from restraint, rage lending a vibrating timbre to his voice.
It's obvious you didn't intend for me to find out at all.
His eyes are pure steel. His body so rigid he looks like a jungle predator poised to strike, only holding himself in check by the thinnest of margins. I am the prey, frozen in fear. Shame clogs my veins, making me want to curl in on myself. No, I did. I drag trembling hands through my hair before starting again. I can barely breathe, and I have no idea what to say. There is no fixing this. If only I made it to Connecticut earlier, as I intended. But my meeting ran long, and I missed my train. I don't have my own car, and the last time I took a car service, the driver gave me the creeps. Arriving only a few minutes before Romy's bus, there was no time to tell Nina that I've reconnected with Tripp, or that I want to tell him about our daughter. And now I'm caught between them, choking on their mutual hatred and toxic outrage. My eyes flick to Romy as she lands a perfect kick toward the goal. Tripp, she doesn't know.
That I'm her father? Yeah, I got that. Loud and clear.
Tripp's bitterness electrifies the air between us, a toxic cloud of hurt that makes my skin throb. I want to ask what he's doing here, but my right to ask anything of him is on hold, if not permanently blocked. However, there's no denying what he clearly already knows. Romy is his daughter. Our daughter. This situation is a bomb seconds away from detonating. My plan for pulling the pin out, slowly, carefully, is now moot. But somehow I have to contain the fallout. Whatever happened between me and Tripp and Nina, it's a distant second to making sure Romy is protected. That she'll soon learn her entire life is a lie is inevitable. But I don't want it to happen on the side of a soccer field, in the half-hour slice of time between practice and dinner. I have to convince Tripp to be patient, that we need to come up with a plan based on what is best for Romy. She doesn't know I'm her mother either. He finally spins to face me.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
I shake my head. No.
So our daughter thinks your stepmother is her mother, and her father is dead.
I hesitate as the truth of what I've done, the lies I've fed my beautiful baby girl, the lives I've tainted, sinks in. Tripp's face tightens as the enormity of my deception, all I've taken from him, registers. I watch his lips disappear as he presses them tightly together, doing what he has to do to rein in the howl of outrage that is no doubt building inside his chest. Tripp, But I'm speaking to air. He's already spun on his heel and stalked off. I glance at the field, hoping that Romy hasn't seen the awkward exchange. With her running toward the ball in the opposite direction, I scurry after Tripp. I enter the lobby just as he throws open the front doors with a resounding bang. Wait, please! He reverses course, but whatever control he fought for inside is gone, his face a mask of fury.
How could you have done this?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That, at least, is the truth.
Sorry? That's all you've got?
He shakes his head slowly. Just a few degrees of movement, as if his muscles are too stiff to allow a normal range of motion.
Sorry doesn't cut it in this situation.
I know. Nothing I can say will make any of this okay. There's an angry buzzing in my head, like even my thoughts are furious with me and ready to sting.
How old is she?
Tripp,
9, 10?
I can see him trying to work out the timing in his head. She'll be 10 this summer.
9.5 years. You've kept her from me for 9.5 years? How could you do that?
Tripp roughs agitated fingers through his hair, lacing them at the back of his neck and looking at me expectantly, waiting for me to say something to make this right. But I have nothing. No excuses. No defenses. What I've done is indefensible, incomprehensible.
You stole my daughter from me.
His voice is the consistency of broken glass, shredding my nerves like tissue paper. But worse, his eyes are glistening with unshed tears. Tears that bleed into me. Tears that break me.
Who doesn't tell someone that they're going to be a father? That they are a father? Who, Jolie?
My breath fights to keep pace with my pulse. Too fast, too shallow. I'm dizzy.
How do you not explode with that kind of information?
He glares at me, not realizing that I'm barely clinging to consciousness. Or maybe not caring. Either way, I can't blame him. Okay, I understand why you're angry. Tripp's glare intensifies, eyebrows climbing up his forehead. I hurry to throw out words like breadcrumbs, hoping they'll form some sort of trail I can follow. What I did to you, to Romy, is unforgivable, unfathomable. I know that. I wasn't thinking clearly. And when I read your text ending things...
What?
The color drains from Tripp's face, his angry flush erased. I know, it's no excuse. I was hurt and confused and...
No, I don't mean about that. Tell me exactly what my text said.
I memorized it long ago, but saying it out loud... You're really going to make me repeat it? Tripp sighs and parrots it back to me instead.
I am disgusted by what is happening right now, and what I allowed to happen between us. If you care for me at all, you will let me go. Never contact me again. I want nothing to do with you or your family.
even now the words crush my soul to bits. See? You remember it too. He shakes his head.
No. That's the text I got from you.
What? Shock spirals through me, the word more of a gasp than a question. We're still staring at each other, wearing matching, dumbfounded expressions, when the door behind me opens, releasing a stream of parents and soccer players, including Romy.
Jolie, there you are!
Hurt is etched into her frown.
Why didn't you stay to watch me?
I look back and forth between father and daughter, my eyes tripping over their similarities. Your sister spotted a friend and they didn't want to disturb the team by talking on the sidelines, Nina says, jumping in. He was just leaving, though. Isn't that right, Jolie? Tripp scowls at Nina as if he's planning to run over her with his car.
Yeah, I have to get back to the city.
Romy lights up.
That's where we're going too! Jolie's bringing me back to spend the weekend at her new...
Jolie, honey, I'm sure your sister's friend needs to get going. Tripp's jaw clenches at Nina's intrusion.
Actually, I'm really not in a rush. Why don't I give you guys a ride back?
Absolutely not! Nina shoots back. Romy takes a step toward me as the enmity between them flares. One peek at Tripp, and I know he's in danger of exploding if we don't make some sort of concession in the next few moments. I look pleadingly at Nina, trying to convey our precarious position, but she's too busy glaring at Tripp. Honey, just get in the car, I say to Romy. I'll be along in a few minutes.
Okay.
She walks toward the back of Nina's Volvo.
Mom, pop the trunk so I can put my stuff in.
Tripp's wince is as pained as mine.
Chapter 49. Tripp. Driving back to Nina's house with Jolie at my side, neither of us attempt to pick up our conversation where we left off. There is so much that needs to be said and cleared up, but I just don't have the stomach for it right now. Not when it feels like my insides have been ripped out of my chest and attached to the bumper, leaving a bloody trail on the asphalt as they drag behind us. I pull into Nina's driveway, parking in front of the garage and turning off the ignition. Jolie opens her door, glancing back at me with one leg stretched out to the side. "Do you want to come in?" I swing my head to face her, my jaw clenched. Even now my gaze roams hungrily from her hip to her toes and back again, my mouth dry from desire for this woman I should hate. I want to grab Jolie by her wrist and pull her onto my lap. I want to kiss her until my anger is just a memory, until all I can feel is love and lust and hope. I want to turn back time, erase everything that's kept Jolie and me apart, everything that's kept me from being a part of my daughter's life. I want to strangle Nina and flee with Jolie and Romy, restart our lives as a family of 3. I want. I think you and I both know that's not a good idea. Jolie gives a dejected nod, regret stamped across her skin, then opens and closes her mouth several times without getting out another syllable. Finally, she manages a few words. "I'm going to talk to Nina for a few minutes while Romy finishes getting ready. I know you won't believe me, but I had planned to talk to her about you, about us, earlier today. It just didn't work out." Inside of me, the man who once loved Jolie wants to say something understanding, something that will wipe away her regret, clear the shadows from her eyes. But I can't be that guy right now. I'm not sure I'll be that guy ever again. "You're right," I say quietly. "I don't believe you." Jolie blanches as she exits the car, closing the door and entering the house through the garage. Alone, my skull crashes back against the leather headrest, consumed by the enormity of her betrayal. Jolie has stolen so much more than my heart. She stole my child. I'm a father. Me, a dad. Except my daughter doesn't know it. What a fucking day. Growing up, I didn't have the best relationship with my own father. I mean, he was a narcissistic scumbag, probably incapable of having a good relationship with anyone, but every kid at least deserves to know who their father is. I curse myself for not finding Jolie sooner, for taking that damn text at face value and spending nearly every day afterward pretending she didn't exist, for keeping the truth of her father's innocence to myself, out of spite. What a colossal waste of an entire goddamn decade. I understand Nina's motivations for hiding Romy from me. There's no getting around the fact that my father basically destroyed her life and led to her husband's suicide. But Jolie? I bared my fucking soul to that girl. She knew me inside and out. Even if I was the one to end things between us, how could she think that a child we created together in nothing but love should be raised by neither of us? Did she believe I was simply a carbon copy of my father, destined to live a malignant life of destruction and greed? Except that I didn't send that text. Jolie broke up with me, not the other way around. How the fuck did we both get the same goddamn text? And why does Romy believe Nina is her mother? Why would Jolie voluntarily give up her child? Of course she's involved in Romy's life, which is more than I can say, but only as her sister. Does Jolie think so little of herself that she doesn't believe she would make a good mother? What could make her voluntarily give up her own daughter? I want explanations. I want to understand. I want all of this to make sense. None of it does. But I know one thing for sure. My daughter is not going to be raised by a woman who detests the sight of me. The broken shards of my spine fuse together again, connected by steely resolve and a seething rage. If Jolie isn't on the same page, this is going to be a disaster of epic proportions. An international birth, lawyers, custody battles. No child should go through that. I thumb out a quick text to Lance to make getting Romy's Swiss birth certificate a top priority. Am I even listed as her father? By the time Jolie and Romy slide into the car, my brain is on overdrive. Somehow I manage to pull myself together and slap a fake-ass smile on my face. All set? I ask, pumping cheer into my tone as I turn to glance in the back seat. Romy is so excited she's practically vibrating. New York City, here we come! My heart gives a lurch. Is she really mine? I shift into reverse and back down the driveway, giving the thundercloud over my head a forceful shove. Romy's enthusiasm is infectious, and I have at least 2 hours in a car with her. Everything else can be handled. So what are your plans for the weekend? Jolie promised we'd pick out furniture for my bedroom together and see a Broadway show and walk through Central Park and go to the top of the Rock and... I arch an eyebrow, looking at her through the rearview mirror. That's quite a weekend you've got planned. She grins, leaning forward to put her chin on Jolie's shoulder and kiss her cheek. That's because I have the best sister in the world. I'm so glad you've decided to move somewhere close, finally. Jolie sniffs, giving a tremulous smile. Me too, Romy. The harsh sting of my anger decreases to a dull throb in the face of Jolie's obvious discomfort. Clearly, she isn't thrilled with the current situation either. We have a lot to talk about, but it isn't going to happen now with Romy between us. As the miles add up, putting distance between us and Nina, some of the color comes back into Jolie's cheeks. I can't imagine what Nina said to her back at the house. Truth be told, I don't even want to. Any chance I can crash some of your less girly plans? The question is purely for Romy's benefit. I'm going to be a part of my daughter's life, starting now. Sure, Romy answers for them both. I peer at Jolie. Have you gotten tickets to a show yet? No, I thought we'd just walk around and see what was available. I frown. Well, what's the best show that's age-appropriate for Romy? Her lips twitch slightly as she turns toward me. Age-appropriate? I fiddle with the console until Romy is bopping her head and lip-syncing to a song I haven't heard before. I'll handle the tickets. You sure? I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Getting tickets will be easy. Everything is available for a price, especially in Manhattan. The hardest part will be waiting for Saturday night to roll around. I'm barely driving the speed limit, but the car trip passes by in a flash with Romy filling us in on everything and everyone in her life. There's no bullshit, no artifice, just a genuine info dump of everything rolling around her 9-year-old mind. I don't understand half of what she's talking about, but that doesn't matter one bit. I love every minute. Too soon, I'm pulling to a stop outside Jolie's apartment and helping them out. Romy darts into my arms, hugging me with a quick squeeze around my neck and making me wish I can freeze time. Or maybe fast forward to the day when she learns I'm her father and she's my little girl.
Thanks for the ride. See you tomorrow.
Swallowing the enormous lump in my throat, I return the gesture. See you tomorrow. The automatic swell of love I feel for Romy is accompanied by a fresh wave of fury toward Jolie. She stands beside Romy now, and I surprise her by drawing her into my chest and leaning down so that my lips are less than an inch from her ear. Things are going to change, I whisper, determination turning my voice into a gritty rasp. She pulls back, her eyes clouded.
I know. They have to. You're going to make an incredible father trip. I'm so sorry.
Tears start to overflow, and I pull her back against me, not because I'm approaching forgiveness. The anger and anguish swimming through my veins and buzzing in my brain hasn't evaporated one bit. Don't cry in front of Romy unless you're willing to tell her why. She recoils from the harshness of my tone. No more apologies, no more excuses. You owe me that at least. She nods against my shoulder and wipes her face, blinking back any remaining tears.
You're right.
I'm going home, and I'm going to figure out what my rights are in this fucked up situation you and Nina created. I dip my head, positioning my mouth just above her ear. Don't fight me on this, Jolie. I'm so angry I can barely see straight, but you and I created that amazing little girl together. But if you fight me, you'll regret it.
Chapter 50. Jolie. As a kid, I fell from the monkey bars and broke my arm. Not the kind of break that actually splits the bone, but a green stick fracture, where several tiny cracks were visible on the X-ray, even though my arm appeared fine to the naked eye. I remember looking down and not understanding how I could be in so much pain when there was no blood, no obvious wound. And that's exactly how I feel right now. Like everything inside me is broken and hurting, but from the outside I look perfectly fine. The hurt I've inflicted on Tripp, the pain that radiates from every inch of his body, slamming into me with each enraged glare, vibrates so strongly through my bones that they've splintered from the pressure. I'm not fine. I'm not fine at all. Your friend has a funny name, Romy says as I push my mail key into my apartment's assigned cubby with shaking fingers. Like a coward, I pretend not to hear her as I remove the small stack of envelopes and catalogs. I bet you're starving. What are you in the mood for? She raises the shoulder not burdened with a bulging backpack. Can we just drop our stuff upstairs and then walk around your new neighborhood? See what looks good? I clear my throat, attempt a grin. Sure. Romy runs around my apartment for a few minutes, chattering about the canopy bed she saw online that would be perfect for my second bedroom, her bedroom, and how she wishes she could live in New York City. I force myself to focus on the here and now, Romy in my apartment, and slice away at the rest. But wouldn't you miss all your friends and having a big backyard and living in an actual house? She answers my question with a question. You grew up in an apartment. Did you ever wish you could move to a house? I think about it. Sometimes, I guess. But everyone I knew lived in apartments nearby, and that's just how things are in Manhattan. Exactly. And we almost never go in the backyard anymore. Not like when I was little and would play on the swing set. Mom says there's mosquitoes, and when I'm outside, I'm usually with my friends, riding around the neighborhood. I'd miss them, but I could video chat with them like I do with you. And besides, I'm going to a new school next year anyway, and not all of my friends are going to the same one. Oh, no? No, my school only goes until the 3rd grade. Some of my friends are going to the public school next year, and there's a bunch of private schools, too. If you can convince Mom to move into the city, I could go to school here and see you all the time. Wouldn't that be great? Tears prick my eyes as I draw Romy in for a hug and swallow the lump of emotion clogging my throat. That would be so great.
Closing my eyes, I squeeze my daughter's wiry body to me, dipping my head and breathing in the scent of her favorite green apple shampoo. There's nothing I'd like more than having Romy close to me. Not as a sister, but as a daughter. My daughter. Tripp's daughter. Our daughter. And for the first time since Romy was just a few months old, seeing her for more than just quick FaceTime calls and occasional sleepovers is an actual possibility. Nina has been a wonderful mother to Romy. Better than I could have been, at least at the beginning. I don't expect Nina to just hand her over now that Tripp is in the picture. But somehow there has to be a way that the three of us can all play a role in Romy's life. So much is up in the air right now. The only thing I know for sure is that lying is no longer an option. Soon Romy will know that I'm her mother. Her biological mother, at least. The prospect is both exhilarating and terrifying. What if she's angry I lied to her? What if she resents me for trying to usurp Nina's position in her life? While I was waiting for Romy to change and shower, Nina made her feelings perfectly clear. There's no love lost between her and anyone with the last name Montgomery, and the thought of entrusting her daughter to Tripp is unfathomable. Except that Tripp is Romy's father. All of this is my fault. I put Nina in this position. At 18, I was naive and scared, clueless about becoming a mother when I was still barely an adult myself. I didn't anticipate that the fragile preemie I'd born would one day become a vibrant and spirited 9-year-old I adored. Beyond giving birth to Romy, I've done little to earn the title Mom. But oh, how I want it, dream it, need it. But do I need it badly enough to take it away from the woman who has spent the past 9 years living up to the name? The woman who helped launch my modeling career and even now is trying to get my business off the ground with her friend's investment? No. I can't do that to either Nina or Romy. But there has to be some middle ground. We just have to find it. As Romy and I stroll through the doors of the lobby and exit onto the sidewalk, she brings Tripp up again.
Where does your friend live?
I know exactly who she means, but I don't want to talk about Tripp with Romy. Not when every mention of his name is tainted with all that I can't yet say. My insides feel hollowed out and heavy at the same time. It doesn't make sense, but then again, nothing makes sense right now. Which friend?
You know, the one that drove us back here. Tripp. He lives in New York City too, right?
Hell's Kitchen and Chelsea border each other on the west side of Manhattan. As we turn onto Broadway, I point toward a tall building due north. He lives right there, sweetie. Not very far at all.
Is his name really T-R-I-P?
It's a nickname.
Because he's so clumsy?
I laugh. No, and it's Tripp with 2 P's. She looks up at me with sly eyes.
Is he your boyfriend?
The last word is drawn out, almost teasing. Since when do you know about boyfriends, little miss?
Since my friend Sarah's parents got divorced, now her mom has a boyfriend, and Sarah sees him more than her dad. And why is he called a boyfriend when he's not a boy? He's old, like Sarah's mom.
I laugh at her logic, and that she called Tripp old. He's barely 30. I guess that's just what people call someone who's a special friend.
Is Tripp special?
Of course. The answer flies out of my mouth before I realize that I'm being set up by a 9-year-old.
Then he's your boyfriend.
I finally give in. We're talking about Tripp. He was my boyfriend a long time ago. Romy tilts her face toward mine, complete sincerity in her expression.
Then who is he now? Catching the end of Romy's braid in my hand, I twirl the dark strands around my fingers. That is a very good question. And to be honest, I think we're both kind of figuring out the answer. When Sarah and I first met, I didn't like her very much. She doesn't play soccer, and she has a little sister that follows her around everywhere and is really annoying. I thought Sarah was your best friend. She is now, but it took us a while to figure that out. We both like riding horses, reading books, and gymnastics. So we became friends because we like some of the same things. Maybe you should get to know Trip better. Find out what you have in common. I stop at a restaurant, pretending to study the menu in the window as the words blur in front of me. You know what? I think Trip and I have something pretty great between us. We'll have to focus on that. Clearing my throat, I turn back to Romy. How did you get so smart? Mom makes me eat a lot of vegetables. My heart cracks in two as I force a smile. No vegetables tonight, then. You're getting way too smart for me. Her eyes widen. Can we do ice cream for dinner, like we did one time last summer at the beach? Ice cream in February? She thinks for a minute. It's almost March, and we can ask for extra hot fudge. My lips twitch. How can I say no? Deal. Later, as we tuck into an overflowing banana split sundae with extra hot fudge and extra whipped cream, Romy chews thoughtfully on the maraschino cherry. I have an idea. I groan. Don't tell me candy for dessert. She giggles. No, but that's a good one. Absolutely not. I can't send you back home with a dozen cavities. Anything but that. My idea wasn't about food. It's about what you and Trip might have in common. What was he doing in Connecticut today? Does he know someone on my soccer team? I've been so taken aback by Trip showing up at all, it hasn't occurred to me why he was there. That's it. No more vegetables for you, young lady.
Chapter 51. Trip. Conflicted as hell, I drive back to my apartment, quickly realizing that I don't have the access code for the parking space that comes with my apartment. Mumbling an explanation I'm not even sure makes sense, I toss my key to the doorman and lurch through the lobby, feeling like I've aged 50 years. I'm a fucking father. There you are. I was beginning to worry you weren't coming back. The familiar voice claws its way up my spine, traces of a distinctive perfume catching in the back of my throat as I inhale a wary breath. Jesus fucking Christ. I forgot all about my mother. I scrub a hand over my face to rub away a look of distaste before turning around. She's walking toward me from the seating arrangement across from the concierge desk. I said I would call. She gives a small sniff. Well, now I've saved you the trouble. Grinding my teeth, I jab at the elevator call button. It opens immediately. After you. We share a silent ride. Once we're inside my apartment, my mother casts reluctantly approving eyes around the oversized space. An invitation would have been nice, Trip. I quirk a brow, studying the woman I haven't seen in many years. Clearly you didn't need one. She's very thin, almost frail, her St. John suit swimming on her tiny frame. Well, if the mountain won't come to Mohammed, Mohammed must go to the mountain. And does Mohammed also visit prisons? So you're finally ready to talk about your father. I have no intention of talking about him. I'm asking whether you talk to him. She clears her throat. Trip, your father is sick. Yes, he is. I level a hard gaze at her. He's a sociopath with no moral compass who has destroyed the lives of everyone he's ever known. She meets it unflinchingly. He has a heart condition. He's undergoing surgery next week. His prognosis is not particularly good. I let her words sink in, waiting to feel some kind of emotional response. There is none. The truth is my father's already dead to me and has been for years. Is that what you've come here to tell me? That his ticker might not tick for much longer? I shrug. I'm sure the devil is rubbing his hands in anticipation. Remington Owen, My name is a not-so-subtle rebuke. Calling me by his name won't make me feel some kind of father-son bond that doesn't exist. It's your name, too. An error in judgment on your part that I've had to live with. Her expression remains stoic even as her shoulders fall slightly.
I didn't come here to argue with you.
I hold her stare, wondering what role she played in keeping Jolie and me apart 10 years ago. The lawyers made it clear that our relationship wouldn't reflect well on my father's case, and she had access to my phone. Means, motive, opportunity. You came to tell me that your husband is ill, and now you have. Did you expect me to break down in tears and rush to his bedside?
No, but a little compassion would be nice.
I launch myself to my feet, a shot of adrenaline charging through my legs. Compassion? My tone is strident. For a man who doesn't have a shred of it himself, I don't think so.
That man is your father,
she shoots back. All the more reason to despise him and everything he's done. His name is synonymous with greed and deceit, which means my name is synonymous with greed and deceit. Still reeling from this afternoon's bombshell, this conversation couldn't have come at a worse time. My emotions are on overdrive, thrumming just beneath the surface of my skin.
You don't mean that, Trip. He's your blood.
My arteries feel like they're on fire. Don't remind me. Her eyes follow me as I pace the length of the living room, back and forth. At my mother's quiet, "Please come sit," I come to an abrupt stop, slamming my palms on the frame of the nearest chair. To listen to you defend a man whose crimes are indefensible? I'd rather stand and—
"But look at you now," she interrupts. "Look at what you've achieved all on your own. Can't you find it in your heart to forgive him?"
For a moment, I recall the man who stood at the edge of the dance floor at the Waldorf Astoria. The man whose whispered apology came before the world knew what he'd done. The man whose ashen face and quiet, contrite tone appeared genuinely remorseful. Had I ever seen that man again? Maybe I would feel differently now. No, I can't. I shake my head. And for the life of me, I don't understand how you can.
To err is human, to forgive is divine.
My eyes nearly bug out of their sockets as I gape at my mother. Did you really come all this way to spout archaic quotes at me? Looking unrepentant, she purses her lips, the corners turning down.
I came to tell you that your father might not live out the month, and I rather hoped you would care.
Well, you've done your part. Now you can return to his bedside with a clear conscience.
You won't come back with me?
I recoil. No, but when he dies, I'll pay for an unmarked headstone at some out-of-the-way cemetery so the thousands of people he fucked over won't take their revenge by shitting on his grave. She gasps.
No one would dare do such a thing to your father.
Oh, no? I'm not convinced that there won't be a ticker-tape parade strutting down Wall Street the day his heart stops. Placing both hands on the couch cushions, my mother pushes herself up and stands across from me, color rising on her cheeks.
He's a good man who made some bad choices.
A good man who cost me the past 10 years with the woman I love. A good man whose actions cost me my daughter's childhood. I cock my head to the side, my blood pressure still rising. He's been called a lot of things, but a good man? I don't think so. If you want to call him a good husband, that's your choice, although I'm sure the dozens of mistresses he stole from would beg to differ. And as for the kind of father he was— My mother raises her hand to silence me.
Until you are a father yourself, I hardly think you're qualified to comment on someone else's parenting.
I press my lips into a thin line as I stare at my mother, debating whether or not she deserves to know she has a grandchild. Fair enough. Her shoulders slump as she releases a heavy sigh, a posture I've never seen on her before.
Do you mind if I stay the night in a spare room, or would you prefer that I go to a hotel?
If my mother didn't look ready to drop on her feet, I would bring her straight to a hotel. You can stay here. She gives a relieved, wobbly smile.
Thank you, Trip. I'll leave first thing in the morning.
It's the uncertainty in her expression that does me in. My mother has always been so strong, so confident. The woman standing in front of me bears a striking resemblance to the mother that raised me, but there's a hollowness to her, like she's maintained the shell, but what's inside is slowly eroding. I reach out for her wrist as she walks past me on the way toward the hallway, and her thin, papery skin is cool to the touch. It's been an odd day, to say the least. Why don't I order dinner?
She hesitates for a moment. You don't have to.
I want to, I say, surprised to realize I meant it.
Okay then, dinner would be lovely.
I release her wrist and she moves away. She's just about turned the corner when my mouth opens. I already am, by the way.
She pivots slowly. You already are what?
A father. I'm a father. The word feels foreign on my lips, but in the best way, like freshly scooped gelato melting on my tongue while walking through the streets of Rome, or a buttery croissant bought from a Paris bakery. Foreign, but deliciously so. My mother, on the other hand, looks as if she swallowed a fly.
Since when?
Almost 10 years ago.
You're telling me that I have a grandchild, an almost 10-year-old grandchild. How could you have kept this a secret from me?
I see my own sadness mirrored in her face. If you're looking for someone to blame, I suggest that so-called good man of yours. Her eyes sweep the apartment, giving no sign that she's heard me.
I don't see any pictures, any signs of a child. Where?
I gesture toward the couch. Maybe you should come back in here. She returns to the room, sitting down heavily, waiting for answers to questions I don't quite understand yet. I just found out about Romy today.
Romy? A girl?
Yes. Her mother is... Her eyes widen as she puts the pieces together.
Jolie Chapman,
she breathes, like she's talking about a ghost. Yes. She didn't find out she was pregnant until after... My voice trails off as memories of that bitter time assail my senses.
After she left New York,
my mother finishes. I flinch at yet another half-truth. After her father committed suicide rather than go down for a crime he didn't commit, a crime masterminded by my father. Until today, I didn't realize just how much he stole from me. This time she doesn't argue. She just sits quietly, looking down at the hands she folds and unfolds in her lap.
How did you find out? About Romy, I mean.
Rather than go into detail, I say only, Jolie and I have reconnected. She glances up.
Why is she telling you now? Why not years ago? Is the girl sick?
No. Romy's perfect. Pride in my daughter and disgust that I've just learned of her existence wages a brutal battle in my chest. Jolie never had the chance to tell me she was pregnant. I suspect you know something about that. Am I right? Chapter 52. Trip. As much as I want to hear exactly what my mother has to say, I wait until I've ordered food and sit her down at the kitchen table. Retrieving a can of ginger ale from my refrigerator, I pour the soft drink into a glass and watch as she takes a shaky sip.
Thank you,
she says, hesitating for a moment before opening her mouth to speak again.
It wasn't your father's idea. The text, I mean.
I drop heavily into my chair. Because you don't want to believe it, or...
Do you remember the day we spent with your father's lawyers?
I nod. Of course. It was the last time I saw my father in person. After we learned that James Chapman committed suicide, the DA decided to play hardball. My father agreed to plead guilty to prevent charges being filed against my mother, who held a meaningless title at the company. He was sentenced without a trial. I refused to be in the courtroom that day, or in the same room with him ever again.
Do you remember giving me your phone?
Yes. You said the lawyers wanted to check it out before I had to turn it over to the feds. My jaw clenches when I recall the text that was waiting for me when she gave it back.
Right. And they did. But I wanted access to your phone for a different reason.
My brows pull together, creating a visor above my eyes and making everything appear darker, shadowed. Go on.
When you stormed out of the conference room, I caught up with you. You said that you'd fallen in love with Jolie Chapman. It wasn't the words you used. It was the look on your face. My little boy had become a man almost overnight. You have your father's stubborn streak in you.
A pang of nausea twists my gut. I am nothing like my father.
She sighs. I know that's what you want to believe, and I'm not going to argue the point, but that's not what's important.
What is important? She takes another sip of soda, running her fingers along the rim of the glass as she stares at a point over my shoulder.
The press was having a field day with all the pictures of you and Jolie from the ball and the bachelor brunch the month before. We were never going to be able to make a clean break from the Chapmans with you two on every newsstand, every gossip site, even the morning news and late-night comedy shows. Dread thickens my tongue, coating it with a harsh residue. What did you do? We hadn't decided what. Who is we? Me, your father, the lawyers? Before we could come up with a solution, your father got a call. From who? Nina Chapman. Nina? Why would she... My eyes narrow as my imagination takes over. My father never could keep his dick in his pants. No, it wasn't like that. She shakes her head. Nina seemed to think that since you two were dating, she and I should be friends. I mean, really, our husbands were partners well before she came into the picture, and quite frankly, I wasn't sure how much longer she would last. But that morning after the ball, Nina called my phone. When I didn't pick up, she called your father from her husband's phone. She's persistent, I'll give her that. Doesn't take no for an answer. What did Nina say? The question emerges as a low growl. I have a pretty good idea, but I need to hear every toxic detail. She wanted our help keeping you and Jolie apart. And you agreed? Tripp, you have to understand. The only thing the public enjoys more than watching the mighty fall is a real-life fairy tale romance. You and Jolie, you were attracting too much attention. It wasn't good for any of us. So? Barely restrained fury clutches at my throat. She had a plan, and we agreed to it. It was for the best. Her hands flutter nervously around her face. It was supposed to be for the best. The best for whom? Not for me, not for Jolie, not for Romy.
Chapter 53. Jolie. Jolie, wake up! Your friend is here! Romy pops her head into my room and, just as quickly, shuts the door behind her. Still groggy, I roll to my side and squint at the clock on my nightstand. 8:07. I don't know anyone who is up at this hour on a weekend. Suddenly terrified that Romy is about to open the door on an axe murderer, I shoot out of bed and race down the hall. Romy, don't! But I'm too late. She's already pulling at the knob. It's no axe murderer. Tripp is holding 2 coffees in one hand and a square bakery box wrapped with twine in the other. Cool gray eyes appraise me, heating up as they sweep from my messy bedhead to the faded t-shirt just barely covering the tops of my thighs, down my bare legs and painted toes. Instantly, I'm transported back to the first few moments of that ridiculous bachelor's brunch. Standing in the lobby, surrounded by pink flowers and gold branches and the sons and daughters of privilege. Women dripping in diamonds and pearls. Men in bespoke suits and handmade shoes, clutching crystal glasses filled to the brim with amber liquor. The sudden slice of sunshine that retreated as quickly as it appeared, revealing the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen. Then, as now, sexual tension clutches at my shoulder blades, desire unspooling inside my stomach, heat throbbing between my thighs. Then, as now, a certainty hardens within my bones. That boy, this man, is mine. And I am meant to be his. I swat a few wisps of hair off of my face, trying not to show the effect Tripp's presence has on me. How did you...
The doorman called.
Really? I didn't hear anything. Romy pipes up. I answered it.
I can't stay long,
Tripp interjects.
I just wanted to tell you I got tickets for Frozen on Broadway tonight.
Really? Romy is bouncing up and down. That's the one I was hoping for! He grins, holding out the bakery box toward her.
Good. Why don't you bring these to the kitchen and help yourself?
Romy takes it with an enormous grin. Thank you! Tripp's smile dies as soon as Romy leaves the room, his gaze searing a path across my skin. He steps closer, extending a paper cup toward me. The aroma of dark roasted coffee mingles with a scent entirely Tripp's own, making me dizzy.
We need to talk, Jolie.
I glance toward the kitchen. Now?
My mother was at my apartment last night.
I thought you two weren't.
We aren't. She showed up out of the blue. We talked.
A trickle of unease ghosts over the skin at the back of my neck, sending the hairs on end. About... I incline my head toward Romy. He hesitates, shoving his free hand in his pocket and rocking back on his heels.
About us, actually. About what really happened that day.
I don't bother asking what day he's referring to. Peeling back the plastic lid, I choke down a sip of coffee. We don't have to rehash ancient history, Trip. I think it's best if we just...
No.
I wrap my other hand around the cup that is shaking in my unsteady grip. No? Inclining his head, Trip's breath lightly fans my hair and sends a surge of heat racing along every pulse point.
I'm done playing by your rules. That girl in there is our daughter. And if I say we're going to take out the trash that's still rotting between us after all these years, then that's what we'll fucking do.
Not even coffee can save my throat from drying out and closing up after a declaration like that. I can't even squeak. Trip's leather soles stride purposely into the kitchen, where he sits down beside Romy and nabs a bear claw from the box. 2 words ringing in my ears just slightly louder than the rest. Our daughter. After a few moments, I gather myself together and join them, standing on the other side of the peninsula that serves as both a divider between the kitchen and the rest of the apartment, and a convenient breakfast table. Their easy banter is a joy to listen to, and saves me from having to make conversation. Trip's phone is sitting on the countertop, and after a few minutes I pick it up. How about a picture? It's the least I can do. Trip's face brightens, an open-mouthed grin stretching from ear to ear.
That'd be great.
He curls his arm around Romy's shoulder, their cheeks just inches apart. My entire world captured on a 3x5 screen. Got it. I'm about to give it back, but Romy stops me.
Now the 3 of us!
My hand immediately lifts to my hair, but I haven't... Trip cuts me off.
You're beautiful. Just get over here.
It isn't what he says. I've been called beautiful thousands of times, nearly as often as too fat, too thin, too tall, too short, too blonde. It's how he says it. The husky timbre of his voice that caresses my skin like gossamer. The silver glint to his eyes that have none of the cold menace of steel. Trip has every right to hate me. And although he might not be ready to admit it yet, he doesn't. Whether he can learn to love me again, now that's a question. Trip holds his phone in one hand, turning the view so that we can see ourselves as he takes our picture. We look like a family. We are a family. There is so much love in my heart, it's on the verge of bursting. My eyes meet Trip, and the pain roiling within their depths has me choking on my own breath. I step back, but not before our faces are replaced with an incoming call. The name flashing across the screen has my pulse spiking for a different reason. Lance. Yet another lie littering the ground at our feet. True, Trip admitted it already on his own, but the reminder sends a wave of doubt crashing into me. There are so many lies between Trip and me. How will I ever trust him? How will he ever trust me? Isn't that what strong relationships are built on? Trust? Believing all you need is love is for idiots and the very young. Reality has smacked that idealism right out of me, and I'm not the same starry-eyed teenager who once believed Trip and I were owed a future together. Not all love stories end happily ever after. Some end in tragedy, and some just end.
Chapter 54. Trip. Lance rings at the exact moment Jolie is staring directly at my phone. Of course he does, because that's the kind of luck Jolie and I have. The worst kind of all. I decline the call and swing around to face her, but she's already walking away. "I'm going to get changed," she calls over her shoulder in a voice that sounds strangled. Jolie, "See you tonight." Her door closes with a soft click, a benign echo I never knew I could hate until Jolie keeps closing doors between us. I glance back at Romy, who has just popped the last of a cruller in her mouth, her lips coated with sugar and cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk. I sip at my coffee, deliberately ignoring Lance's repeated calls as I chat with her. "You should really take that," she finally says. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" She looks sheepish. "Not if you'll let me have another donut." I nudge the box toward her with my elbow and stand up. "Have at it. Just make sure you save room for dinner tonight." She nabs a frosted sprinkled confection and glances at the digital clock on the stove. "That's in like 8 hours. Ruffling Romy's hair, I let myself out of the apartment and finally accept Lance's call. "What the fuck, dude? I go away for a few weeks, you take over my identity, and now you're playing hard to get?" Lance always had a flair for the dramatic. I sigh. "You caught me at a bad time. What's going on?" "Well, lucky for you, one of the people I met on the Kilimanjaro climb is the former mistress of a Russian oligarch." The sidewalks aren't yet crowded at this time of the morning, and I turn north onto Broadway, lips twitching. Lucky for me or lucky for you? I wish. She was fucking gorgeous, but I don't think I could have gotten it up if I tried. You can barely even shit up there. I'm telling you, your whole bowel... Jesus, add your bowels to the list of things we don't need to discuss. Ever. It's a short list. Just balls and bowels so far. Anything else you want to add? Bullshit. Don't get all snippy. It's a genuine question. I mean, cut the bullshit. Tell me why I'm lucky you got blue balls over a hot Russian. Oh, so you can talk about balls, but I can't. Lance, fine. There's a lot of downtime up there, and you learn some crazy shit about people when there's nothing to do but wait for clouds to get out of the fucking way. Expeditions aren't cheap, and a popular topic was how we all financed our climbs. Kira said she did it by doing what all mistresses do, trading her jewelry into cash and squirreling it away. The Russian didn't mind that she was dumping all her baubles? That's the thing. First, she has her jeweler make a copy, a fake copy. Boyfriend has no idea she's building up a rainy day fund with every velvet box. Fascinating. Tell me why I need to know this? Lance gives a low chuckle. I called the attorney charged with recovering assets for victims of Montgomery's fraud, Nathan Vale, and asked how much they got by auctioning off Nina Chapman's jewelry. I stop in the middle of the sidewalk. James Chapman might not have been involved in the fraud itself, but as a partner of the firm, his assets are considered the proceeds of a criminal act and therefore owed to the victims. Nothing? Just about. Even her wedding ring was fake. Vale is a pit bull and he's furious about it. How does he know they were real to begin with? Chapman was meticulous with his receipts. He spent millions at Harry Winston, Cartier, Bulgari, you name it, and insured everything at full value. So you're thinking Nina Chapman and your new Russian friend have something in common? Aren't you? I have to admit it makes sense. If Nina had a prenup, and I would be shocked if she didn't, hiding assets was a way of padding her settlement if the marriage failed. And knowing she was the general behind Operation Keep Jolie and Trip the Fuck Apart, Nina obviously isn't above scheming to get her way. But why is Jolie funding Nina's lifestyle if she has millions no one knows about? I ask. Well, there's no proof Nina sold her jewelry and hid the cash. So far it's just speculation. Understanding finally dawns. Francis Hughes. Nina's using him to launder her stolen money. I'll do you one better, my friend. Nina Chapman is Francis Hughes.
Chapter 55. Jolie. Romy and I spend much of the day at Pottery Barn Teen, where she chooses bedroom furniture with classic lines and whimsical hardware, offsetting the starkness of the white lacquer finish with colorful artwork and a brightly woven rug. By the time we leave the enormous store, loaded down with whatever can be carried, pillows and linens and baskets, it's nearly time to freshen up for our date with Trip. Once the distraction of shopping is behind us, my nerves about spending the evening with the two loves of my life hit me again, flooding my veins like a swarm of fire ants. How much longer can we keep the truth of Romy's paternity a secret? I still have to iron things out with Nina and loop in a child psychologist to make sure we aren't compounding the damage I've already caused. But it's obvious that Tripp is busting at the seams to tell her he's her father. I just hope he recognizes that Romy's emotional well-being has to come first. "What do you think about this?" Romy comes out of her room in a pair of maroon leggings and a coordinating top, her feet encased in suede booties. She looks like a tween-age fashionista. "Absolutely fabulous. How about me?" I ask, giving a small twirl for effect. I'm wearing tailored black cigarette pants, an ivory cowl-neck blouse, and classic ballet flats. "Like a supermodel who's off the clock?" I scrunch my nose. Is that good or bad? "It's good. You look like you're going to the kind of party where kids are allowed too." I lean down to draw her into a hug, resting my chin on the top of her hair. Are all 9-year-olds this insightful? "Nope, just me. Aren't you lucky I'm your sister?" Romy breaks away, her impish smile sliding off her face when she spots the tear I'm not fast enough to hide. "Jolie, what's wrong?" I swipe at my cheek with the back of my hand, quickly retreating to my bathroom. "Just caught some mascara in my eye. Be right back." Closing the door behind me, I turn on the water and drop to the edge of the tub, my head in my hands. Jesus! The lying has to end. Soon. I can't take it anymore. After a few deep breaths, I pat my face with cold water and fix my makeup, using waterproof mascara this time in case I have any other teary moments. I've never been much of a crier, at least not since my father's death. But lately, I'm a regular waterworks show. I need to pull myself together immediately. When I get out, Romy is chatting with Tripp in the living room, their dark heads bent toward each other, the shade of their hair nearly identical. I pull up short, my pulse spiking at his proximity. "I didn't realize you were picking us up here." They both look up, staring at me with the same gray eyes. It's eerie.
Of course. Romy should know that a guy always picks his girl up at her front door for their date.
His girl? I snap my sagging jaw closed, rubbing at the ache in my chest. The first time Tripp called me his girl was the night of the debutante ball, as he swept me into his arms and carried me over the threshold of our hotel room. The night I truly did become his. But the feeling goes deeper than mere words, deeper than the physical act of giving my virginity to Tripp. Our bodies became one that night, but it was our hearts that truly united, our souls that fused together. And now, the proof of our nexus stands right between us, our daughter. Except that so much has happened since that night, most of it bad. The tension between Tripp and me gives another dimension to his words, turning them into a three-pronged accusation that cuts deep. "Is your eye okay?" Romy asks, her head tilted to the side, looking at me as if she knows I'm covering up something, but can't yet figure out what. Tripp clears his throat.
What happened to her eye?
"She was crying." Romy's answer is another indictment. His gaze flicks from Romy to me and then back again, scrutinizing me intently. "Will you two stop talking about me like I'm not right here?" Somehow I managed to keep from stomping my foot like a petulant toddler. "I was not crying. I had something in my eye, that's all." Now the two of them are staring at me, and they both know I'm lying. Chapter 56. Jolie. "How did you manage this?" I ask, whispering furtively over Romy's head as the curtain goes up. Tripp smiles. That sweet, soft, gentle smile he wore as he plaited a tiara of branches for me in Central Park. But just as quickly as it appears, it's gone. Like he remembers I don't deserve it.
I've got friends in high places, too.
I'd say so. We're in the 5th row center orchestra of Frozen at the St. James Theater. The best seats in the house. Romy sits between us, on the jackets Trip carefully folded, his idea, so that she has the best view possible. The musical is everything you could expect of a Disney movie brought to life on Broadway. Over the top, brilliant, bursting with color and song and magic. But it's only a sideshow to the real action. We're having our first family date. Me, Trip, and Romy. The 3 of us. Together. A family. It's insane. Completely insane. Comedy and tragedy all at once. Not even Shakespeare could have dreamed it up. My heart is throbbing from a potent mix of joy and sadness, my breath catching in my throat every time I spy even the slightest movement from the corner of my eye. All they have to do is shift in their seats for a shot of adrenaline to hit me dead center in my chest, radiating through my veins until I'm practically vibrating. A family date with my family. My gaze tangles with Trip's over Romy's head. I blink first, turning back to the stage. To my surprise, he reaches an arm over her shoulders, his fingertips threading through my hair, skating along my scalp and leaving goosebumps in their wake. A touch of tenderness that tears at my heart. I hold my breath, shards of shame and desire slicing at my veins and leaving me dizzy with want. I want forgiveness for the unforgivable. I want this man, this girl, this life. I want this fairy tale so badly I can almost reach out and touch it. This fantasy that's starting to feel real. Flickers of guilt scratch at the back of my neck, like a rough tag sewn into the softest cashmere. Did I ever share times like these with my own mother? Because if so, I don't remember it. I barely remember her at all. Sometimes I think I imagine the ghost of her smile, or hear an echo of her laughter. But I have no way of knowing if I'm right, if my memories are accurate. All the pictures I have of her are packed away in boxes in Nina's attic. Whatever wasn't lost or tossed during the chaos surrounding my father's death. His suicide. Dissolving into my chair, I try to imagine Trip choosing death rather than staying the course, no matter what trials he had to face, to take care of Romy. It's impossible to predict the future, but I can feel the strength and vitality flowing off his skin, infusing the air around us like a protective bubble. Trip would never choose the easy way out. A ruined reputation would never mean more to him than his own daughter. Ever. Trip will do whatever it takes to keep our family together. I know that with certainty. Of course, my father didn't kill himself until he believed he'd lost me, too. By the time the curtain comes down, I feel like I've fought a war.
So, what did you think?
Trip asks, his focus on Romy. Her eyes are alive with excitement, her cheeks flushed. "It's even better than the movie," she chirps. Trip and I break into laughter. Definitely better than the movie, I agree. We join the crowd spilling out of the theater, stopping briefly in the lobby for Trip to buy Romy whatever she points at. T-shirts, a light-up snow wand, a commemorative poster. "You're going to spoil her," I scold, my tone light. A streak of raw hurt flashes across his face.
It's about time, don't you think?
Trip's voice is carefully modulated and still cheerful, but I know what I saw. And he's right. It's long past time for him to spoil his daughter. Our daughter. We just have to find the right moment to tell her that we're her parents.
Want to walk for a bit, or are you too tired?
Trip asks. Romy shakes her head vehemently. I'm not ready to go to sleep yet. He glances at me.
Have you shown her?
I shake my head, knowing what he means instantly. We always could finish each other's sentences. No, not yet. He turns to Romy with a wide grin.
Want to see something really cool?
At her eager nod, we head west and enter the lobby of Tripp's building a few blocks later. Romy takes in the sleek atrium with widened eyes as we breeze toward the elevators. Do you live here?
Yes, but that's not what's so great about it.
The metal car shoots us up nearly 30 stories with barely a quiver.
I think you're really going to like the view.
As Romy races to the edge of the terrace, her excited squeal carried away on the wind, we each grab a shoulder, instinct kicking in, even though the ledge is nearly as tall as she is. She barely notices, yelling, "Jolie, you're famous!" Apparently, a New York City billboard trumps catwalks or magazine covers. She wrestles her phone out of her coat pocket and hands it to Tripp. "Can you take a picture of us with that in the background? I want to send it to Mom." I've made a fortune posing for cameras. But right then, I couldn't have smiled for all the money in the world.
Chapter 57. Tripp. You don't have to take us back to my apartment. Jolie's voice, soft and lyrical, slides down my ear canal like a soothing balm. We can grab a cab. I grunt. I don't want to be soothed. Maybe, but this time you have precious cargo. Is that like calling me a piece of luggage? Romy pipes up as I open the back door and watch as she puts on her seatbelt. One of my employees back in San Jose had a kid not too long ago, and I overheard him saying that he had nightmares about installing the car seat correctly and couldn't rest easy until he'd hired a professional baby-proofer to check it. At the time, I didn't understand his fears, but I do now. Romy is too old for a car seat, but the thought of entrusting my daughter's safety to some cabbie makes me shudder. Yes, and we'll be rolling you into bed if your eyelids get any heavier, I tease, before closing the door and rounding the hood to get into the driver's seat. When I check my rearview mirror, Romy's head is already tilted back, her eyes closed. I glance over at Jolie, her face a breathtaking arrangement of planes and angles, mysterious in the uneven light of the parking garage. So damn tempting. Infuriatingly tempting. I look away and start the engine. There are a million things I want to say to Jolie as I navigate through red lights and late-night traffic. The tension in the car is practically crackling, and every breath sends electricity racing across my nerves. I'm staring straight ahead, my hands at 10 and 2, but my mind is on the woman beside me. Wondering how this would feel if there was no tension thrashing between us, if we were just another family heading home together. Mom and Dad and daughter. The family we should have been. I would have liked that. I would have liked that very much. Too soon, I pulled to the curb in front of Jolie's apartment. A quick check of the back seat shows Romy is fast asleep, her shoulder wedged against the door, chin lolling on her chest. I jump out of my seat, shoving cash and my keys at the doorman. Park this nearby for me. It isn't a question, although he nods anyway. Truthfully, I don't care what he does with the damn thing. Nothing is going to keep me from walking Jolie to her door with my daughter in my arms. Striding through the lobby, I feel like DiCaprio in Titanic. King of the fucking world. An imposter wanting the impossible, hoping all isn't hopeless. Imposter or not, impossible or not, it doesn't matter. The girl in my arms and the woman at my side are all that matter. For the past 10 years, I've been battling criminals like my father, con artists and frauds who stole enormous sums of money. And now I'm about to fight a war much closer to home, with stakes so high I can't afford to lose. Is Jolie my ally or my enemy? Will we come out of this war united or forever divided? We ride the elevator in silence, Romy softly snoring against my shoulder. Jolie scoots ahead of me to unlock the door, and I follow her through the apartment into a room filled with shopping bags and a mattress on the floor, piled high with blankets and pillows. Jolie sweeps the tangle aside, and I settle Romy on a colorful sheet. Her furniture is coming next week, she whispers. The only thing she would let me buy without her was a mattress. Waiting in the hall, watching Jolie cover Romy with a blanket and drop a light kiss on her cheek, words and emotions riot inside my head, stampeding down my throat to choke me. I'm not scared of much, but being a father? Fuck. Everything about it is terrifying. The vastness of it sweeps over me, making my issues with Jolie seem insignificant by comparison. We are a couple bickering at the mouth of the Grand Canyon at the edge of the sea. What we need to do is look down, look out, appreciate the gift right in front of our eyes. But appreciating a beautiful vista is a far cry from nurturing a child. Can I do it? Fatherhood isn't like creating an app where you can play around with the damn thing all you want before going live. And even then, if there are problems, you just issue an update. Problem solved. Fatherhood isn't like trading either. If you crash and burn, you can't borrow money to get back in the game, hoping to make it back on your next bet. Yesterday I learned that my own father might not live through the month, and I don't care. Hell of a role model. I have no roadmap, no cue cards, no clue how to be a good dad. But I know the kind I don't want to be. I don't want to be distant or disparaging. I don't want to bully or berate. If I died, I'd want my kid to give a fuck. Then again, if it's up to Nina, I'll never have the chance to really be Romy's dad. That woman stole the life Jolie and I could have created together. For my entire life, I've been Remington Montgomery's son, but in an instant, all that has changed. I am Romy's father, period, and I'm desperate to hear her call me dad. The first step toward making that happen is proving it. Not to me. I have no doubt Romy is my daughter. A judge, however, will need more than my word. By the time Jolie faces me again, I'm holding out a box to her. Her brows push together in confusion, then hurt when she realizes what the box contains. A DNA testing kit. You don't believe? I do, of course I do. But no matter what happens with Nina, I need to establish legal rights as Romy's father. According to my lawyer, this is a necessary first step. My doubts multiply with each passing second Jolie stares at the box. Ally or enemy? Finally, she takes it. A ragged exhale of relief empties my lungs as Jolie slides her thumb beneath the seal and takes out the kit. She swabs the inside of Romy's cheek without waking her, then returns it as she squeezes past me into the hall. With one last look at Romy, I back out of her room and join Jolie in the kitchen. She's leaning against the breakfast bar, her arms crossed. Thanks again for— Oh no, I'm not going anywhere yet. A long blink precedes Jolie's huff of resignation. Fine. Can I get you something to drink? She opens the refrigerator and peers into it. I've got wine, water, or juice boxes. My mouth goes dry as the white interior light sets off the flawless shine of her skin. I'll happily guzzle anything, but alcohol has the greatest chance of slaying at least one or two of the demons crowded inside my skull. Wine would be great. Jolie sets the bottle on the counter, then pulls a corkscrew from a drawer. A sigh trembles from her lips. Tonight was an amazing trip. Tears spill over Jolie's lower lashes, streaking down her face. Is this what we would have had if... My heart struggles to keep an even beat as I press my palms over the curve of her jaw, swiping beneath her eyes with my thumbs. But there are too many tears. They overflow my efforts, sliding down my wrists like rain. With another muttered curse, I draw her head against my chest, smoothing Jolie's honey mane over her shaking shoulders. I'm filled with a desperate desire to absorb all her pain, all her guilt, but I can't because I'm carrying so much of my own. I know, Jolie. I know. We stand like that for a long while, our arms wrapped around each other, her cheek to my chest, my chin resting on her head, trying not to choke on our mutual regrets. When her grasp eventually loosens, I look down at the woman I fell in love with long ago. Glimmers of hope and want and need sparkle from within the depths of Jolie's gaze, bright enough to light the winter sky. Optimism filters through me, a slice of sunlight lighting up the darkness in my soul. Something inside me breaks, shearing completely away, a boulder of resentment I can no longer carry. I swear softly, backing Jolie up against the wall of cabinets, my hands plunging into her thick mane of hair. Lowering my head, her lips quiver a breath from mine. What we had tonight. Is that what you want?
Her long, wet lashes flutter against the crest of her cheekbones. "More than anything." "Then you'll have it. I swear on my life you will." The barest beginning of a smile trembles at the corner of her mouth. "No, not me. Us." I start with a scatter of feather-light kisses at her temples, then across her forehead and at the tip of her nose. Jolie lifts her chin, her lips slightly parted, tongue peeking out. I can already taste her, even from an inch away. "You really think so?" Her breathy laugh, low and quiet, whispers across my lips. "I know so." The truth we're finally willing to admit thickens the air around us, pushing us closer together until not even a breath separates our mouths. This girl, she holds my heart in her hands, a heart that beats for her, belongs to her, a heart that has only ever been hers. Closing the gap, I suck on the plush softness of Jolie's lower lip, so sweet it should be a sin. Hot hands wind around my neck, pulling me closer. A groan slips from my mouth and into hers. When it comes to Jolie, close is all I've ever wanted to be. Eventually, I drag myself away from her with a shudder, gripping the edge of the counter behind me like a crevice in the face of a rock wall. There is still so much we have to discuss, so much we have to do. Jolie brings a finger up to her already swollen lips, as if she needs reassurance that I haven't swallowed them whole, and then spins around to pull 2 goblets off a shelf. I open the bottle, pouring the wine with a heavy hand, and follow Jolie into her living room. I hand her one of the glasses as we sit down on the couch, Jolie swinging her legs over mine. Drumming my fingers on her thigh, I try to wrestle my chaotic thoughts into some kind of order. She's quiet, but I feel her attention on me. After taking a sip, I put my glass on the table. Deciding to skip over the "your father is very sick" part of my conversation with my mother, I get right to what really matters. All of our parents are at fault for that damn text, but it wasn't my father or his lawyers who came up with the idea. Her eyes round. "What? Who?" Reading my expression, Jolie shakes her head. "No, she wouldn't." I grunt a disparaging sound. "I'm not sure of much anymore, Jolie, but..." Reaching for her hand, I soften my tone. I do believe my mother on this. Keeping us apart, the text, everything. Nina wasn't just a participant. It was her idea. I can't believe Nina would be so cruel, so calculating," she eventually wheezes. A quiet fury, thick and dark and defiant, slips through my veins. After all this time, Jolie and I are finally excavating the towering trash heap of our past, and now we've hit rock. Truth. Gnarled and ugly, at least it is solid, a foundation to build on together. No matter who came up with the idea, it doesn't excuse everyone else for their complicity. It galls me that I didn't figure out the deception earlier, years ago. It's so obvious now. My parents would have done anything to keep their fraudulent lives intact. Neither would bat an eye at torpedoing an inconvenient teenaged relationship. "I don't believe it. I won't." A tremor vibrates through Jolie's bones, and she pushes away from me, her eyes a roiling cobalt sea of confusion and condemnation. "Trip, after I read that text, I threw my phone at my father, told him he had ruined everything. I said I hated him, that I was ashamed to be his daughter. He tried to hold me, tried to tell me he was sorry, but I pushed him away." The words tumble from her mouth, one on top of the other, like the tears dropping onto her cheekbones. "If Nina was involved, she would have stopped me, stopped my father from leaving the room." My brain connects the remaining dots. To Jolie, that text is about more than us. It's inextricably linked to her father's suicide. I wrap my hands around her ribcage, kneading the tense muscles lining her spine as she continues talking. "I didn't even notice that my father left the room. By the time someone thought to look for him, it was too late." "Shh," I whisper against the nape of Jolie's neck, the pain radiating from her trembling body, corroding my flesh like a leaking battery. "It's my fault," she cries. "He did what he did because of me, because I overreacted to something that wasn't even real." "No, Jolie, no. Nothing you could have said would have made a bit of difference.
If anything, it was my shit of a DNA donor who pushed your father into a corner, dumping his own crimes on an innocent man. My chest squeezes, my heart aching with regret as I look at this beautiful, broken girl who was raised like a princess, only to have everything she knew to be true stripped from her. Everything but her beauty. It's the most superficial of all things, and yet Jolie has leveraged it into a successful career. She's tough and surprisingly scrappy for a girl raised in the rarefied air of the Upper East Side. Gripping her head in my hands, I lift her away from me and wait until her wet eyes meet mine. Jolie, there is so much blame to go around in this situation, it's impossible to know where to start. But we're going to figure it out. Together. Hope. I can finally feel it.
Chapter 58. Jolie. It doesn't seem possible that Nina could have come up with the scheme to push Tripp and me apart. And yet it does. It makes complete sense. Tripp and I talk until the sky lightens to a murky gray smudge clinging to the horizon. I send him home while our clothes are still on. Barely. I wake up a few hours later, determined to set everything right. I've been blind to Nina's ulterior motives. I've let my own daughter slip away from me, and I've hidden her from her father. But my mistakes can still be fixed, and I'm going to fix them, beginning today. Romy and I spend the day wandering around Chelsea and Soho, buying art and taking selfies, enjoying croissants for breakfast and sharing a hot pretzel for lunch, enjoying New York City and each other. It's a perfect morning, and I ruthlessly shove aside all thoughts of Nina and the conversation we should have had years ago, so as not to spoil it. But once Tripp picks us up for the drive back to Connecticut, I can no longer hold my apprehension at bay. It winds through me like a rattlesnake, a dangerous triple threat with its venomous bite, powerful body, and menacing rattle. There is no escaping it. As if sensing my unease, Tripp keeps Romy distracted with a steady stream of music, random trivia, and a rousing game of I Spy. Parking in Nina's driveway, he turns around to Romy.
Did you know that the first Frisbee was made in Connecticut from an empty pie tin?
Really? He nods.
What do you say we go throw one around in the yard for a bit?
Nina's forced smile fades the second I walk inside, alone. She heads to the wet bar just off her kitchen and pulls out a chilled bottle. I cannot believe you brought that man to my home. Again, she hisses, opening the wine efficiently and pouring a single glass. That man is Romy's father. She recoils, judgment radiating from her harsh stare. An unfortunate circumstance I refuse to burden her with. As unfortunate as my falling in love with a Montgomery? I can barely edge the words around the block of ice bisecting my collarbone. Her eyes narrow, knowing I'm going somewhere with my question, but not exactly sure where. Love, she spits derisively. It was ages ago, and you were both so young. What you had was puppy love at best. What we had was ours. You had no right to ruin it. Don't be so naive. Of course I did. You and Tripp were going to keep us all in the public eye, exactly the place we needed to avoid. My hands curl into fists at my side, nails digging into my palms. How could you hold me in your arms, comfort me after Tripp dumped me, when it was all your doing? I struggle to wrap my head around that level of duplicity. Nina picks up her wine glass, taking a sip as she stares at me over the rim. I tried to be friends with Tripp's mother. Did you know that? Lily with her first wives clique and her came over on the Mayflower attitude, not to mention the ginormous stick up her ass. But not to worry. Lily Montgomery put me firmly in my place. Flat out told me I was just a temporary Chapman. Meanwhile, her husband was cheating on her left and right, and making your father absolutely miserable. You remember that, right? He was working like a dog and barely had time for either of us anymore. I told him to cut ties with the Montgomerys, to start his own company or retire altogether. We could have had a good life. She's sidestepped my question, but I'm too mad to care. A good life! My father took his life after I accused him of being the reason Tripp broke up with me. That's your fault. You never should have said those things to him. I know. Believe me, I know. Regret clogs my lungs, making it hard to breathe. But I was a teenager, Nina. I was upset, and like a typical teen, I lashed out at the person who loved me the most. Clearly, at the worst time possible. I pause, trying to get my emotions under some sort of control. You never should have done what you did, but at the very least you should have come clean once you saw my reaction. Are you saying I'm to blame for your father's death? The question is a shrill accusation. Am I? No, of course not. Ultimately, that terrible choice was his and his alone. And playing the blame game now isn't going to earn me any points when it comes to what truly matters. Romy. All I'm saying is that your lie snowballed into so many others. We can't go back in time, but the lying has to stop. I won't deny that the situation with your father got out of control. But don't try to claim the moral high ground, Jolie. You left Romy and me behind to jet set all over the world. I didn't have a choice. Her glare turns disparaging. We always have choices, and your choice was to leave me with your baby. Don't you dare try to take her away from me now. Truth is a bitter blow. I'm not trying to take her away from you, Nina. Not at all. But what choice has Tripp had? Until recently, he didn't even know Romy existed. And that's exactly how it should have stayed. No. Tripp is the love of my life, and I won't give him up just because of some ridiculous feud. I blink back tears. All of us have made mistakes, Nina. Not all of them can be fixed, but this one can. We can tell Romy the truth. She can have a father. Love of my life, she scoffs. Please, spare me your starry-eyed stupidity. I want you to leave, Jolie, and don't ever bring that man back here. He is not welcome in Romy's life. That's not your call to make. Not my call! Her outrage echoes within the kitchen. I am her mother! I knew Nina wouldn't be happy about telling Romy the truth, but I'd hoped we could hash out a plan in whatever way would be least disruptive to her life. I have no intention of taking Romy away from Nina or minimizing Nina's role in Romy's life. I just want to have a role too, one that isn't built on lies. And Tripp deserves to be a father in every sense of the word. There's no denying that Nina and I conspired to keep him away from Romy. It was wrong then, and perpetuating the lie won't ever make it right. We need to fix it. Not just for Tripp, but for Romy. She deserves the truth. I swallow my frustration, injecting a pleading tone to my voice. Nina, you're the only mother Romy has ever known, and she's lucky to have you. But, I raise my hands, Tripp and I have roles to play in her life, too. Nina's face is a mask of barely contained outrage. I can't believe you're saying this to me. I point toward the window, where Tripp and Romy are zigzagging across the lawn, the frisbee soaring back and forth between them. Look at them, Nina. That little girl thinks her father is dead, and he's right there playing with her. How can you keep lying to her?
My stepmother's head doesn't turn.
Easy. It's better for her to mourn a good man in heaven than worship the devil here on earth. Nina, I plead. I just can't. So don't, she interjects. You don't have to do anything at all. I have the adoption papers that you signed, remember? Legally, Romy is my daughter. Your involvement in her life is purely at my discretion.
Panic swells like a rising tide.
Nina is right. I legally signed over all my parental rights in Switzerland when Romy was still an infant, and I listed her father as unknown on her birth certificate. Does that lie take away my legal standing? Don't do this, Nina. We can figure things out, all of us, together.
She crosses her arms over her chest, shaking her head.
I don't think so, Jolie. I've been very good to you, letting you be so involved in your little sister's life. But if you're not going to be a good influence on her, if you're going to allow a Montgomery in your life, then neither of you will have anything to do with Romy.
I open and close my mouth several times, a rush of words creating a dam in my throat.
Are you saying you're a good influence? Romy might have grown up in a stable, loving, two-parent home, if not for your scheming. Scheming? I saved you from being tainted by the Montgomerys. You should be thanking me. Tripp is named for a man that bilked thousands of people out of their life savings. Have you forgotten that we were practically driven from Manhattan like lepers after your father's death? Romy is the only reason I didn't wash my hands of you years ago. I felt badly for you, poor little rich girl who lost both her parents and all her riches. But then you got pregnant! You!
She spits the word, her eyes flashing.
After I'd spent years doing everything medically possible to have a baby. I've made my amends to you, Jolie. Things with your father, with his business, went way further than I could ever have anticipated. But I launched your modeling career, put you in a position to have your own business. And now you want to hand over Romy, my daughter, to a Montgomery on a silver platter.
The veins in her neck stand out like gnarled vines wrapping around a Corinthian column.
I'm not going to let you do that, Jolie. Not today, not ever.
My eyes blur as I stare at Nina, trying to absorb her tirade. Nothing about our conversation has gone the way I'd hoped. If I'm being honest with myself, it can't have gone much worse. Standing across from her now, I doubt every choice I've made over the past decade. If I thought I had a leg to stand on with the truth on my side, that Romy was my and Tripp's biological daughter, and that Nina had intentionally conspired to turn me against Tripp at an incredibly fragile, chaotic time in my life, she's just kicked it out from under me. It feels like a long time before I gather the strength to cross the room, my fingers gripping the handle of the sliding door and stepping out onto the back patio. As cold air rushes at me, some of Nina's words echo more loudly than the rest. I tried to be friends with Tripp's mother. The situation with your father got out of control. I told him to cut ties with the Montgomerys. Amends. The pieces of this jigsaw puzzle finally come together, and the image they reveal is almost too painful to look at. Nina felt snubbed by the Montgomerys. She wanted more of my father's attention, and she was desperately unhappy that she'd been unable to conceive a child. I want to close my eyes, to look away, but that's exactly what I've done my entire life, shying away not from hard work, but from hard choices. Well, that's going to stop here and now. The fraud at MC Partners was uncovered because of a tip from an inside source. but not a tip about the fraud itself. What did Tripp say?
Vague hints of upper-level management issues and liquidity concerns.
I turn back, seeing that Nina is already topping up her wine glass. It was you. I'm not referring to the damned text, and she knows it. A flash of panic skitters across her expression before she schools it into a nonchalant mask, her crystal goblet glinting in the afternoon sunlight as she takes a hearty sip.
So what if it was?
Chapter 59. Tripp. Jolie steps from the house onto the stone terrace, her arms wrapped tightly around her waist like a cadaver that somehow managed to walk out of the morgue. It's obvious she's barely holding herself together. Even Romy notices, and the frisbee I just tossed sails right over her head. "You're leaving already?" she calls, trotting over from the other side of the yard. "I'm sorry, honey," Jolie says, her chin quivering slightly as Romy runs straight into her arms. Our eyes meet over our daughter's head in an electrified clash. For the longest moment, we just stare at each other, the openness and vulnerability, and yes, fear in her expression starkly visible. Jolie isn't hiding anything from me anymore. The fullness that swells inside my chest expands even further, my ribs nearly cracking from the strain. How is it possible to hold this much love inside my body? And why did I ever think love would feel like sunshine and rainbows? It doesn't. The love I feel for Romy, for Jolie, it's fierce and possessive and pervasive, invading every crevice, every cell, every atom of my being. And fuck, it feels good. So good it hurts. "When will I see you again?" Romy whispers against Jolie's chest, glancing my way to include me in the question. "Soon, I promise." Jolie blinks, her eyes sliding away from mine as she presses a kiss to Romy's head. Heartache is written in the groove between her brows, the press of her lips, the single tear snaking its way down her satiny skin. I wrap an arm around both of them, breathing in their dueling shampoos. Apple for Romy, and an elusive floral for Jolie. Too soon I open the passenger side door for Jolie, hating like hell that we're leaving our daughter behind. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right at all. I tap the horn twice as we pull out of the driveway, both of us waving out our windows until the little girl waving back at us is no longer visible. "Jesus," I say. "Is it always like that? Leaving her?" Jolie makes a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. "It's never easy, but lately it's so much worse." I start heading for the highway before realizing that there's no way I can drive all the way back to Manhattan with my sanity intact tonight. Jolie and I have to talk, come up with a plan, and I don't want to do it while staring through the windshield. I ache with the need to hold her in my arms, soothe her with my touch. Fortunately, we're in New England, home of the quaint, slightly shabby bed and breakfast. Hell, I'd settle for a Motel 6. But there's no need to settle. The Nutmeg Inn is a sprawling white Georgian, festooned with patriotic striped bunting. Tucked alongside one of the windows is a small plaque with "Rooms Available" written in discreet black lettering. After checking in, we're given the key to a large bedroom dominated by a carved mahogany four-poster bed. And flowers. They're everywhere. Wallpaper, bedspread, chairs, pillows, paintings. Everywhere but in an actual vase. Jolie's lips twitch, color coming back into her face. "Wow, someone really likes chintz." I don't know what chintz is, although I assume it has something to do with the floral explosion. I pull Jolie toward me, needing to feel her, touch her, taste her. We share a long, lingering kiss, my hands holding her face at the perfect angle to explore her delicious mouth. Her arms tremble as they wrap around my neck, fingers interlocking as her thumbs tuck behind my ears. My swelling cock presses against Jolie's lower belly, her breasts flattening against my chest. We fit together so damn well. I break away with a ragged groan, roughing hands through my hair even as I grin down at Jolie's slightly dazed expression. A grin that dies as reality rushes into the space between us, sadness stealing onto Jolie's face. "What are we doing?" she whispers mournfully. Taking her hand, I lead her to the two wing chairs at the end of the bed. We only need one. I sit down, positioning Jolie on my lap, needing to have this conversation with her in my arms. She settles into me with a quiet sigh, resting her head against my chest, her blonde mane tumbling over my shoulder. I hope we're trying to build a life together, Jolie. You, me, and Romy. Feeling her stiffen against me, I amend my statement. And yes, I realize that Romy's life will always include Nina. I'm not happy about it, but Romy's welfare has to come first.
I want that too, more than anything.
She angles her face to stare up at me, the deepest blue shining with tenderness.
Even when I thought I hated you, I still loved you. That was the only reason I could hate you, because I loved you so damn much.
A laugh shudders from my throat. The feeling was mutual. I hated you as passionately as I loved you. I paused to take a few breaths, thinking. I'd give anything to get back the years we lost, to watch Romy grow up, but my head was so fucked up for so long, knowing what my father did, all those people he hurt. If there's a silver lining, I'm glad you didn't have to see me like that. Jolie places a soothing palm on my chest as the familiar burn of anger simmers within my veins.
Let's focus on what we can fix, okay?
I level a serious stare her way. Just so we're clear, we're doing this together. You and me, we're a team, and we're fighting for our daughter. No more lies, no more secrets. She doesn't look away, her lips curving into a smile that grows wider with each word.
No more lies, no more secrets. We're a family.
A family. There are benefits to being a billionaire, and I'll exploit every last one of them to get our daughter back. No matter how much money I have to spend or what strings I have to pull, we'll be a family I will fight for with every last breath. Jolie slides off my lap and stands in front of me. Her hands flutter to the neck of her blouse, unfastening the line of buttons to reveal a delicate lace bra the palest shade of pink. Leaving her shirt on, she tugs at the waist of her jeans, lowering the placket of her zipper and exposing a flat stomach above a tiny pink triangle that matches her bra, then shimmies out of them entirely until they're just a dark pool of denim at her feet. I know what she's doing, searching for control in a world that's stolen hers, wanting to end this conversation on a good note before we have a chance to descend into regrets and recrimination. There are so many of those lying in wait just below the surface. The merest scratch will have them bleeding out, staining this tender truce. And it's working. My own jeans are growing tighter with each glimpse of velvet skin that was hidden beneath so many layers. And that hair, it falls against her neck, ribbons of gold and honey and flax, countless shades of blonde. Jolie watches me watch her, and I sure as fuck hope she reads the adoration in my gaze. Her own eyes are dark with hunger, her flushed skin as pink as her panties.
Your turn,
she whispers. I shed my clothes quickly, then push Jolie's shirt off her shoulders and bend to suck one of her nipples into my mouth. Tempting little peaks, they would be invisible except for where they poke through the whisper-thin fabric. I lick at the lace until I grow impatient with the barrier between my mouth and her skin, reaching behind her back to unclasp it entirely. Jolie's hands slide up my chest, her fingers curling around my neck as she arches her back and moans. A husky, needy sound that has my cock twitching in response. When I come up for air, Jolie pushes me against a wall. The two sconces on either side of the bed give off just enough light to catch the sensual expression that settles on Jolie's angelic features.
I can see your heartbeat,
she whispers. My heart beats for you. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
She takes her index finger and slides it across my neck, just below my jaw.
Right here. It's going so fast, like you're in a race.
I shake my head, something coming loose inside of me. No more running. Want to know what I really want? Jolie nods. I want to believe the fire between us hasn't burned us both to ash, that we've been tempered by it, forged into steel. I want to own you and be owned by you, and I want to fuck you like you feel the same damn way. I pause, staring down at her. And later I want to make love to you, leisurely, thoroughly, like we have all the time in the world, because we do. We have the rest of our lives.
Jolie's lips part on a sigh. "You're amazing, and you will, after I do this." She drops her hand and leans forward, her breath a warm caress over the place her finger was a moment ago. I groan a curse as she kisses her way down my chest, her lips leaving a trail of sparks in their wake. Until she drops to her knees and causes a goddamn inferno. I plunge my hands inside her hair, fisting the golden strands tight against her scalp. My pulse runs faster, harder, hotter. Jolie's fingers wrap around my swollen cock, holding me like a microphone to her lips, her tongue sweeping over the tip of my crown. I suck in a harsh breath, my brain overheating. She gives little licks, tasting me, before finally opening her lips and drawing me into the warm cave of her mouth, sucking sweetly. My breath blows out a stream of guttural curses. Jolie's mouth is so fucking hot, so fucking good. And the sight of those pretty pink lips sliding over my shaft, it's amazing that I can remain standing. To be on the safe side, I widen my stance, cocking my head for a better view. One hand gripping the base, Jolie works her mouth up and down, sucking and licking and doing things I can't see but feel fucking amazing. Sensations pound my brain, and I would close my eyes if the image of Jolie on her knees, tendrils of hair that have escaped my grip sliding across the smooth expanse of her back, a tiny wisp of pink fabric disappearing into the narrow cleft of her ass, isn't the sexiest goddamn thing I've ever seen. A princess taking me to heaven. Clenching my jaw, I struggle to hold on to some sliver of control when the asshole inside of me wants to take full advantage of the trust she's placed in me by surging forward and burying myself in her throat. The need to pump my hips wars with my desire to stay still, to revel in the moment and enjoy the view, but it's getting harder. Finally, I can't take it anymore. Grabbing Jolie beneath her arms, I set her down on the edge of the bed and fall to my knees, sliding her flimsy excuse for underwear down to her ankles and throwing her legs over my shoulders. My cock needs a few minutes before sliding between Jolie's thighs, or it'll go off like a firecracker with a short fuse. Jolie's gasp stretches into a groan as I scrape my scruff, roughened chin along the insides of her knees, wrapping my arms around her hips and pulling her ass to the very edge of the mattress. I bury my face between her thighs. Already wet and wanting, Jolie tastes decadently sweet. Exploring every crevice and fold, I slip 2 fingers inside of her, loving how her muscles clench around them as she gives a jagged little moan. Her hips come up, rocking against my face in an insistent, instinctive rhythm. Jesus. I hoped to get myself under control while going down on Jolie, but her movements, her mumblings, my dick is throbbing more now than when it was inside her mouth. What is it about this girl? She's intoxicating, incredible, everything. Jolie is unraveling, her hands plunging into my hair, kneading my scalp. Trip. My name is a squeal as Jolie's entire body shakes from her climax, her legs trembling on my shoulders, her hot center clamping down on my fingers, muscles coiling in on themselves until suddenly going slack, breathing out a sweet sigh. Gently, I push her into the middle of the bed and crawl over her, pausing only to plant wet, lingering kisses on her belly and breasts before covering her mouth with mine. I fucking love you, Jolie Chapman. My lips form a seal, holding in all the love, all the hope, all the squishy emotions boys are taught to ignore, and the harder possessive emotions we're taught to exhibit. I kiss her with every ounce of want and worship running through my veins. And when I finally pull away, her eyes are glistening, and there are streaks of moisture running along her temples. Hey, what's nothing? She answers quickly. Too quickly. That look wasn't nothing, I say, pressing my knee into the mattress. Did I hurt you? No, of course not. Jolie shakes her head and turns back toward me. It's just, that kiss felt like a goodbye. It was, I admit, but to the past, not to you. You and Romy, you're my future. My hand curves around Jolie's cheek to tangle in her hair, my thumb brushing over her wet, silky skin. You're my everything.
Jolie blinks, her swollen lips curving into a wanton smile.
Make love to me, Trip. Make love to me like this is the first night of our forever.
I go to reach for a condom, but she pulls me back.
I'm on the pill, and the only time I ever—
Same, I interrupt, knowing exactly what she's going to say. The one and only time I've ever gone bare was the morning we conceived Romy. Our skin slides against each other as my hips grind into her inner thighs. I surge forward, my cock welcomed into Jolie's heat. Fuck, Jolie, I groan. Heaven. I can't complete a sentence, my thoughts chaotic and messy. Why has it taken us so long to get back here? I pull out again, then slowly sink back in, setting up a rhythm dictated by Jolie's grasping hands, her rocking hips. A fire races through me, starting at the place we're joined together and then traveling outward through every limb. She moans into my mouth, and I swear her breath is laced with adrenaline. Giving thanks that we've finally found each other again, I lose myself in her body, in the breathless pants and urgent squeals that fill my ears, in the grip of her hands on my shoulders and the scrape of her nails on my back. Jolie breaks apart with my name on her lips, the climax I've given her playing out on her face. Her chin juts upwards, mouth rounded, eyes shimmering with pleasure. She is beautiful, breathtaking, and all mine. I come in a dizzying rush, knowing one thing with complete certainty. Jolie Chapman is the love of my life. Every pulse of my dick is more than just a physical release. It's like a dose of reality, one beat at a time. There's a reason we both returned to the same place to restart our lives, a reason we're bound by a child. Our journey was meant to be taken together, wherever it leads, whatever it takes. We come back to earth slowly, my arms wrapped around her, my hands gliding along her flawless skin. There's a dreaminess to Jolie's expression that mirrors the hopefulness inside my heart. She looks sated and peaceful. We doze on and off throughout the night, our bodies stirring us to wakefulness every few hours with the need to be connected again. A last night of peace before engaging in a fight that shouldn't be necessary. A fight for our daughter, a fight for our family, a last chance to straighten our crooked crowns and reclaim our stolen thrones, and rewrite the fairy tale that fell apart before we had a chance to ride off into the sunset. A legacy of love.
Chapter 60. Jolie. Trip leads me to the cozy corner booth of a Mexican restaurant. He orders guacamole, a pitcher of margaritas, and a few other plates to share. We manage to make small talk until our drinks come, sipping them while a server dices tomatoes and onions, scoops out avocados, mixing everything together in a wooden bowl with salt and freshly squeezed lime juice. Once it's just the two of us again, I push out a sigh and lean forward. "How was your day, dear?" Trip slants a grin my way, spreading his long, elegant fingers flat on the table and pushing them toward me. I extend mine, and for a moment we just hold hands and grin at each other. Finally, Trip speaks up.
"It's better now."
Other men look at me, usually making it known they like the view, but Trip looks into me, delving well below the surface. He really sees me. And now, knowing there are no more secrets between us, I can finally enjoy it. Maybe a little too much. His penetrating stare launches a two-pronged arrow of love and lust. It hits dead center, exploding on impact. Every cell in my body blazes with heat. My heart on fire, too. I release his hands and gulp at my margarita. Wrong move. Salt and tequila and lime juice are just accelerants to my inflamed senses. I cough, waving my hands in front of my face, my eyes watering. Trip eases around the edge of the table, sliding in on my side and rubbing my back.
"You have to take it slow."
"Now you tell me," I choke out, wiping at my eyes with a napkin. But truthfully, I'm sick of slow. Everything I want is finally within reach, and I want it, all of it, now. Trip fits his hand around the curve of my neck. his fingers dissolving the tension bunched beneath my skin. My eyelids droop. Even the stinging in my mouth ceases. I nestle my forehead into the slope of his shoulders. Thank you. I'm better now. Dropping a kiss on the top of my nose, he moves back to the other side of the table and lifts his own margarita to his mouth.
So, where should we go on our first family vacation?
I blink. I think that's going to be a while.
I like to be prepared. Tell me, what's your happy place?
My happy place? Is there such a thing?
Humor me.
I think for a minute. I've been all over the world, but in my industry, cities, countries, and islands are largely irrelevant. It's all about designers, photographers, and lighting. It's hard to say. When I travel for work, that's all I do. There's not much time for sightseeing.
What about for fun?
Fun? Nina used to take me skiing in this tiny little country in Europe, Andorra. I haven't been back there in ages, though. Tripp's eyes hold mine as he brushes salt from the corner of his lips, sucks on the pad of his thumb.
Andorra?
Yeah. Have you been? He blinks and looks away, wiping at the condensation from his glass pooling on the table.
Several times, but only for work. Until recently, their banking laws made it a pretty attractive haven for money launderers and tax evaders.
Before an awkward silence can settle over our table, I reverse course to answer his original question. These days, I would say Disney is my happy place. Tripp pauses, a chip suspended halfway to his mouth.
Disney? As in Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, princesses and castles. Not St. Bart's or the Galapagos Islands or Alaska. Disney. Really?
I swirl the straw around my salty glass and take a cautious sip. Well, technically, it could be any amusement park. The rides make Nina nauseous, so I get Romy all to myself. Tripp's eyes shine with understanding.
Did you ever go there as a kid?
I shake my head. I don't really remember much from when my mom was around, but I don't think so. And after, my father was always working. And when he wasn't, there was always some golf course he wanted to play, clients he wanted to meet, someone he needed to impress. How about you?
My dad liked to say that no one deserved to go on vacation until they could pay their own way. He'd usually have some new hire take me to the stock exchange or onto his trading floor.
His voice lowers, traces of bitterness leaching from it.
I guess now I'm glad he barely tolerated me.
I lick the salt from my mouth, wishing I could erase the haunted look that's crept into his eyes. It's his loss, Tripp. I hope you know that. The waiter returns, armed with several steaming plates of food, offering a detailed explanation of each as he puts them down in front of us. I'm half full from the guac and chips, and buzzing from the tequila, but I take some of the shrimp ceviche and roasted veggies. Tripp rolls up a taco and takes a bite, his mood somber.
The whole time, all their exotic vacations and shopping sprees at Hermes and Bergdorf's, the private planes and yachts and country club memberships, the excess of their lives, every last dime of it paid for with stolen money.
He shakes his head, his jaw set in a tight line.
Half my DNA comes from a person who lied and schemed for decades, and the other half is from someone who still can't face the truth of what he did.
I reach across the table and grab for Tripp's hand. I'm sorry. It isn't nearly enough, but it's all I can think of. All that my throat allows me to say before closing up. Tripp refills his glass, taking a hefty swallow before lifting his head back up to meet my gaze.
No going backward, right?
The skin covering my ribcage is as tight as a snare drum, my heart pounding erratically against it. I take a deep breath, hoping the oxygen will get it under control, But instead, it's another hit of tequila and spices and the manly scent that is all Trip. And the damn organ just beats faster, more desperately. Right. He taps the rim of his drink to mine.
To tonight, then.
There's a buzz spreading through my veins that has nothing, or at least not everything, to do with what's in my glass. You shouldn't look at me like that, I choke out. His gaze is a strobe light, hot on my face.
Like what?
Like you want to devour me whole. He leans forward, his powerful forearms crossed on the table.
I do.
My ears are still ringing when he scoots back to my side of the booth, his broad shoulders casting me in shadow.
I definitely do.
I've loved this man since before I understood what the word meant, and I'm as capable of resisting Trip as a bunny facing down a Bengal tiger. Not that I intend to resist. My lips part automatically, the margarita tasting even more delicious on his mouth than it was in my glass. Trip cuts his hands around my neck as he shifts his attention lower, his teeth trailing over my throat, his tongue swirling along my beating pulse. I gasp in pleasure as a wave of desire crashes over me. Trip! His name leaves my mouth as a whispered plea. Our eyes meet, and I have no doubt mine are as hungry as his. Prey, hoping for a bite of the predator. I'm still hungry, but not for food. Chapter 61. Jolie. I should be feeling optimistic as I meet Eva a few days later. I've found a well-respected family therapist who agreed to work with us on our unusual situation, and Tripp said the lawyers he hired are making progress. But I can't help the sense that the bright, fluffy cumulus clouds overhead are just an illusion, the proverbial calm before the storm. Pushing my anxiety aside, I grin at Eva. "Hey there," I say, sliding into the chair opposite her. She brushes at the fringe of dark hair hovering over one of her eyes, squinting at me. "Ugh, you have that look again." A self-conscious flush rises up my neck. "What look?" She twirls her finger in front of my face. "Glowing skin and shadows under your eyes. Classic too many orgasms, not enough sleep look." A twinge of sadness pulls at her elegant features. "It's been a long time since I've seen it in the mirror, but I do remember what it looks like." I give her hand a sympathetic squeeze. "The right guy is out there for you, Eva. I know it. Maybe. Or maybe the right guy is buried 6 feet under." My stomach clenches at my friend's bluntness. It's hard to see her in pain. I'm trying to come up with an appropriate response when our waitress appears. "I'll have the salad special," Eva says. I haven't even looked at the menu. "Me too." "I'm sorry, Jolie. There's a father-daughter dance coming up at the twins' school, and it has me in a mood. Nash will take Maddie, of course, but sometimes everything hits me, you know? What if I never—" She stops herself with a sniff, wiping at her eyes with a napkin. "No, tears won't win today. Please, I would love a distraction. Tell me about your weekend. How did things go with Nina?" I hesitate for a minute, but it's clear Eva doesn't want to break down in a public place, so I fill her in, only pausing when our salads arrive, my stomach tying itself into a sailor's knot as words tumble from my mouth. By the time I finish, Eva's eyes are dry and wide with surprise. "So you think your stepmother tipped off the reporter? That's crazy!" Well, Nina didn't actually admit to anything, but she definitely didn't deny it. And it's the only way it all makes sense. Looking back, Nina was pretty consumed by trying to get pregnant and not having any success. And my dad was working all the time, not paying much attention to either of us. She must have figured this was her way to shake things up. "So what does this mean for you and Trip?" I tap my fingernails on my glass. We're focusing on one bombshell at a time, and Romy's all that really matters anyway. We want to tell her the truth and play a larger role in her life, not eliminate Nina from it. But I'm worried she's going to make that impossible. Surely she'll put Romy's best interests ahead of her own. Spearing a chunk of avocado, I recall the cruel way my stepmother put an end to the relationship Tripp and I were just beginning to build together. I'm not so sure about that. And Tripp, how is he coping with all of this? He's been amazing, given what I've put him through, retaining lawyers and being completely transparent. I really feel like we're partners. Has he had a chance to check out Francis Hughes yet? Tripp hasn't mentioned anything recently, but I haven't been thinking about Francis Hughes either. I lift my shoulders in a shrug. The truth is, if Nina shuts us out of Romy's life, I won't be in any state of mind to launch a new business. And, at this point, getting involved with a friend of Nina's probably isn't the best idea. Our conversation flows easily for the next half hour, mainly about work. But eventually I pull a credit card from my wallet and hold it out toward our waitress. I wish I could stay longer, but Eva waves me off, finishing the last of her Pellegrino. It's okay. I have to be getting back, too. A few minutes later, the waitress reappears at my elbow looking embarrassed. I'm afraid this card has been declined. What? That's impossible. Don't be silly. I cut Eva off and hand over another card. There must be a misunderstanding. Maybe you've been so preoccupied you forgot to pay Amex, she teases. No, Nina takes care of all my throat closes before I can finish my sentence. From my very first modeling job, Nina has always taken care of my money. My paychecks are deposited into a joint account, and Nina handles everything else. We're a great team. Given our recent confrontation, maybe those days are over. By the time the waitress returns, I'm not at all surprised when she informs me that it's also been declined. I've got this, Eva says, shooing me with a manicured hand. You go figure out whatever needs figuring out. Giving her a grateful hug, I hurry from the restaurant, my phone already at my ear. Chapter 62. Jolie. Nina doesn't answer my call, so I catch a cab back to my apartment. I've been spending most of my time at Tripp's place, but I know if he sees me upset, his natural instinct will be to take over. Hopefully, I can solve this on my own. When Nina doesn't answer my second call, or my third, I pull out my wallet and call the phone number on the back of my American Express card. Nina canceled it. Ditto for my visa. Irritation at her petty behavior gives way to anxiety. But after calling my bank, I learned that canceling my credit cards is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm still struggling to absorb the depth of her betrayal when my screen brightens with the uncropped photo Tripp sent me the night he admitted to borrowing Lance's identity. Not even the sight of his chiseled abs and treasure trail brings a smile to my face.
Jolie.
The hair on the back of my neck rises just from the way he says my name. Oh no! What else did she do?
Else?
2 of my credit cards were declined when I tried to pay for lunch an hour ago. Nina canceled them. And when I called the bank to check on my accounts, it turns out they've been closed too, right after she emptied them. I put a hand to my forehead, rubbing at the stress frown that feels like a permanent addition. I can't believe she'd do this! Tripp curses.
There's something else I haven't told you. I didn't want to put you in a position where you would have to keep lying. If you slipped up at all, Nina would get spooked and... My stomach clenches as Tripp's sigh reverberates through the phone. It's about Nina and Francis.
What about them?
Not them. They're one and the same.
Tripp, please, I'm not up for word games right now.
This is no game. Frances is actually Nina. Or, I should say, there is no Frances.
I drop into a chair, feeling lightheaded. You have it wrong. Nina doesn't have that kind of cash. At least, not before she stole all of mine. Francis is Nina's friend.
Have you ever met him?
No. Because of the difference in our time zones, he prefers to email. Realizing how easily I've been played, the pieces start to click together. But the glue sealing those pieces together? Disappointment in Tripp. I feel played by him, too. Is that why you were in Connecticut that day? Not because of Romy, but because of Nina?
Yes. The address Hughes gave on some paperwork traced back to Nina. I drove up to take a look, and that's when I saw you and Nina come out to meet Romy's bus.
Romy. The need to hear her voice, to make sure she's okay, is visceral. I glance at my watch. She should just be getting home. I'm going to check in with Romy, make sure she's okay.
Good. You do that. I'll call the lawyers, fill them in on this latest development.
I hang up, my mind whirring like an old-fashioned Rolodex, the kind my father used to have on his desk. I need to set aside my feelings about Tripp's deception. We can work through them later. Right now, the greatest danger comes from Nina. Somehow she wormed her way into my father's life and mine. She used me to get to my daughter, and now that she sees me as a threat, she'll try to hurt me any way she can. But I'm not about to roll over. I've worked too hard and given up too much to not fight back. There's a bit of a street fighter in this Park Avenue princess, and she's rolling her shoulders and cracking her knuckles. It's time to defend what's mine.
Chapter 63. Tripp. I hang up the phone with Jolie, feeling like a complete asshole. At the Nutmeg Inn, I promised there would be no more secrets, no more lies. A promise I've broken. The catch in the back of Jolie's throat when she realized that I've known the truth about Nina and kept it to myself is a slingshot, the sharp rock hitting me right between the eyes. It was a shit decision on my part, but there's absolutely nothing I can do about it at the moment, not until Nina's been neutralized. I've learned a lot about Jolie's stepmother in the past week, little of it good. She managed to squirrel away several $1 million over the course of her marriage to Chapman, mostly by selling off the jewelry her husband gave her, and even the pieces given to his first wife, Jolie's mother. Millions that couldn't be seized by the feds because she'd already stashed them in numbered overseas accounts before her husband's arrest, under the name of Frances Hughes. As Frances, Nina pushed to invest in Jolie's planned jewelry business with the intention of laundering her dirty money through the company. Once it was a stable, profitable entity, she'd have access to millions in clean, untainted cash. Frances Hughes was merely a scarecrow. But now that I've entered the picture and threatened her relationship with Romy, she's decided to scrap her plan. I'm furious with myself for not catching Nina's deceit immediately. Between the foreign component to her fraud and being blindsided by fatherhood, I haven't been playing with a full deck. What I really need is a crystal ball, or a fortune teller, some way to predict Nina's next move. Because she isn't going to admit defeat and hand over her cash, or her daughter. My daughter. She stole money and she stole Romy. Nina Chapman is no better than my father. A liar, a cheat, a criminal. I want to destroy her. She's also the only mother my daughter has ever known. Rock, meet Hard Place.
Chapter 64. Jolie. My hands are shaking as I FaceTime Romy. No answer. I suck in a few breaths, trying to quell my spiraling anxiety. Romy is probably having a snack, chatting with Nina about her day. I open my wallet, call a few more credit cards, try Romy again. Again, no answer. I review my social media sites, scrolling through the posts Eva's made, and trying to care about the high level of engagement she's achieved in such a short time. She really is doing an outstanding job. But I can't summon any enthusiasm. Not until I know Romy is okay. I try again. No answer. Again. Something isn't right. And it doesn't have anything to do with Tripp's lack of transparency or my empty bank accounts. I've been fighting a disconcerting sense of unease all day, but I can't ignore my intuition anymore. I pull up the Find My iPhone app. I bought Romy a phone for her birthday last year, so we could talk as often as my crazy work schedule permitted. Nina wasn't particularly pleased, but she allowed it. And because I linked Romy's account to mine, I can track Romy's location. Less than a minute later, I know exactly where Romy is. And where Nina is taking her. And it terrifies me.
Chapter 65. Trip. We're not going to lose Romy. I'll never let that happen. I speak the words into the headset, allowing Jolie and me to communicate in the helicopter on our way to JFK International Airport. Jolie called me frantically an hour ago, saying that she'd pinged Romy's location and our daughter was just a few miles from the airport. She didn't bother stating the obvious, that Nina is attempting to take Romy overseas, and that if she succeeds, there's a chance we'll never see her again. I only just met my daughter, and now I might lose her. Forever. My first call was to charter a helicopter, which is the fastest way to get out of New York City. My second call was to the lawyer I hired the day I met Romy, one who specializes in international adoptions. He's working on obtaining an injunction preventing Nina from taking Romy out of the country, and said he'd be on the phone with airport security before the judge's signature dries. But Jolie and I need to arrive at the airport before Nina realizes the trap we've set for her. If she gets back into her car with Romy, they'll be a lot harder to find. Jolie's troubled eyes flick toward me for a brief second before looking back out the window. The agony in her expression is undeniable, visceral. I feel it in my bones. I can't blame her for not wanting to look at me. By allowing me back in her life, she's risked Romy, and now she might lose her. Jolie will never survive it. She'll spend a lifetime blaming me for it, rightfully so, and I'd never forgive myself, ever. I shoot off one more text as we descend, and when the doors open, we run, half-bent, toward the waiting shuttle cart. Getting to the Delta terminal seems to take forever, but I've already obtained Nina's itinerary and booked 2 seats on the same flight to Barcelona. I know Spain isn't her final destination, though. There's only one country within driving distance of Spain that has no extradition treaty with the United States: the tiny Principality of Andorra, located in the eastern Pyrenees Mountains and bordered by Spain and France. According to Jolie, Andorra was Nina's favorite vacation spot, and she traveled there often during her marriage to Chapman, ostensibly to ski, although I recently learned that she's taken full advantage of the country's tax haven status. No amount of money or celebrity can dispense with security restrictions, but it does get us to the front of the line. The second Jolie and I leap off the cart, a Delta agent appears behind an unoccupied desk and waves us forward. I shove the ticket confirmation, along with our passports, across the counter. Hopefully we won't have to use them. As fast as her fingers tap the keys, I urge them faster.
There is a bit of a delay with the flight, but they will be opening the gate for boarding shortly. You should hurry.
Come on. I take Jolie's hand, looking around for the cart that's supposed to take us all the way to the gate. JFK is a sprawling, inefficient morass of an airport, and one of the perks of chartering a helicopter is the helipad-to-gate personal driver. Neither cart nor driver is anywhere to be seen. Without another word, Jolie and I break into a run, making it only as far as the security checkpoint before coming to a screeching halt. At least 100 people snake through the roped-off queue that zigzags a dozen times in front of several security scanning machines.
Oh no!
Jolie points at a row of monitors hanging above our heads, listing arrival and departure information.
The flight is boarding. We won't get there in time.
The flashing red letters scratch at my corneas. Jolie is probably right. We aren't going to make it. We'll have to go to Europe and hope that Nina stays in Andorra long enough for us to find her, and that it isn't just a calculated bluff on her part. Jolie's eyes fill with tears, and I draw her toward me, pressing her face into my shoulder. We have a lot of balls in the air right now. One of them is going to work. We will not lose Romy, I swear it. Jolie nods, sniffling as her cheek rubs against cotton. As gently as possible, I pry her away and approach the head of the security line. Listen, my daughter is... The burly man adjusts his belt to accommodate the straining belly beneath his uniform shirt. You need to cut the line? A flare of hope surges. Actually, yes, That's not how this works, sir. I need you to step back in line. He glances at my hand, reaching into my pocket for my wallet. And if you're about to do what I think you're about to do, stop right there before I have to get my boss involved. You won't be getting anywhere then. My neck warms as I realize I'd been about to bribe a TSA agent. Fucking crazy. Airports are one of the few places in New York City where a handshake with 100 in your palm won't get you anything but arrested. I walk back to where Jolie is still waiting in line, grateful to see that she's moved quite a bit. Pulling her against me, I try reaching the lawyer I've tasked with preventing Nina from taking Romy out of the country again, but my call goes straight to voicemail. The two of us anxiously watch the progress of the people in front of us, willing them to walk faster, talk faster, take their shoes off and electronics out faster. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Minutes tick by and the status of our flight remains boarding. Finally, we get to the conveyor belt feeding into the security screening machines. Jolie throws her purse and shoes inside a gray bin. I empty my pockets into another, snapping a shoelace in my hurry to get my shoes off. 3 people in front of us to go through the standing X-ray machine. Then 2. 1. Jolie jumps inside. Ma'am, step back. The light was still red. Her anxiety is a live wire, as frantic as mine, but she steps back, waiting for the light to turn green before stepping onto the footprints drawn onto the rubber floor. They waver through, and I wait for the green light, then follow the same procedure. Beep. Sir, step back. Did you remove your watch and... I look up at Jolie, who is waiting on the other side. Go, I yell, yanking at the Patek Philippe I'd forgotten about. I'll catch up. Jolie doesn't waste any more time, taking off at a sprint. Legs for days. I hope they make it in time. The moment the security agent waves me through, I bound after Jolie. Leaving behind her designer purse, my $100,000 watch, our shoes and phones. They can all be replaced. Our daughter is all that matters. Of course, the assigned gate is at the other end of JFK's mile-long terminal. It feels like I'm back on a lacrosse field, running and running and running, dodging and feinting to make my way toward the goal. Right now, my only goal is my daughter. My heart pounds, my breath coming in short, sharp pants. I pass designer stores and duty-free shops, fast food and sit-down restaurants, coffee counters and magazine kiosks and tourist traps. Kennedy International Airport is as much a mall as a transportation hub, a crowded one. I finally get to the designated gate, spotting Jolie standing with 2 airline employees clearly waiting for me. Trip, they won't tell me whether Romy is on the plane. I immediately realize the dilemma. How can we board the plane without being sure Romy is on it? Nina has had years to plan exit strategies and escape routes. She likely planted a number of false leads for us to follow. What if we take her bait? You have to make an exception. Our daughter, sir, we can't violate privacy rules. You have to. My tone is harsh, insistent. The airline employees glance at each other, one of them saying, we have to close the doors now. Then we'll call security and... No, I interrupt, turning to Jolie. Get on the plane. I'll stay here. If she's not on the flight, I'll have her by the time you land. I promise. It's a promise I don't know I can keep, but I make it anyway. Jolie's face is a mask of fear as she gives me a hard kiss and then bolts through the door to the boarding bridge. She's shoeless, purseless, holding only her passport and ticket. I have contacts in Europe. With one phone call I can... Fuck. My phone. I turn around ready to sprint to security so I can begin making calls. To Lance, so he can help me track Nina by any means necessary. To my adoption lawyer, so he can send proof of my paternity to anyone that needs it. To Vance, so he can pull strings on his end to ensure Nina doesn't leave the country, if she hasn't already.
Chapter 66. Jolie. Ma'am, you have to calm down. I am calm, I lie. I just need to know if my daughter is on this plane. Please, just let me walk down the aisle. I'll be quick, please. As soon as we get in the air and the captain turns off... No! I shake my head furious.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
furiously, trying to move past her. Of course Trip booked seats in first class. I have no idea if Romy is in one of the rows behind me. It will only take a minute. Another uniformed flight attendant appears behind her.
Ma'am, please take your seat. We'll be underway in just a bit.
The tears I've managed to hold back until now get the best of me, coursing down my cheeks. You don't understand. My daughter, I need to know if she's on this flight. I turn around to face the back of the plane. Romy, I yell. Romy, sweetheart, are you here? There are at least 100 pairs of eyes on me, and more than one camera phone pointed my way, but I don't care. Romy! I try again to push my way past them, but they remain in the aisle, blocking me. Ma'am, we can't pull away from the gate. We've alerted security, and they're on their way. My chest is heaving, but I can't get enough oxygen into my lungs. The axis on which my world turns has collapsed beneath the weight of my tears. Sharp splinters of agony pierce through my heart. This is all my fault. I deceived Trip. I abandoned Romy. I backed Nina into a corner. Worst of all, I arrogantly believed all my wrongs could be made right. I was wrong. So wrong. There's movement behind me. Then my hands are pulled behind my back and locked together. Meanwhile, my soul thrashes, completely untethered. I howl, twisting my neck to see that a police officer and a uniformed TSA agent have taken the place of the flight attendants.
You are being offloaded from this plane. Please calm down and don't make this any more difficult.
Nina, don't do this! I struggle against them. Romy, please, wave, say something. Let me know if you're here.
Chapter 68. Trip.
You can let me go now. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
The desperate, choking tone of Jolie's voice hits me like a kick in the solar plexus, and I immediately swivel toward the sound.
Jolie!
Romy takes off, racing down the narrow corridor.
Romy! Oh my God, Romy!
There's so much relief and love and joy radiating from the face I fell in love with years before, I'm nearly blinded by it. But not blind enough to miss the two men behind her or the fact that her hands have been restrained. The lump of anxiety that's been lodged in my throat for the past few hours is wiped away by outrage. I glare at the man who brought me here. I don't know what the hell happened, but handcuffs are clearly unnecessary. He doesn't look pleased, but gives a stiff nod and goes to speak to the men responsible. A moment later, Jolie's arms are wrapped around Romy, exactly where they belong. But then Jolie extends a hand in my direction, her fingers beckoning me forward. My footsteps are sluggish from the relief coursing through my veins as I walk over. Sweeping Jolie and Romy into my arms, something deep inside of me cracks, breaking with emotion for the two beauties before me that are finally mine. Not just a little bit either. A whole chasm opens up deep inside of my chest, fear and regret crumbling into the abyss, swallowed up by a surge of happiness. I'm only able to savor it for a moment before the slap of footsteps intrudes. This time it's my lawyer. His coolly appraising eyes take in the situation at one glance. Mr. Montgomery, I'll handle the details. You're free to leave with your family. The only one who dares to argue is Romy.
But what about Mom?
Her voice is tremulous, her expression confused.
We can't leave without her.
Jolie and I exchange a glance, and she bends her knees to look Romy in the eyes.
We have to, for now. I think the three of us need to have a long chat, okay? And then we'll figure out what's going on with your mom.
Romy gives Jolie a thoughtful look, then glances up at me before cupping her hand around Jolie's ear and whispering loudly enough for me to hear.
Trip told them he was my dad. Is he going to get in trouble too?
Jolie's eyes widen in surprise, although the rest of her face remains neutral.
No, I think all our troubles are finally behind us.
Chapter 67. Trip. Taking off the way I came, I nearly collide with a stone-faced man in a dark suit. Mr. Montgomery. I'd been about to dart around him, but the airport credentials hanging from his neck gave me pause. There's no need for security, I grit out. I'm heading back for my things right now. Mr. Montgomery, I've had that taken care of. Please come with me. Jesus Christ. I don't have time to explain what's going on to a goddamn rent-a-cup. I start walking ahead. It's fine, I'll get them now, no need to make this an issue. His strides are as long as mine. There won't be an issue if you don't make one. Another thought strikes me as I eye him warily. Did Nina do something to prevent me from getting on a plane today? With what I've learned about that woman, I wouldn't put it past her, including adding my name to the no-fly terrorist watch list. But if that's the case, I never would have gotten through security, and she would have done the same to Jolie, who is sitting on a plane right now. So then, what the fuck? Before reaching the area with the x-ray machines, he leads me to an unmarked door between a magazine kiosk and a smoothie bar. A woman who appears to be browsing the display of tabloids is evidently waiting for our approach because she reaches for the doorknob and quickly pulls it open, then closes it behind me without a word. We travel down a long hall and through another doorway, pausing only for someone to hand me a bag with what Jolie and I left behind in our rush to the gate. The noise of the busy airport has disappeared, and I can hear the sounds of an office from behind closed doors. Ringing phones, clicking keyboards, shuffling papers, although they barely register above the loud thud of my heartbeat pulsing in my ears. I feel like a rat in a maze, except that I doubt I'm being led to a chunk of cheese. This doesn't make sense. "Where are we going?" I bark, my throat tight and my wrists tingling as if a pair of handcuffs will be snapped on them any minute. He doesn't answer, continuing his purposeful gait down another corridor. I finally come to a halt. "This is ridiculous. I'm not going any further until you—" "Trip!" A door is thrown open and Romy comes hurtling at me from one of the small rooms lining the hallway. Instinctively flinging my arms out, I gather Romy against me. She looks up with wet eyes.
"Do you know where my mom is?"
"Yes, I do, but not the one she means." A guilty vice locks around my ribcage as I realize that Jolie must know by now that Romy isn't on the plane. "I'm going to find out," I assure her, turning back to the man who brought me here. "Where is—" Before I can finish my question, the bag I'm holding gives a distinctive buzz. I reach into it from my phone, swiping at the screen when I see that it's Nathan Vale. "Nina Chapman was apprehended prior to boarding her flight without incident. An officer is with the child." A piece of information I would rather have had 15 minutes ago. "I'm with her now," I break in. "Good. Your lawyer assured me he was en route with the appropriate paperwork allowing for the release of the minor." I blow out a heavy breath, a sigh of relief. I appreciate the call. Shoving my phone back in my pocket, I plant a kiss on Romy's dark head. "We'll be out of here soon."
"But what about Mom?"
Romy looks confused, her voice tremulous.
"We can't leave without her."
A harried-looking woman comes up behind Romy, one hand extended toward me, the other holding a briefcase that has seen better days.
"Hello, I'm with Child Services. I was told we have an abandoned minor child in need of—"
Bitterness claws at my throat. There has been no abandonment. My lawyer is on his way.
"And you're the father?"
The buzz of the office fades to silence. No ringing phones or clattering keyboards, no hum of the air vents or buzz of the intercom. There's only a stranger and the question she asked hanging in the air, reverberating in my heart. There's only my daughter and the confusion swirling in her silver eyes, eyes that match mine. And there's only one answer to give. Yes.
Epilogue 1. Jolie. Romy's excited smile stretches from ear to ear as we walk through Disney's Magic Kingdom. "I can't believe you've never been to Disney World," she says to Trip. His grin mirrors his daughter's.
"I was waiting for a great tour guide."
Just watching them together makes me feel like I'm powered by batteries made of happiness. Energized and animated, exhilarated and buoyant, filled with contentment, the kind that can't be faked. No Instagram photo or Facebook post could capture the pure joy that permeates every aspect of my life these days. It doesn't make up for all the time I lost with Trip and Romy, but once I made the decision to let go of the resentment I'd held on to, happiness was much easier to come by. Romy stops in front of the Seven Dwarfs mine train. "Then this is our next ride." I take a step back. "I think I'm going to sit this one out, guys." But this is one of your favorites! Romy turns surprised eyes on me. The heat's getting to me a bit. I'm going to get a slushie and I'll meet you right by the exit. Tripp's brows draw together, but I override his reluctance to separate with a gentle shove. As usual, even the tiniest touch sends a prickle of desire racing across my nerves. Go! We've been at the park for 2 hours already, but this is the first ride I know I can't go on. Easy ones like It's a Small World are fine, but I'm not taking any chances with a roller coaster. Getting pregnant isn't as easy now as it was at 17. It's been over a year since Tripp and I checked into the Nutmeg Inn, and although it's a rare evening that Tripp and I don't find our way into each other's arms, the stick didn't turn positive until last month. We're waiting to tell Romy until I'm through the first trimester. I buy an extra-large cherry-flavored slushie and am back by the time they emerge. How was it? Not that I need to ask, given their grinning faces. Great! They chirp in unison, both a little breathless and a lot beaming. I slip my arm through Tripp's and offer the enormous drink to Romy. What's next, tour guide? We spend the rest of the afternoon meandering around the park, and I manage to avoid the rides that won't be good for the peanut in my belly. Waiting for Tripp and Romy gives me a lot of time to reflect on the past year. It hasn't been all frozen hot chocolates and Broadway shows. If anything, it's been a 12-month roller coaster. In order to avoid a trial, Nina handed over all the money she squirreled away. She also pleaded guilty to reduced charges in return for a lighter sentence, followed by a long probation and community service hours. She'll likely be out within 2 years. Tripp asked Romy and me to move into his triplex, and we've been living together as a family since the summer. Once a month, we take Romy to visit Nina at the Federal Correction Facility upstate. Those are hard days. But it's in Romy's best interest to maintain a relationship with Nina, so we've made it work. In the beginning, there were moments when it felt like Romy hated me for destroying the life she had with Nina, and other times when she railed against Nina for lying to her. But over the past couple of months, things have evened out. She loves her new school and her new friends, and of course, her father. Tripp is the only person she's never angry with. From day one, they've had an incredible bond. She's definitely a daddy's girl. I've forgiven Tripp for keeping the truth about Nina from me, too. I still don't agree with his reasons, but I understand them. We've talked about getting married, but I'm afraid to upset the delicate balance we've finally achieved. But lately, all my fears have slipped away, one by one, like they were never there at all. Tripp is my partner in everything. In the moments when we find a quiet peace, just knowing we're in the same room together. In the moments when our breaths and heartbeats sync, our souls surging as we cling to each other. And even in the moments when we look at Romy, love in our eyes and pain in our chests, grateful to have her with us even as we mourn those years we've lost, sacrificed on the altar of youthful stupidity. And I finally launched my business. Jolie is a line of chic, moderately priced jewelry crafted by women I met all over the world while I was modeling, using their creativity and skills to take their families above poverty. Eva might not stay with me for much longer, unfortunately. Her job is becoming too big, requiring more time than she has to give. No one will ever fill her shoes completely, though. And if she doesn't find the Prince Charming she and her kids deserve soon, I'm pretty sure I know just the guy. At the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique, a fairy godmother greets Romy with a smile. "Come on, princess, let's go find you a tiara." Romy scampers off, a playful smirk toying with the corners of Tripp's mouth as he turns to me.
"And what does this prince deserve?"
I don't hesitate, lifting onto my toes to kiss the smirk right off his lips. Me. Our kiss is soft and sweet, just the barest brush of our lips before we pull away from each other.
It's always been you, Jolie. Always.
Love shines from Tripp's eyes as he looks at me, the same emotion he sees reflected in mine. My prince and I have finally earned our happily ever after.
Tripp. Closing the door to Romy's bedroom, I cross the living room of the Four Seasons suite that's our home for the next few nights and join Jolie in bed. I think she was asleep before her head hit the pillow. Her full lips push into a smile.
Disney will do that to you.
You're not sleeping.
That's because I have something worth waiting up for.
Jolie rolls over on her side, a glossy curtain of hair sliding over her shoulder as she reaches for me. Her arm curls around my neck, fitting perfectly. Everything about Jolie fits perfectly, as if she's been made for me, and I for her. I hate that we weren't together when Jolie was pregnant with Romy, and that we've missed so many years together, but the sharp sting of that hurt is fading a little more each day. It's hard to taste bitterness when life is so damn sweet, and it is. I spend every night with my arms wrapped around Jolie, and every day getting to know the incredible person we've created together. My life has changed in a million other ways, too. After a lot of soul-searching, I've decided to let my mother back into my life. It isn't easy, because I know she still keeps in touch with my father, who's sailed through surgery and is apparently healthier than ever, but I can't keep Romy from her grandmother. If I can deal with Nina, I can deal with just about anyone. Anyone but Remington Owen Montgomery II, that is. I'm not ready to go that far, and I doubt I ever will be. I've stopped denying that I'm his son, though, taking out a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal explaining the origins of Risk Taker. I wasn't quite sure how it would be received, but I'm sick of hiding, sick of lying. The truth is, if I wasn't Remington Owen Montgomery III, there would be no Risk Taker. And believe me, judging by the cons we've caught over the years, Wall Street needs us. Apparently, I needn't have worried. Our client list has doubled and business is booming. Plus, it's brought some new friends into my life. Guys like Nash Knight, Eva's ex-boyfriend, and current kind of brother-in-law, who is already a buddy of Lance's. And former friends like Tristan Betancourt and Bryce Van Horn, who are both heirs to financial empires. Legacies that weren't made of lies. When my father's fraud was exposed, it was me that cut them off, not the other way around. Lance and I also launched a new app, a game aimed at teaching teens the value of saving and investing their money and the downside to overspending and debt. We've set the price at 99 cents, match every single penny, and are using the proceeds to develop technology programs in our nation's most underfunded schools. I slide my hand down the front of Jolie's silky teddy that has ridden up high on her hips, pressing my palm against her still flat belly. You're sure it's safe? Her husky giggle pulses within the charged air between us.
I'm sure.
I don't want to hurt you or the baby. I'm dead serious.
Jolie's smile drops as she pulls me closer. You won't, and I know you never will again.
How do you do that? I ask wonderingly.
Do what?
Steal the breath right out of my lungs. It's the truth.
I'll give you some of mine.
And she does, dragging her lips across mine. Once, twice, until I don't know where my mouth stops and hers begins, until my leg is hooked over hers and our bodies pressed together. We pull away only long enough to lose the clothes restricting our access, and then we're a tangle of limbs and lips, a chorus of groans and sighs and whispered mumblings. This girl sets my skin on fire. Over the past year, I've studied every curve and hollow, learned what makes her eyes darken with desire, what makes her gasp from pleasure. Tonight I use everything I know and then some. Moving to the edge of the bed, I pull Jolie onto my lap, easing into her with my arms wrapped around her back, our mouths just a breath apart. Jolie moans, a needy primal sound. I rock my hips, working my way deeper. Her head lolls back, hair sliding over my hands. I swipe my tongue across her beating pulse, suck on the lobe of her ear, kissing my way from her jaw to her chin. I feel her tightening around me, and it's taking more restraint than I thought I possessed not to thrust hard and fast. But this woman is my whole world, and I keep my pace slow as I find that place where we're joined, flicking my thumb over her greedy nub. With a snap, her head comes up, eyes enormous as her still lithe body trembles in my arms. It's all I need to send me over the edge. I drop my forehead to her shoulder, my mind scattering to a million pieces as I find my release with a muffled yell. After a minute, Jolie gives a breathless little laugh.
Yeah, definitely worth waiting up for.
I drop a kiss on her lips and pull away, just enough to take in the sweet smile I know she reserves only for me. A smile so bright it's burned into my soul. I'd wait a lifetime for you, Jolie, but I'm grateful it only took a decade.
Epilogue 2. Jolie. Romy! I rub my swollen belly as I yell for my daughter from the bottom of the stairs, pausing to listen for any sign that she's heard me. Coming up with a single complaint about living in a 5,000-square-foot triplex penthouse in the heart of Manhattan is nearly impossible, but not being within shouting distance of my daughter at all times is one of them. Trip comes up behind me, his breath whispering along my pulse as he slides my tousled hair away from my shoulder and plants a lingering kiss just below my ear.
You really should use the intercom,
he groans, wrapping his arms around me and folding both his hands over mine. I sigh, tilting my head back as my eyes flutter shut, letting the warmth of his embrace wash over me. Trip's presence in my life is a comfort I don't take for granted.
We've been through so much together in the 2 years since we both returned to New York.
Falling back in love, forgiving each other, trusting each other, learning how to co-parent Romy, foiling my stepmother's attempt to take her from us, managing our family, 2 thriving businesses, and a growing charitable organization. And soon, we'll welcome another child into our lives. You know Romy hates that thing. She says it reminds her of the loudspeaker in the prison waiting room. Trip drags his stubble-roughened jaw along my cheek before dropping another kiss at my temple. He didn't shave this morning.
Well, she won't be hearing that anymore.
Nope, I say softly. Nina is being released today, and Romy begged to be there for her, waiting outside when she takes her first free steps since her sentencing. Nina will have to spend the next 6 months in a halfway home, but she'll no longer live behind bars. I wince as a particularly strong kick hits my ribs, although Trip's proud chuckle takes the ache away.
Looks like we'll have another soccer player.
Romy finally appears at the top of the stairs, and Trip straightens as she bounds down them. Despite the joy in my life these days, there are times when it feels like I'm navigating a tightrope without a harness. At 9 months pregnant, it's a daunting prospect at best, and some days I cling to it with nothing but my fingernails. Today is one of those days. Although Romy says she's happy about having a sibling, she hasn't yet referred to herself as a big sister. Trip and I decided to delay finding out the sex of our baby, hoping the "it's a girl, it's a boy" excitement would be better received when Romy has a little sister or brother to hold. But now, with Nina's release and my imminent due date, I can't help but worry that Romy will want to return to the way things were, living with Nina while I'm a peripheral figure in her life, useful for sleepovers and shopping sprees, but little else. Ready? She looks only at Trip. I don't want to be late. I made breakfast. You should really eat something. I'm not hungry. She breezes past me, completely ignoring the heaping platter of French toast set out on the kitchen island.
We have plenty of time,
Trip says, giving my shoulder a reassuring squeeze as he walks toward the food. He knows how worried I am about Romy.
And I'm starving.
She swings around, and even from a distance I can see the tears glittering from her silver eyes. We can't be late. Her voice is a whispered tremble, her posture so straight she looks in danger of cracking at any moment. Guilt invades my veins like a toxin. Romy has been such a trooper through everything. New home, new school, new friends. Discovering her entire life was a lie, that she'd been hidden from her father as if she was a dirty little secret. unacknowledged by her biological mother, as if I was ashamed of her. Those last few aren't true, of course. But in the mind of a preteen girl, truth is just a reflection of her capricious moods. It changes day to day, hour to hour. Some hit particularly hard. Just last week, Romy said she was sick and couldn't go to school. She had no fever and her appetite was fine, but I kept her home. That afternoon, I received an email from her teacher, kindly extending the due date for Romy's latest assignment. A personal narrative, illustrated by family photographs. When I told Romy about the extension, she burst into tears. Through broken sobs, she managed to convey that using photographs of only Trip and me made her feel disloyal to Nina. But including Nina in her assignment would mean explaining a situation she was still grappling with herself. Romy knows Nina tried to take her away from us. She also knows about Nina's fraud. But for most of Romy's life, Nina was the only mother she knew. And regardless of her faults, Nina was a good mother. She kissed every boo-boo, scheduled every dentist and doctor visit, cheered from the sidelines at every soccer game, and from the audience at every dance recital and school play. She was the Tooth Fairy, Easter Bunny, and Santa Claus. I know from experience how painful it is to witness your idol fall, tumbling from the brightest light into the blackest abyss. Excruciating. It's fine, I say. I don't want you to be late either. Trip plucks a piece of French toast from the tray and takes a big bite, looking from me to Romy and back again.
You sure?
I cup both hands around my coffee mug and nod. I am. I'll get the elevator, Romy says, slipping into her shoes and rushing into the foyer. Setting my coffee on the granite, I duck back into Trip's outstretched arms for a moment. He lifts my chin with his thumb, pinning me with a stare identical to Romy's. Liquid steel, intriguing and powerful.
Promise me you'll go lie back down?
I'm not on bed rest anymore, I remind him. After a scare in my 7th month, my doctor said that if I didn't keep off my feet, I was going to spend the rest of my pregnancy in the hospital. But with the baby due any day now, my confinement is over.
Still, I'm going to be gone a while. I'd rather know you were nice and cozy, keeping our bed warm.
One hand reaches out to cup my breast, my sensitive nipple immediately straining toward his palm. A breathy laugh falls from my lips, my body heating at his touch. Even though I've spent most of the past 2 months in bed, sex was prohibited. I miss the intimacy of our love, and the orgasms. You can't possibly want me right now. I'm not blind. The glow of pregnancy is definitely over. I've put on nearly 50 pounds, and my signature walk, once in high demand on runways all over the world, is now an awkward waddle, usually in the direction of the nearest bathroom. Trip shakes his head.
I can't remember a day of my life that I haven't wanted you, Jolie. And I know, with absolute certainty, I never will.
I blink away tears, my bones disintegrating into shaky white platelets made of love, held together by hormones. I lift my lips for a kiss from this glorious man who found it in his heart to forgive me, to give me his love after all I took from him. I am more than just #blessed. My blessings are too many to be confined to a pithy hashtag. Elevator's here!
Trip's mouth ghosts over mine at Romy's announcement, landing for just the barest brush.
Your daughter is impatient.
I lick my lips, tasting the cinnamon sugar I sprinkled over the toast. That's because she's your daughter.
Thank fuck for that,
he says, the flare of joy lighting up his face, making my heartbeat stumble and then take off at a gallop. Dad! Romy's yell is louder this time, a decibel that could shatter windows. Trip spins away from me, winking as he grabs another slice of toast and jogs to the elevator.
Coming!
For a moment, the two loves of my life are framed, as if they're standing in a shadow box. Father and daughter, dark heads facing each other, wearing matching grins. But then the doors close. In the sudden silence, I attempt to douse my heartburn with a sip of coffee. It doesn't work. Dumping the remainder down the drain. It's decaf anyway. I pick up my phone. Please tell me you're free to come over for breakfast, and bring the twins. Eva laughs. They're already at school, and I'm on my way to catch a Vogue editor before she flies off to an overseas shoot. She promised she would try to get some of your pieces in the feature. Hey, you don't work for me anymore, remember? Last time I checked, you found and trained a perfectly qualified replacement. Although much of Jolie's incredible success is due to Eva's efforts, her kids are her top priority right now, and I completely understand. I know, but the editor is a friend of a friend I met through the preschool mom network. At least they're good for something, right? Yeah, but believe me, when I find something else, I'll forget all about you. I promise. But until then, I enjoy helping out here and there. You're the best, I say, meaning every word. In addition to being a loving, involved mom that can play a rousing game of tag in Manolo Blahnik stilettos, Eva is gorgeous, smart, and hardworking. I hope she finds something, and someone, who appreciates her. As usual, she brushes the compliment aside. It's nothing. No, it's not nothing, I scold gently. Thank you. Well, you're welcome. Now, go lie down or something. You're on your feet again, aren't you? I swear, you and Tripp share the same brain. I roll my eyes. But I'll tell you what I told him. I have the all clear. I don't have to lie in bed like an invalid anymore. Don't you remember what it was like with Romy? Once that baby arrives, you're going to regret every minute you didn't spend sleeping. Take advantage now. Regret. It's a punch that slams into the base of my spine, pain radiating outward. I pull the phone away from my mouth so Eva doesn't hear my gasp. Jolie, are you there? Yeah, sorry, it's hard to think about that time with Romy. Eva's regretful curse filters through our connection. I'm sorry, I should have realized. No, it's fine, really. It isn't Eva's fault. My past is like a field of wildflowers blooming from dirt thrown over scattered landmines. Every other step is an explosion waiting to happen. I was a teenager when I gave birth to Romy, and she was a preemie. I barely adjusted to the fact that I was pregnant when I suddenly became a mother. My first memory of Romy is of this tiny little human, her skin practically translucent over blue veins. She was locked inside an incubator, tubes and wires connecting her body to machines that blinked and beeped, arranged in a semicircle around her bassinet. Love was there, but it wasn't the emotion that had overwhelmed me. Instead, fear rose up like a great roaring wave, submerging me within a dark ocean of terror. I wasn't allowed to touch her or hold her, and when the nurse wheeled me back into my room, I pretended to be in pain so I could slip into a morphine-induced haze, needing the reprieve from reality. I blink, focusing back in on Eva. Shouldn't be too long. I'll come over the second these samples make it into her suitcase, okay? Actually, I say, rubbing my back and making my way toward the nearest couch. Company, even Eva, isn't so appealing anymore. I think I'll lie down. Talk later, okay?
Tripp.
Can I sit shotgun?
Romy's eager question echoes within the vast underground parking garage, bouncing off cement walls. I look down at her with a raised brow, the tone of my voice teasing. Do I really have to answer that? Every glimpse of my daughter's face fills me with joy, although her frown is one of my least favorites. She throws herself into the back seat of my Range Rover, not saying anything. I adjust the rearview mirror to maintain eye contact. Not much longer, Romy. When you're 12...
So until then, I'm going to be stuck in the back like a baby?
Ah, so that's what this is about. It won't be long before there's a car seat buckled beside her. You're not a baby. You are an awesome 11-year-old, and the second you're allowed to sit in the front seat, I'll be thrilled to have you right next to me. I reach behind me to pat Romy's knee before shifting into drive and pulling out onto the street. Her moods are erratic these days, a reflection of her impending teenage years and our shifting family dynamics. The three of us haven't been a family very long, and will be 4 in a matter of days. Nina's release from prison is a double whammy. The family therapist we continue to work with says that Romy's turbulent emotions are normal and not to jump on every comment and outburst or she'll stop telling us what's on her mind. I had no idea parenting would be so hard. It's also the greatest joy I can possibly imagine. Today is a perfect example of the insane dichotomy that is fatherhood. In about an hour, I'll be standing outside a prison to greet the woman who kept my daughter from me for the first 9 years of her life, and then tried to do it again once I knew the truth and demanded that Romy be told too. Not just waiting. I'm here to welcome Nina back into our lives and take her to the assigned halfway house that is a condition of her early release. This isn't my idea. It's Romy's. And because I love my daughter in the painfully selfless way a father loves his little girl, I've agreed to maintain a cordial relationship with the woman who raised her. I also believe in keeping friends close and enemies closer. Is Nina still an enemy? Only time will tell. But if she ever tries to take my daughter away from me or hurt Romy in any way, I'll rip Nina's fucking head off and bury her without the slightest shred of remorse.
Are we there yet?
I glance back at Romy for any trace of irony on her face, but there is none. Well, we just got in the car, so no.
How much longer?
An hour, give or take. Her response is a sigh. Hey, I spy with my little eye something that is red. After half a minute of silence, I look into the rearview mirror. Romy has her earbuds in and is absorbed in something on her iPad. Patience, Trip. Let her be. I'm on the highway when my phone rings. I answer through the Bluetooth speakers. Lance, I have Romy in the car with me. My business partner has an unfortunate habit of discussing his sex life and bowel health. He needs a muzzle, but a warning will have to do for now. Hey there, Romester. Damn it. She's on her iPad right now. Headphones? I bite down on a groan. Earbuds. Good, because you've got to hear about my night. Remember the hot Russian I met on my climb 2 years ago? Keep it PG, I warn. PG, are you kidding? He scoffs. Did you know there are things you can do with caviar that... Jesus Christ, not now, Lance. Fine, he huffs. Isn't it a school day? You can call me after you drop. We're picking up Nina. She gets released today. Shit. I flick my eyes back toward Romy. Her head is still bowed, the end of her dark braid resting on her screen. Yeah, that about sums it up. Is Jolie with you? Nah, when she's stressed, her blood pressure skyrockets. I don't want her dealing with this right now. I glance at the clock. Listen, I have about 20 minutes before we get there, and then I'll probably be offline the rest of the day. If there's anything we need to discuss, not involving the hot Russian, let's do it now. I hang up with Lance just as we pull into the prison parking lot. The second I park in the designated area to wait for released prisoners, Romy yanks out her earbuds and sets aside her iPad, jumping out of the car. I stifle a groan as I open up my own door and join her. It might be a while. Not sure that these things run on time. Romy stares straight ahead.
That's okay. I want to be the first thing Mom sees.
She finally began calling Jolie Mom, but as always, hearing Romy use the word for Nina feels like a sharp blade jabbed between my ribs, the tip puncturing my lung. I rub at my chest as I drag in a breath. Romy glances up at me.
You okay?
I hesitate for a blink, raking a hand through my hair. I know Jolie is feeling insecure about her place in Romy's heart now that she'll be seeing Nina for more than just monthly visits and monitored phone calls. We've danced around the issue in therapy, but maybe this is a good opportunity to get some insight into Romy's head. You know, I was thinking we could talk about...
She's here!
Damn it. I look up to see the automatic gate opening slowly, one figure walking towards us. I squint, hoping it will be someone else, anyone else, but no, it's Nina. Romy takes off at a run, not stopping until she throws herself into Nina's arms. The blood in my veins thickens, becoming heavy and sluggish, pushed along by a heart that pounds with dread. Can any good possibly come of this? Nina and Romy make their way toward me slowly.
Thank you, Trip.
Nina bows her head, now more gray than blonde.
After everything, I really appreciate you being here today, and for bringing Romy.
She's my daughter. I did it for her. I push the words out through gritted teeth and a tight throat. With one last look at Romy's overjoyed expression, I slide back into my seat. My body is hot with anger and resentment, my temperature only increasing when Romy opens the back door and hops in, Nina joining her. They talk nonstop, Romy excitedly filling her in on just about everything she hasn't had time to say during their monthly visits and calls. Everything except the imminent arrival of her new sibling. Romy hasn't mentioned it to Nina, or to anyone else. We're halfway to Queens, and I'm counting every minute. The phone rings, the name on the screen sending a ripple of alarm across nerves already stretched to the breaking point. Eva, is everything... The noise of a siren comes through the Bluetooth speakers, filling the interior of the car.
I'm with Jolie. We're in an ambulance. We'll be at New York Presbyterian in a few minutes.
My mind splits in two. One side automatically sending a signal to floor the accelerator, my hands gripping the wheel at 10 and 2, leaning forward in my seat with hypervigilance. The other has only one concern, Jolie. What the hell happened?
I don't know,
Eva cries, her voice a panicked shout.
I came by this morning just to check on her. I thought she was asleep on the couch, but I couldn't wake her, and I noticed...
She breaks off. A few seconds tick by. What? What did you notice?
Blood. There was blood between her legs. We're pulling in now. Just get here as soon as you can.
Don't worry, I say to Romy. I promise you everything will be okay. My tongue is thick and heavy inside my mouth, making each word difficult. Or maybe it's because I have no right making a promise like that, but I don't take it back. Jolie likes to say we're the only storybook couple to live out their fairy tale ending. Maybe, but Jolie is my fairy tale, and I'm not through living it. I'm only vaguely aware of Nina's presence as I call Lance, sharing the few details I know in the name of Jolie's obstetrician. Got it. I'll make the call and hack into the hospital system. Whatever Jolie's condition, I'll find the best docs in the city to consult on her case. I mutter a quick thanks and then focus entirely on making it to the hospital as quickly as possible. Once we get into the city, I fish my wallet out of my pocket and toss whatever cash I have into the back seat. You'll have to find your way to Queens.
I don't have to check in for hours. I can come in, keep Romy company.
No, absolutely not.
Please, Dad.
I don't have to meet Romy's eyes in the mirror to know they're filled with tears, but when I glance up, her face is already pressed into Nina's neck, her braid trembling as she sobs. I exhale a quiet, fine. I don't have the heart to pry the two of them apart, not when my heart is already shredded, bleeding with Jolie. The Rover's tires squeal as I jerk to a halt at the emergency entrance, tossing my keys to a valet and jumping out of the car. I fling open Romy's door and reach for her hand. We run through the hospital door together, Nina following. Eva is the first person my eyes land on. She's pacing the halls and spins around at our approach. How is she?
I don't know. They won't tell me anything since I'm not family.
I don't wait for her to finish the sentence, stalking over to the information desk. Jolie Chapman was brought in by ambulance 45 minutes ago. I'd like to speak with her daughter. The woman's red nails tap at the keys.
Last name C-H-A...
Christ. Yes, C-H-A-P-M-A-N. First name Jolie. Adrenaline has my pulse racing, my heart thumping against my ribcage. What's her room number? Her fingers still as she looks up at me. Red lips that match her nails, tan skin, pink hair.
You the husband?
Legally, no, but in every other way that matters, she finishes off with a snap of her gum.
Sorry, hospital policy. We only give out information to family.
I think of the wedding license we got the day before Jolie was put on bed rest. I think about the wedding band I designed to look just like the crown I once wove for her out of branches on an Indian summer day in Central Park. Both are now sitting in a desk drawer. We have a daughter together, I respond, my tone insistent.
Is your daughter over 18?
Snap. No.
Then you'll have to wait until Ms. Chapman is conscious and asking for you.
Suppressing the urge to reach over the desk and wring her neck, I pull my phone from my pocket. At least Lance will have information for me. But before I can hit send, I hear,
Excuse me, I'm Jolie Chapman's stepmother. I'd like to speak with her doctor, please. I turn around to see the woman behind the desk pick up her phone. Sure thing. I'll page her now. I'm still trying to wrestle my fury into a controlled knot I can swallow down when a tall woman in a white coat comes striding down the hall. The family of Miss Chapman. Romy pushes between Nina and me, Eva on my other side. Yes, Nina and I say in unison. We're prepping her for surgery now. Surgery? Are you the baby's father? I nod. Yes. I've reviewed her chart, and I believe a spike in blood pressure is what caused her to lose consciousness. It's a good thing your friend went to check on her. I slant a grateful glance at Eva before turning back to the doctor. What about the bleeding? Perfectly normal for some blood to accompany her water breaking. Miss Chapman's obstetrician arrived a few minutes ago and is scrubbing up right now. We explained everything to Miss Chapman, and she's consented to a cesarean. If you would like to be in the OR, I'll take you there. What about me? Can I see her? Romy's face is pale, her voice quivering. No, I'm sorry, but you'll be allowed in her room after. I pull Romy into my chest. I'll come get you as soon as I can. A fresh tremor spikes her spine as she clings to me. Tell her I love her. Tell her I love her so much. Romy's voice cracks, and I have to blink away the sting in my eyes. I promise. Nina strokes Romy's braid. I'll watch over her, and we'll be right here. She appears earnest, but I don't trust Nina as far as I can throw her. I cast a silent plea at Eva. I'll stay with him, she says immediately. You go. We'll be waiting. After scrubbing my hands and forearms, covering my head with a cap and my mouth with a surgical mask, I walk into the operating room and stop short. Jolie is already there, lying on a table, surrounded by a surgical team about to be cut open. The breath catches in my throat, my knees locking me in place. This woman is my entire world. Her obstetrician glances my way, completely oblivious to the panic crashing into me, or maybe perfectly aware. Look, Dad's here. Come to join the birthday party. Jolie moves her head, the lights turning her hair into a platinum waterfall, bright blue gaze latching onto mine, steadying me. Hey. Her lips curve into a smile. I'm sorry I gave everyone such a scare. My legs suddenly move forward again. It's my fault. I never should have left you. Don't be silly. Okay, you're going to feel some pressure. The doctor's voice puts an end to our conversation. I bend low over Jolie, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Thank fuck you're okay. She lifts the hand not encumbered by an IV and curves it over my cheek. I'm better than okay. I'm yours, remember? Love flares. I feel it as sharply as a mallet striking bone. And don't you forget it. We grin at each other for a moment, until that moment is cut short by a piercing wail. Okay, Dad, time to cut your son's cord. Son. I have a son. I have a daughter. I have a son and a daughter with Jolie, the love of my life. This fairy tale keeps getting better and better. I press another kiss to Jolie's trembling lips, then cut the umbilical cord. It is surreal, amazing and terrifying, full of joy and wonder and gratitude. I expect to be handed our baby, but instead he is immediately taken to a different side of the room. Jolie grabs my hand, her head twisting. What are they doing? Where are they taking him? I think they're just weighing him. I offer reassurance without being sure at all. My heart plummets into my shoes as I look on helplessly. Each second feels like a year until finally one of the nurses returns, carrying a swaddled bundle in her arms and stopping directly in front of me. He's absolutely perfect. And now he's all yours. Thank fuck.
Jolie. I come awake slowly, fighting the pull, and then, all at once, as my eyes snap open, the white-hot blaze of pain radiating from my stomach, thrusting me into consciousness. I'm not in the OR anymore. I moan, my mouth unable to form words. Where is Trip? Jolie. Suddenly Nina's face hovers above me, one hand reaching out to smooth an errant tuft of hair off my forehead. I had no idea you were pregnant. This is wonderful. The baby... I recoil from her touch, sending another stab of pain twisting inside my gut. I try to scream, but what comes out is a shrieking alarm. It isn't coming from me, but from one of the machines. I'm waking up inside my worst nightmare, one where my past has come back for me. Where is Trip? I hear footsteps, voices. The alarm cuts off. Ma'am, you need to leave. I watch as Nina is escorted from my room. Good. Numbers and acronyms are batted over my head. Heart rate and blood pressure, systolic and diastolic, CCs and PSUs.
Ms. Chapman, just relax. You're going to be fine.
There is the glint of a needle as it's inserted into the bag hanging beside my bed, a tube connecting it to my IV. The pain in my stomach immediately disappears. My eyelids so heavy I can't hold them up anymore. And the thought I'm desperate to get out, a plea I need to say, remains silent, trapped inside my mind. Don't let her take my baby. I won't give my baby up. Not this time. Crying wakes me. Not crying exactly. More like sharp little squawking. Like a bird. Or a newborn. When my eyes open, they land on Romy. She's framed by the window behind her, a corona of afternoon sunlight drenching her silhouette. In her arms is a swaddled infant. My son. Romy's brother. Contentment surrounds me like the finest, sweetest mist. Trip is seated beside her, one arm wrapped around Romy's shoulder, the other on our little boy's stomach. Noticing that I've woken up, he stands and walks to the side of my bed, planting a soft kiss on the smile stretching across my lips.
He's perfect, Jolie. 10 fingers, 10 toes. Your mouth, Romy's eyes.
Your eyes, too, I whisper, love and gratitude dripping from each syllable. And then, remembering who was in my room earlier, I reach out a hand to grip his wrist. Nina? Keeping my voice low, the name is a question.
We didn't make it to the halfway house. I brought Nina here with me, but I asked Eva to take her a little while ago.
He lowers his face again.
I'm sorry I wasn't here when you woke up. I took Romy to the nursery. She was anxious to meet her brother, and I...
He looks away, regret gleaming from his eyes.
I didn't want to share that moment with Nina.
So that's why my stepmother was in my room. I dip my chin, pressing my forehead to Trip's and focusing on more important things. Romy wanted to meet him?
She did,
he says. I peer around Trip, a fresh surge of joy expanding my heart at the sight. So, I choke out, how does it feel to be a big sister? Romy's smile is even brighter than the sunshine. Awesome, she says simply. Tears spring to my eyes. After so many months worrying that Romy wouldn't connect with her new sibling, or worse, resent the baby altogether, it's a joy to see him in her arms. What should we call him? She whispers. I hesitate. I flipped through a baby name book a few times, but nothing's felt right. Remington Owen Montgomery the Fourth? I suggest tentatively. Trip barks a laugh, putting his hands up.
Please, no. That name should have been retired after 2.
Trip still refuses to have any contact with his father. Not that I can blame him, but he doesn't flinch at the sound of his name anymore. What about James Owen? Romy proposes, glancing at me. Your dad was James, and if his middle name is Owen, we can call him Baby Joey. My heartbeat slows to a resonant thud as a surge of the deepest love washes over me. Her reasoning reminds me of mine. Romy came from the initials of Trip's full name, with a Y on the end. I think James Owen is absolutely perfect. Trip helps me adjust the bed so I'm sitting up, and I pat the side of the mattress, ignoring the sharp slice of pain that accompanies even the slightest movement. How about you bring him over here so I can hug both of you? Trip shadows Romy as she walks the few steps, and then settles herself beside me. I wrap my arms around her, tucking my chin over her shoulder to stare down at our new baby, Joey. "What do you think of him, sweetheart?" Romy doesn't tear her eyes away from her brother's face. "I love him, Mom. I didn't know if I would. At least, not right away. All my friends complain about their brothers and sisters, but I don't think I ever will. And I think he's the most beautiful baby in the world." Slowly, she angles her body to face me, and I move back to give her room. She hesitates, her sweet face pinching with confusion and curiosity. Did you love me when I was born?" The tears I've been blinking back overflow my lashes and begin rushing down my cheeks. "Oh, Romy, I did, more than anything else in the world." It's true. The reason I was so damn scared of motherhood is because I loved her. I felt young and stupid and entirely inadequate. And so I gave my daughter to the best person I knew, Nina. I'll never truly know the ins and outs of Nina's relationship with my father, or understand why she did what she did. But for all her faults, she raised my daughter into a smart, compassionate, fierce little girl. And I will always be grateful to Nina for that. "Then why did you leave me? Why did you lie about me?" These are questions we've all tiptoed around in therapy. Now I answer them honestly. I left not because I didn't love you. You've been my whole heart since the moment I learned I was pregnant. I wipe at my eyes and sniffle. I left because I thought you deserved a better mom than I believed I could be. I lied because I thought it was best for you. I take Romy's face in my hands, kissing the tear tracks running down her cheeks. And I will never forgive myself for not being stronger, for not being... Romy interrupts me. "I forgive you." My shoulders shake with gratitude. "Thank you, sweetheart." She looks down at her baby brother. "That's what you do when you love someone." Tripp's fingers thread through the hair at the base of my neck.
You're right. That's exactly what you do.
Our eyes lock over Romy's head, but our daughter isn't through. She glances back up at me. "So, you've forgiven her? Because you wouldn't have left me with Nina if you didn't love her too, right?" Powerful truths from the mouth of an 11-year-old. I exhale a heavy sigh. "I'm working on it, sweetheart. I really am. And I'll get there. I know I will." Pummeled by a fresh wave of exhaustion and emotion, I wrap an arm around Tripp's waist. "Speaking of forgiveness, have you called your mom yet?" Tripp chuckles.
Not yet, but she's called 3 times in the last hour. She's probably on her way over here.
As if she heard her name, Lily Montgomery walks in, a bouquet of flowers and an enormous teddy bear dwarfing her petite frame. "Of course I'm here. I'm a grandma again. Where else would I be?" Tripp relieves his mother of her burden, and she immediately hugs Romy, then peers down at baby Joey. "Oh, my," she exclaims in a hushed, reverent tone before looking up at me. "You and my son do make the most gorgeous babies." Tripp clears his throat.
Before you ask, his name is James Owen.
The shallow frown that springs up between her brows eases the moment Romy says, "I picked it. We're calling him Baby Joey." To Tripp's surprise, Lily is a wonderful grandmother, and she's forged a strong bond with Romy. "What a wonderful name! Joey it is." Tripp bends down to my ear.
You know, our marriage license expires tomorrow.
We intended to get married 2 months ago in a small family service, then throw a larger party after the birth. But our plans were put on hold when I was ordered to stay off my feet and be as inactive as possible. That's okay. We can get another one whenever we're ready.
I'm ready now. How about you?
My lips twitch as I read the intention shining from his eyes. I'm ready too.
I'm sure they have a pastor in the hospital. I don't know if I can wait another minute to call you my wife.
I hesitate for a moment, looking at Romy and Lily's heads bent over our newborn son. I think we should. I'd like Nina to be here.
You do?
I take a deep breath. Look at what we have, because we chose to live with love, to lead with forgiveness. I want to give Nina another chance. Not just for Romy, but for me too. Tripp's adoring stare warms me to my bones.
You're something else, Jolie Chapman.
I tilt my head up for a kiss, a sigh of happiness feathering through my lips. Nope, I'm still just yours. All yours. Happily ever after. This concludes Park Avenue Princess with Throne of Lies by Tara Leigh. Narrated by Isabel Ruther and Tim Page. Copyright 2021 by Tara Leigh. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Bookends LLC and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.